Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Everyone's class change. My sword of the Necromancer kills the gods. Chapter 1. Brother Mew, I want to go to the toilet, what should I do? A tall, mature-looking man with a beard said to Li Mew, twitching his body shyly. Hold it. Li Mew pointed at the magic circle in front of him angrily, it's almost our turn now. Where were you just now? Facing his weird cousin, Li Mew could only grit his teeth and endure it. Hey, he just wants me. Li Zunal pouted and reached out to grab the corner of Li Mew's clothes. However, to other students, it looked like a big man over 2 meters tall pulling on the clothes of a handsome boy, pouting, bending down to kiss him. The picture was so beautiful that it was difficult to look directly at him. Get out. Li Mew was furious and slapped his hand away. Hold it in, you can't go anywhere. If you don't want to go, you won't go. The 2-meter-tall man stamped his feet. The ground he stepped on made a rumble and dust rose up. It also made the students in front of him take a few steps forward in fear of being stepped on by him. Stand still. Li Mew clenched his fists and looked at the big man in front of him, crying in his heart. When he was a child, the cute little kid who always followed him and called him brother, now looks like this, which is hard for him to accept. However, no matter what his cousin becomes, he will never dislike it. Oh, the big man puffed up his cheeks, but still stood obediently. Seeing this, Li Mew breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the magic array in front, his eyes flashing with curiosity. He is a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a martial arts master, founded a sect and protected a city. When the beast tide came, he guarded the city gate alone with one sword and protected tens of thousands of people from successfully escaping. However, he was also seriously injured and died in the beast tide. When he opened his eyes again, he turned into a baby, living in a hazy state while slowly recovering the memories of his previous life. When he realized that this world was invaded by alien races just like his previous life, he continued to practice martial arts, planning to establish a martial arts school, pass down martial arts, and fight for the human race again. Then he was confused. This world is not like the world in his previous life without extraordinary power. Here, everyone has the opportunity to awaken and become a professional. After watching videos of professionals using extremely powerful and flashy skills to kill World of Warcraft, he gave up on passing on his own martial arts. Because no matter what profession, professionals are studying their profession and want to improve their level. Each time they level up, there will be attributes that strengthen their bodies, making them become more than mortals. Therefore, no one wants to endure the pain, exercise their body day after day, and experience the subtle increase in physical attributes. So, Li Mew quietly started practicing martial arts on his own. However, in the eyes of his family, he has been insisting on meaningless things. Why is it so painful? There is obviously an easier way. Just like drinking a few bottles of high-end potion that permanently increases 5 points of physical fitness and strength, doesn't it smell good? But Li Mew knew that what he insisted on was not only martial arts, but also the persistence of his previous life. He doesn't want to forget his past, nor do he want to forget some people and things. Wong Li, SSS-level talent for fire control. The person in charge in black robes shouted while looking at a crystal ball. Hearing this, the student named Wong Li looked happy. The fire control talent, whether it is a melee profession or a long-range profession, has a high probability of being used. I will definitely become a strong professional. He imagined the future. Occupation is chef, the person in charge said in a calm voice. As soon as the words came out, Wong Li's expression froze, and the joy froze on his face, which looked a little funny. No, it's impossible. He hurriedly looked at the person in charge, there must be something wrong. Please take another look. I must be a combat professional. No matter how bad it is, I am still auxiliary profession. Let's take a look. I beg you. Although there is no mandatory task of going out to kill World of Warcraft in life professions, there is no other profession that has power beyond mortals. As a young man, he longed for power and dreamed of becoming a top powerhouse. Naturally, he often dreamed of it. But all these illusions were ruthlessly shattered just now. He fell to his knees and was carried away by security personnel. Afterwards, someone will calm him down and provide him with advice on how to get started. Next, Zhao Li. Li Zunil, be prepared. The person in charge's voice was still calm, and his mood was not affected by the person just now. He has been responsible for testing talents for more than 10 years. From the beginning, he would feel sorry for the students' talents and careers that were not suitable, but now he has been calm. He has seen too many good talents combined with rubbish professions. SS-level talent has full elemental affinity and is an ordinary professional archer. S-level talent, indestructible body, is an ordinary professional water element mage. The S-level talent, divine light, is an ordinary professional stalker. Etc., etc. He has seen too much. In his impression, only a few of the students he was responsible for awakening had truly made a name for themselves. B-level talent shadow affinity, employed as an assassin. C-level talent healing, inaugurated priest. D-level talent is powerful, and he is an inaugurated warrior. Only those with the right talent and profession can go further. Zhao Li has a D-level talent for affinity with plants and trees. His profession is. Looking at the crystal ball, the person in charge raised his eyebrows, pharmacist. When he saw this very suitable talent and profession, he knew that this student named Zhao Li would have a good future. Wow, several figures came up in an instant. Classmate Zhao Li, I am Manager Wang from Wadu Pharmaceutical Factory. Are you willing to join our pharmaceutical factory? The monthly salary starts at 100,000 yuan, and marriage is also included. An elite-looking man with oily hair said with a smile. Xiao Zhao, don't listen to him. Come to my company, the manager will do it for you, and you pay your own salary. The bald man with a big belly put his arm around Zhao Li's shoulders. Little brother, don't listen to them. Sister has better conditions here than them. A woman in clothes came up and hugged Zhao Li's arm with a charming voice. Zhao Li, who was still in a dazed state, was pulled away by several people, which made Li Mu behind him sigh. That's really good, a person whose talent and profession are well matched. Next, Li Zunil. Li Mu, be ready, the person in charge said. Brother Mu, I'm going. The big man's voice was a little strange. Go. Li Mu nodded and looked at his cousin who walked to the middle of the magic circle and sat down, feeling nervous. Because he saw his cousin clasping his legs and his face was very contorted, he probably couldn't hold it in any longer. Cousin, please don't pee on someone else's magic circle. I will take a test later. Li Mu was worried. Looking at the 2-meter tall man, the person in charge felt a little confused. Is this 16 years old? Resisting the desire to say something, the person in charge began to test. Li Zunil, S-level talent, dragon blood. Looking at the brightly shining crystal ball, he slowly widened his eyes. The profession is a hidden profession. Dragon blood warrior. The person in charge was shocked. Old Gao, you see that good pharmacist's talent is about to be taken away, aren't you anxious? Not far from the awakening ceremony, 2 old men were sitting under a shed drinking tea and watching the awakening ceremony leisurely. It doesn't matter, I believe them. The old man who was called Lao Gao chuckled, as long as they are not stupid, they will not just follow those people who come after smelling the smell. So confident. Well, wait. The other old man put down his teacup and looked at a tall man walking towards the magic circle. His expression changed. Is that a student of your school too? Is your development so good at the age of 16? He couldn't believe it. I just like how you look like you've never seen the world. Lao Gao's lips curled up. That's a boy from the Li family, you know. Their family is more competitive than the children of your Chu family. He joked with his best friend. It turns out they are from the Li family, no wonder. Old man Chu nodded. Yes, my descendants are indeed a little disappointed. However, my granddaughter's talents and professions that she awakened last year are very strong. I'm sure she will be able to break through rank 5 in the future. He showed off. Professionals have 5 turns in total. The first is level 10, the second is level 30, the third is level 50, the fourth is level 70, and the fifth is level 90. Each transfer must complete the job transfer tasks to successfully change jobs. However, job transfer tasks are all tasks that are far beyond one's own level. They are extremely difficult. Many professionals who cannot complete them will stay at the current level throughout their lives and cannot be upgraded. Romance 5. Lao Gao nodded. I hope so. He has also heard about Chu Yunyu, and it is indeed a very strong talent and profession. But who can tell what will happen in the future? As he thought, he heard the result of Li Zunli's awakening. Li Zunil, S-level talent, dragon blood. Hearing this, the two old men turned their heads and looked at the tall figure. This is the first S-level talent this year, and it is a very powerful dragon blood talent. They are looking forward to it very much. Dragon blood is one of the powerful talents coveted by melee professions. As long as Li Zunil is not a mage or a living professional, his future will be extraordinary. Profession is a hidden profession. Dragon blood warrior. Everyone who heard this was stunned, and the scene suddenly became quiet and then suddenly became lively. Crap, jealousy distorts my face. Ah, why am I just a chef? The scene exploded instantly. Dragon blood and dragon blood warriors, even a fool knows that they are a perfect match. And the hidden professions, both in terms of skills and growth limit, are much better than ordinary professions. Hiss, the two old men also took a breath of cold air and rushed towards Li Zunil. Young man from the Li family, join the God of War Academy and I will train you well. Old Chu's face was twisted. Why is it that someone with such a talented profession is not from his Chu family? Get out of here. I'm talking about having fun. I'm Principal Gao. Have you forgotten that you didn't bring any paper in the bathroom last time? I lent it to you. Old man Gao whispered softly, using a gentle tone. Policy, as for borrowing and returning, I don't want the paper. You can just report to Dushan Academy for me. Although the two are good friends, friendship is friendship and people still have to fight for it. I need to go to the toilet. Li Zunil blushed and tried to free his hands from his shoulders. But his hands were like iron pliers, preventing Li Zunil from moving, and they had no intention of letting go. How can you train him? Old man Chu frowned and looked at Lao Gao. Don't let your disciples fall by the wayside. Haha. Although Dushan Academy has not been established as long as you, our training ability is definitely not bad, so you can rest assured. Principal Gao said cheerfully. Two elders, I want to go to the toilet. Li Zunli's blood surged and he struggled with a red face. The God of War Academy is 100 times better than you, so you should give up. Your God of War Academy is still immersed in the glory of the past and can't distinguish reality. The two old men who ignored him began to fight each other tit for tat, neither of them willing to let go, as if they would lose the right to compete if they let go. Just when the two were deadlocked, Li Mu sighed and moved. He clapped his hands on the two old hands, and cleverly slapped their hands away with force, releasing Li Zunil. In the shocked expressions of the two old men, Li Mu said to his cousin, go quickly. Yeah, Li Zunil nodded aggrievedly, took long steps, and quickly headed to the toilet. How did you do it? Principal Gao looked at his hands and then at Li Mu, extremely confused. You know, he is a level 3 expert with a level as high as 69, but his hand was slapped off by a student who has not yet awakened, which makes him very confused. It's just a little bit of cleverness. Li Mu smiled and waved his hand. Principal Gao, Lele is a member of our Li family. Our family will naturally seriously consider which college he will enter. You don't have to interfere. He laughed. Hearing this, Principal Gao glanced at Li Mu with twinkling eyes, but then put on a smile again. Okay, I believe in your vision. He can force an ordinary student, but he cannot force a member of the Li family. Are you Li Mu from the Li family? Old Chu looked at Li Mu and frowned. He had heard about Li Mu from the Li family, because he was very famous for what he did, so he had heard about it. Under the scorching sun, I poured ice water from the extremely cold ice on my head and almost froze to death. He fought the kobold with his bare hands and was almost killed. After looking at the psychedelic butterfly, he hallucinated and chased his father, which was also said to be the butt of a joke. Wait for some things. When others heard it, they were all saying that Li Mu of the Li family was probably not seriously ill. In fact, he didn't understand it, but when he saw it today, the self-abuse method seemed to be of some use. He touched his hand that was slapped away, his thoughts changing rapidly. It's me, Grandpa Chu. Long time no see. Li Mu gave a junior salute. Seeing the handsome young man in front of him with excellent demeanor, Old Man Chu couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. With this style, it would be great if this son were from my Chu family. Yes, what did you use just now? After thinking about it, he asked. Okay, go ahead. Principal Gao happily interrupted Old Chu, go and awaken quickly, let me see what your talent is. Old Chu was interrupted and looked at Principal Gao dissatisfied. But he also knew that he had overstepped his bounds, so he said no more. Because things that enable unawakened people to have a certain level of combat power are very valuable no matter where they are placed. Yes, Principal. Li Mu nodded, walked into the magic circle, sat down cross-legged, and waited quietly. The person in charge looked up and started the test. Although the two old men wasted a little time, he did not dare to be dissatisfied. He recognized them all and couldn't afford to offend them. Thinking about it, he raised his hand and the crystal ball lit up at an extremely fast speed, which reminded him of the process of testing countless talents. Such a bright light, could it be? He looked solemn and took a deep breath after looking at the awakening results in the crystal ball. Li Mu, SSS-level talent, Heart of the God of War. As soon as he spoke, the two old men on the side suddenly took a breath. It's an SSS-level talent. Talents are divided into 9 levels. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Among them, the talents from F to S level only have obvious talents and skills. For example, healing is usually an active skill, healing. Vigor is just a passive skill, vigor. However, SS level and SSS level are different. They are super talents with 2 skills and 3 skills respectively, and they grow much more powerful than other talents. Although the two old men had never heard of the talent Heart of the God of War, it was SSS level after all, and it was first heard that it was born for the fighting profession. God of War, God of War. It sounds like, as long as he is not a mage, has a life occupation or auxiliary occupation, Li Mu's future will be extremely brilliant. Inexplicably, the two old men started to sweat for Li Mu. If Li Mu were a melee profession, even the most ordinary warriors and knights would add another high-end combat power to mankind. After all, that is the SSS talent. The two old men clenched their fists, while the students and teachers at the back subconsciously held their breath when they heard the SSS level talent. They also know what SSS level talent represents. For a moment, the whole place was silent, and the air seemed to freeze. The occupation is hidden occupation. The person in charge's voice paused, and his expression became strange, causing the two old men to subconsciously breathe quickly. It's actually a hidden profession. What hidden professions will be paired with SSS level talents? Everyone in the audience became anxious. Some people felt as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star, while others cursed the person in charge in their hearts. So slow, can't you finish it in one breath? What an appetite. They all glared at the person in charge, making him smile bitterly. He was stunned when he saw the hidden profession in the crystal ball, and he didn't really want to show off. The profession is Necromancer. He sighed. Necromancer. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words from the person in charge. Necromancer is known as the hidden profession with the lowest upper limit and the fastest death. Because once this profession awakens, it will always be attacked by negative energy. And the undead they summon are also very weak in the early stage. Hundreds of years ago, the Empire also tried to cultivate necromancers in order to fight against the alien army. However, as the level of the necromancer becomes higher and higher, the erosion of negative energy becomes more and more serious, and the physical attributes are also declining rapidly. It was not until after the 3rd rank that the necromancer, who was as thin as a skeleton, was frail and sick, and in a very poor mental state, and could not summon even a 3rd rank undead, so the Empire gave up on this profession. The necromancers who awakened later did not dare to upgrade too many levels, for fear that the faster they upgraded, the faster they would die. And on the advice of the Empire, they went to work in construction sites, electronics factories and other places that required a large amount of labor. Because the undead they summon can do some simple tasks and are tireless. After seeing this, some capitalists expressed their praise for the undead. At the same time, they also called on the workers to learn from the undead and be able to work continuously 24 hours a day, so that everyone can move towards a better future together. Over the past 100 years, countless people have studied the profession of necromancer. After all, the base number is there, and there will eventually be a necromancer every few years. However, their research ended in failure. The reason is that the negative energy erosion is too terrifying. As long as you are still alive, that negative energy will continuously erode your body, making the body of the necromancer more inclined to death and more like an undead. Therefore, over the years, many necromancers have stopped upgrading and have fallen into the arms of capitalists, helping them move bricks, tighten screws, etc. It also made ordinary bricklayers and factory workers scold them. So, my job offer is to join a factory. Li Mu, the eldest son of the Li family, looked at his job offer and twitched his lips. Just now, when their necromancer profession came out, the two old men were silent for a long time. After patting his shoulders and briefly comforting him, they went to talk to Li Zunal. They didn't even look at him, as if he could only go back to being an ordinary young master and spend the rest of his life peacefully in drunkenness and dreams. Although Li Mu has extremely powerful SSS talent, it still depends on the profession. If the profession is not good, no matter how talented you are, it will be useless. This has countless precedents in history. Although it was a pity, there was nothing the two old men could do. But Li Mu expressed dissatisfaction with this. Then he also went to the employment advice office to get a proposal and walked on the road with his cousin. "What is your job advice?" Li Mu asked his cousin beside him with a sigh. "My suggestion is to go to Dushan Academy to practice." Li Zunal scratched his head and said in a naive voice. "Principal Gao has mixed up some private goods again. Let's go back to the family first. We can leave it up to the family to arrange the affairs of the college." Li Mu shook his head and walked towards the school gate with his cousin. At the gate of the school, a top-notch luxury car was parked at the gate of the school. A pale golden badge with a sword and a shield was printed on the front of the car, covering the large front of the car. This is a symbol unique to the Li family. Northern Territory, Li family. Not far from the luxury car, many people stayed there, wanting to see what kind of person the new dragon blood warrior appeared in the Li family. Recognize your face as soon as possible. Don't miss her if you meet her outside the city. It will be bad if she offends you. So, they saw a young man with excellent temperament and a burly man get into the car and drive away. "Is that the dragon-blooded warrior? He's so handsome," a woman said infatuatedly. "It's just that the bodyguard next to me is too annoying and affects my eyes." That's right, someone echoed. "That one is Li Mu from the Li family, and the one next to him is the dragon blood warrior." An insider explained. "Ah, is he that stupid Li Mu?" The woman's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect him to be so handsome. I heard that his awakening career is not very good. I want to take advantage of him when he is depressed, and then marry into the Li family." After saying that, she took out a small mirror and started applying makeup beautifully. Seeing this, everyone around them fell silent. The insider also stared wide-eyed. This was the first time he had seen such a confident woman. However, he still admired the woman's whimsical idea. At least she dared to think so. After all, that was the Li family in the Northern Territory. He sighed. "Brother Mu, don't be sad." In the luxury car, Li Zunal looked at the absent-minded Li Mu and couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry, I will protect you from now on." The big man patted his chest, making a loud banging sound. "I'm not sad, I'm just looking at my character panel," Li Mu said with complicated eyes. Name: Li Mu. Occupation: Necromancer. Level: Level 1. Health value: 390, Magic value: 80. Attributes: Intelligence 8, Strength 43, Constitution 39, Agility 30, Charm 17. Talent skills: Heart of the God of War SSS talent Weapon Master, Iron Will. Professional skill: Summoning the undead. Looking at the intelligence attribute of that number, Li Mu felt a bit eyesore. "Lele, what is your intelligence?" he asked. 3. Li Zunal said a little embarrassed. "That's okay." Li Mu nodded, finding comfort. As far as he understood, apart from intelligence, this attribute of his was an inhuman attribute. In addition to intelligence, generally only second level and level 30 professionals have such an attribute panel, but he had it at level 1, which means that he is rounded off as a second level powerhouse. Hiss. A level 2 powerhouse is so terrifying. Li Mu took a breath and turned his attention to the skills. Heart of the God of War. Martial arts leads to the gods, and the Taoist heart is pure. Weapon Master. Can use weapons of any profession. Iron Will. The will is like iron, indestructible. These are the 3 skills that come with SSS level talents. If his profession is a warrior-type melee profession, he feels that he may take off directly. After reading it, he looked at his professional skills. Summoning of the undead. Randomly summon the undead that the current professional can summon to fight for yourself. When casting a spell with a corpse, the magic power consumption is halved. But his profession is a necromancer of the magic system and summoning system, so it is difficult to use this talent. You can't let yourself, as a mage, wield your sword to attack monsters. And Li Mu frowned slightly as he felt the coldness outside his body that was always trying to erode. These cold feelings do not cause any obvious harm to him now, but with a slight surge of qi and blood, these negative energies will be evaporated instantly. But if these cold feelings will increase as the level increases, then something is not good. Then what should be done? Until he returned to his manor, he still hadn't thought about it. You go see your uncle. I'll go home first and make a phone call. The driver opened the door and the two got out of the car. Li Mu said to his cousin. After dinner, let's go upgrade together. Okay. Li Zunil nodded and walked towards the villa in the distance. As a hidden professional dragon-blooded warrior, in order to gain high-level combat power from the Li family in the future, he has to wait until the family plans his future. Li Mu, on the other hand, walked into the master's villa and thought about his future. After all, the family would not be that concerned about a necromancer. Master, you are back. A white-haired old butler walked towards him, with a meticulous back and a butler's uniform that he wore no matter whether it was cold or hot. Li Mu, who had been taken care of by him for decades, couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Elegant, so elegant. Well, I'm back, Uncle Lu. Li Mu nodded. Father, does he know? Master already knows. Uncle Lu handed Li Mu a phone. Li Mu took it and heard a plain and magnetic voice. Are you going to keep going? He asked straight to the point. He was asking about Li Mu's choice. Yeah, Li Mu spoke firmly. It's just a little difficult, nothing to hold on to. No one has walked the road ahead yet, he said in a relaxed tone. It's going to be hard. The profession of necromancer has not yet seen a strong person who has surpassed rank 4. If he wants to leave, he can only open his own way. I believe in myself, Li Mu said in a serious voice. It's nice to be a young man, but that's not what he wants. Isn't it good to be a young master? Just idle around, I will arrange a marriage for you. You don't have to worry about anything in the future, just have more children. There was doubt in his tone. It seemed like that was what he thought. That's not what I want. Li Mu shook his head. I understand. He was very satisfied. If you can't bear it, come back. Okay. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, I have a chance to get a marriage contract from the Su family in Tiancheng. Are you interested? His words softened and he looked very gentle. No one wants to marry a necromancer. Li Mu declined politely. He also wants to level up and fight monsters, and has no interest in engaging in those love affairs between sons and daughters. Then just go ahead and do it. The Li family will always support you, he said. Good. Also, are you interested in Spark Academy? He hesitated and then said, I heard that they have expanded their enrollment quota to 50 this year. I can get one for you. Do you want it? Xingwo Academy. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. Spark Academy, located in Zhongzhou of the Empire, has trained several strong human beings for the Empire over hundreds of years, and together they have resisted the invasion of alien races. The teaching resources of Spark Academy are extremely rich, and several god-level experts are also holding positions in it. It is the well-deserved #1 academy in the Empire. And even the Northern War God, Northern Fighting God and Northern Dharma God all came out of Spark Academy. They established a college in the Northern Territory. They were also influenced by the philosophy of Spark College and made the decision to create a great world for mankind. And if he joins Spark Academy, the negative energy problem of his necromancer profession may be solved. But after thinking for a moment, Li Mu still refused. I heard that every time Spark Academy recruits students, it will send out several invitation letters to all parts of the Empire. As long as they are talented students of the right age, they will receive an invitation letter from the college. He wanted to get the invitation by relying on his own strength rather than going through the back door. Even if he couldn't get it, it would prove that he had no chance with Spark Academy. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu returned the phone to Uncle Lu and looked at the dining table. The meat on the table is very rich, specially prepared for Li Mu. After practicing martial arts, Li Mu became very good at eating. It is also a necessary process to provide nutrients to the body and enhance it. After eating, Li Mu closed his eyes and rested for a while, then heard movement at the door. This is someone from the family who sent them to take them for training. He walked out and saw several off-road vehicles parked at the door in a huge formation. Although only Li Mu and Li Zunil have awakened this year, the Li family's battle is still in full swing. This is the terrifying efficiency of the family. Master Mu, please. A resolute middle-aged man opened the car door and welcomed Li Mu into the car. His name is Huang Yi. He is the bodyguard captain of the Li family and a second-level strongman. Yes. Li Mu nodded lightly and got into the car. Afterwards, the car picked up Li Zunil and drove out of the city. In addition to showing your voucher when leaving the city, you actually have to pay money. A few teenagers who looked like they had just woken up were standing at the place leaving the city. The leader yelled, "So many people haven't paid, why should we want so much?" "Why?" Zhao Xingyu frowned and asked. "You are all first-level professionals who have just awakened. You have no ability to protect yourself, and no adults to lead you. We have to send people to protect you from death." The management staff at the city gate frowned, and they are all high-level professionals. They pay every year. It's a lot of money, so you don't have to pay any more. No need. Zhao Xingyu firmly refused. You are definitely cheating us out of our money, don't think I don't know. He is a hidden professional magic swordsman, so he naturally has his own pride. Moreover, a few years ago, he also obtained a powerful special item, which made him believe that he was definitely the son of destiny and the future human god. He has the confidence to lead the classmates behind him to upgrade together, then build his own team and start a legendary life. Let's do this. You first register with the professionals union, and then issue a task and ask someone to take you. Someone will take over the task tomorrow at the latest. The manager frowned more and more. Is this okay? He has lived for so many years and has met many people, but he has never seen anyone who actively seeks death. Brother Xingyu, forget it. At this time, a cute girl walked up to him. We should wait for the upgrade trial organized by the school the day after tomorrow. The girl's name is Xu Chaoer. She has been a neighbor of Zhao Xingyu since she was a child, and she is familiar with them, so she followed him here. Her profession is a hidden professional encouragement teacher. Her employment advice is to report to the law and theological seminary or go into a factory to provide morale buffs to workers. But not everyone can enter the law and theological seminary. The academy requires that you must reach level 10 within 1 month after awakening and during the start of school, and complete the first transfer mission before you are eligible to enter the academy. Once you enter the School of Law and Theology, you will be able to enjoy great resource benefits. However, her and her sister's parents were professionals and did not earn much money. Moreover, the upgrade of the school organization was to form a team with classmates to fight monsters together. If the experience was shared equally among everyone, they would not get much experience. And 1 month was too tight, and she had no confidence that she could reach level 10, so she could only keep up with Zhao Xingyu, who seemed to be full of confidence. No, I have my own sense of discretion. Zhao Xingyu looked ugly. Because he was embarrassed in front of his intended harem, he was very angry with the managers. When I become rich in the future, you will be finished. He thought to himself, looking at the girl in the team who looked very similar to Xu Chaoer, who was frowning and felt panicked. Ling believe me, I can definitely make Chaoer reach level 10 within a month and complete the mission. He said hurriedly. Xu Xu Chaoer, a pair of beautiful twin sisters, he has already acquiesced that they are his harem. And he also knew that among the sisters, the elder sister was the leader. Once she made a decision, her younger sister would follow her sister mindlessly, which left him with no choice but to appease his sister's emotions first. Yes, Xu nodded and looked at Zhao Xingyu, who turned his head to argue with the manager again with a strange look in his eyes. How can we believe you when you can't even get out of the city gate? If her sister didn't have to reach level 10 within a month and complete a mission, she wouldn't want to take the risk. My sister is a hidden professional with a bright future, and as an ordinary professional warrior, I naturally have to help my sister embark on the path of that professional at all costs. But, She looked at the stalkers and mages in this team with her peripheral vision, and felt a little puzzled when she saw the admiration for Zhao Xingyu on their faces. Didn't you have a grudge against Zhao Xingyu before? Why should you join this team? He also called him Brother Zhao. She was very confused. Rumble. At this moment, several galloping sounds came from a distance, causing the administrator's complexion to change, and he waved his hand to open the city gate. Brush, brush, brush. Several off-road vehicles passed by, leaving everyone in the audience silent. Because they saw that sign, a sign that belonged exclusively to the Li family. So, they remained silent. When the car passed by, they started talking again. That's the Li family's car, right? Is that young master awakening this year? You don't know yet, that young master Li Mu is, I heard, a necromancer. It's a pity. Ah, how did I hear that he was a dragon-blooded warrior? That's his cousin. Oh, they started whispering, as if the Li family had endless topics to talk about. While looking at the sharp contrast between himself and Li Mu, Zhao Xingyu's face turned red and white. No one from the Li family could stop him, but he had been stopped here for so long. You are just acting recklessly because of your family background. If I were a young master like you, I would definitely be better than you. He was jealous in his heart. At this time, the managers became impatient. Sign this and you go. The manager took out a life and death certificate. After you leave this door, you are responsible for your own lives. If you don't take it out early, it will be a waste of time. Zhao Xingyu sneered and wrote the words, Galaxy Team. I asked you to write your name, what did you write? The person in charge frowned. Remember, this team will shock the whole world in the future. Zhao Xingyu's mouth tilted. What nonsense, the whole world is shocked. I tell you, you can only go out after writing your name, otherwise it won't work. The person in charge relaxed his eyebrows and calmed down. Why bother with a fool? He figured it out. Zhao Xingyu looked ugly, and after being persuaded by the stalker and the mage for a long time, the five of them wrote down their names. After walking out of the city gate, the professionals were all in a hurry, heading towards the nearest upgrade location, the dense mountain forest. And they followed the flow of people and set off towards the dense mountain forest. In order to save time, Zhao Xingyu reluctantly spent 500 yuan to ride on a summoner's summons and took half an hour to reach the location. Come and form a team, I will be the captain. Looking at the four people in front of him, Zhao Xingyu extended an invitation to form a team. Several people naturally agreed. Team formation successful. Seeing this, Zhao Xingyu showed a satisfied smile. Let's go, the five of us join forces, others will look up to us in the future. After that, he led a few people into the forest with confidence. The decision is yours, go ahead, Lele. Li Mu shouted. Overlord Fist. Li Zunal shouted, rushing towards the 5th level red-eyed rabbit and wrestling with it. Left jab, right kick. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Looking at his cousin being beaten by the red-eyed rabbit, Li Mu cheered him up. When he was a child, when he was practicing martial arts, only Li Zunal would follow his movements and imitate them stupidly. And he naturally passed on a powerful martial arts to him. The side effect was that he looked like this, which made Li Mu feel very uncomfortable, but he had no regrets. At least my cousin has the ability to protect himself. 1 minute later. Ding, if the team jumps over the level and kills the red-eyed rabbit, the level will be increased by 1. Acquire 2 points of intelligence, and add 1 to undead affinity. Good guy, the strength and physical sensitivity attributes are not increased at all. No wonder the necromancer died so early. After receiving the prompt, Li Mu shook his head and looked at his cousin whose face was covered in blood. What did you upgrade? He asked curiously. Asking other professionals about their panels is a big no-no. But the relationship between the two was very good, and they were still a family, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with his question. A little bit of strength, a little bit of physique, and a little bit of dragon blood aptitude. Li Zunal said while wiping his nosebleed. That's it. Li Mu nodded. What I added was 2 points of intelligence and 1 point of undead affinity. Professionals are also different. From the attribute points added by upgrading, you can see that hidden professions are much stronger than ordinary professions. Because for ordinary professions to level up, only a few physical attributes and a few profession-related attributes are added. In addition to the normal bonus points, the two of them also have a few extra attribute bonus points, which undoubtedly strengthens the gap with ordinary professions. When he came to the rabbit corpse, which was almost the same size as the Tibetan Mastiff in his previous life, Li Mu stretched out his hand and used the skill. Summoning the undead. Li Mu pointed at a rabbit corpse in the void, and after spending 10 points of magic power, a skeleton soldier wearing dilapidated armor, holding a knife and a shield stood up unsteadily. Skeleton Warrior, Level 0. Strength, 5, Body, 3, Sensitivity, 2. Skill, Chopping. Before Li Mu could lament that the world was too magical and the rabbit could summon human bones, a prompt popped up. Ding! The SSS-level talent Heart of the God of War has taken effect, and your skeleton warrior has automatically learned martial arts, sword and shield tactics. Hey! The skeleton soldier's legs were parted, his spine was bent, his shield was raised in front of him, and his knife-holding hand was slightly tilted, assuming a posture that Li Mu found very familiar. A sword and shield soldier must learn 13 moves. This is a move created by Li Mu in his previous life. It can be quickly used in fighting against monsters. It is also regarded as a must-learn martial arts by many people. But now, when he saw it on the skeleton soldiers he summoned, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The heart of the God of War. It did give me a big surprise. Li Mu touched his chin and an idea came to his mind. Since skeleton warriors know how to fight with sword and shield, what about assassins and archers? Do they also know their own assassination and archery skills? Brother Mu. Seeing Li Mu looking at his skeleton soldiers in shock, Li Zunel couldn't help but call him. Let's go and continue killing monsters. Li Mu looked at his skeleton soldiers and wanted to know more and more. If his skeleton soldiers really had their own martial arts experience, he would have the confidence to single-handedly challenge those powerful monsters and quickly reach level 10. Good. Li Zunel nodded. Not paying attention to the rabbit skin and a few copper coins that burst out, they continued walking. After walking a few steps, another red-eyed rabbit popped out. When Li Zunel was about to give it a try, Li Mu reached out to stop him. Lele, Overlord Fist is not used like that. Li Mu looked at the rabbit in front of him. I usually practice with you, just to increase your combat experience against people, and you don't have the martial arts talent to draw inferences from one example. Use martial arts to do it. Deal with monsters. So, I still want to show you how to use the Overlord Fist against a monster. As he spoke, he formed a Bawang Fist stance. Brother Mu, didn't I play well just now? The big man with a bruised nose and swollen face asked cautiously. I can't say it's bad. Li Mu's mouth twitched. I can only say it's too cowardly. He didn't even want to admit that he had taught his cousin when a rabbit jumped up and kicked him in the face. What a shame. Woo. The big man covered his face. Seeing that the rabbit was about to rush into Li Mu's face, the Li family's bodyguards hidden around him were ready to move. No need to panic, young Master Mu has his own sense of control. Huang Yi, who had fought with Li Mu before, stretched out his hand to stop everyone's movements. Young Master Mu is very strong, it's a pity. He recalled the feeling of struggling between life and death during the fight with the boy, and regretted Li Mu's awakening career. If the young master is an awakened martial artist, his name will definitely be in the future of the empire. Overlord, raise the cauldron. Li Mu said calmly, looking at the jumping rabbit. He suddenly raised his fists and hit the rabbit. Red-eyed rabbit, 9100s. In order to let his cousin see his movements better, he restrained his strength and demonstrated each move for his cousin. Overlord, shake the mountain. Squeak. Overlord, steel fist. Squeak. Overlord, Overlord, squeak. Overlord, 10,000 enemies. With the last move, the rabbit didn't scream anymore and died directly. Looking at the red-eyed rabbit rotten into a ball of liquid, Li Zunel and the bodyguards in the dark all swallowed their saliva. Too cruel, too strong. Without using any skills, simply using the newly awakened physical attributes to defeat the monster 3 levels higher than his level, they all understood how powerful Li Mu was. It's a pity that he is a necromancer. They thought regretfully. Do you understand? Li Mu turned his head. Don't be rigid in your moves, use them flexibly, so that you can continue to move forward to the top of martial arts. I know. Li Zunel scratched his head. He didn't understand, but he was afraid that his cousin would be unhappy if he said it, so he had to answer with, I know. Yeah, Li Mu nodded. He didn't expect his cousin to learn quickly, but at least he had to teach him as much as possible before he went to school. This was also an extra life-saving capital in the future. Summoning the dead. A skeleton stood up on a pile of rotten meat, and it was still a skeleton warrior. With 2 skeleton warriors, the two continued their upgrade journey. Slowly, until he had 6 skeleton warriors in his hands, Li Mu saw new soldiers. Skeleton Archer, level 0. Strength, 3, Body, 2, Agility, 4. Skill, Negative Energy Arrow. Ding, SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart takes effect. Your skeleton archer has automatically learned martial arts, Spiral Arrow. Spiral Arrow, not bad. Li Mu nodded. In his own bow and arrow method, Spiral Arrow is a small trick that can make the arrows shot out rotate, which has the effect of breaking armor. Go on. Looking at his panting cousin, Li Mu thought for a while, then you take a break and watch me operate. Brother Mu, are you going to play in person? Li Zunul drank a mouthful of the blood-replenishing potion that the monster exploded, and asked with anticipation. He liked watching Li Mu fight the most, and he fought handsomely and beautifully. How is it possible? I am a necromancer, and it is embarrassing to fight by myself. Li Mu shook his head and looked at a level 7 black bear in the distance. Let me show you how the necromancer fights, and you should be careful when you meet it in the future. Oh, Li Zunul watched it seriously. Release the arrow. Li Mu commanded the only skeleton archer under his command. The archer pulled the bow, and a gray-black arrow condensed on the bow. The skeleton's fingertips twisted slightly, and then released it. Swish! An arrow with negative energy attached to it hit the black bear fiercely, and it was beaten to pieces. Ah! It screamed, and was successfully attracted by Li Mu's hatred. Arrange in formation, surround and kill. The skeleton warriors separated and formed a semicircle to let the black bear run in. With a click, a skeleton warrior was smashed into pieces, but he also successfully stopped the black bear's charge. Throw the knife, hit with the shield. 5 skeleton warriors threw the knives in their hands, and then suddenly hit the black bear with their shields. Ouch! The black bear felt pain, and slapped a soldier with its paw. Shoot the arrow. Li Mu frowned and resisted the urge to attack. The skeleton soldiers are still too weak. He thought. Skeleton archer draws bow and shoots arrows. The arrow went straight to the black bear's eye. The black bear didn't have time to react and was shot through. Ouch! The tenacious black bear did not die immediately. Shield attack, pick up the knife and chop. The remaining 4 skeleton warriors collided again, knocking the black bear unconscious, then picked up the knife and gave the black bear the final blow. Ding! The level has been raised to level 3. Acquire 2 points of intelligence, and add 1 to undead affinity. Looking at his 120 points of full magic power, Li Mu sighed inwardly. His summoning of the undead consumes 20 magic points. If there is a corpse, his skills only need to consume 10 magic points, but he cannot use skills all the time. Although he and his cousin were upgrading, the bodyguards would not help. They will only take action when 2 people encounter a life or death crisis. This is also the Li family's way of cultivating future generations. And if he consumes his magic power too quickly and the magic beast does not burst out the magic regeneration potion, he will be useless as a necromancer. He is a dignified master, but he doesn't want to be like a reckless man and use his body to the 10th level. Therefore, he used his skills while there were corpses along the way to avoid excessive mana consumption. But the battle with the black bear also made him understand that he could not go on like this. The undead harvested in one battle have not been consumed much, so when will my undead army take shape? After exhaling, Li Mu focused his eyes and touched his waist. There are hidden weapons he made himself. Brother Mu. Li Zunul swallowed as he watched this scene, remembering the time when Li Mu tied him into a hedgehog in order to train him. Let's go and let you see Xiao Li Fidao whom you haven't seen for a long time. After saying that, Li Mu picked up 2 bear claw-like equipment from the black bear corpse, summoned a skeleton warrior, and took Li Zunul into the depths of the mountain forest. In the dense forest, a family of tusked pigs were happily eating meat and singing songs. Suddenly, several flying knives instantly pierced their heads, making them stunned for a moment before falling to the ground. This reminded Li Zunil of the fear of being dominated by flying knives before, and also shocked the bodyguards to Li Mu's terrifying power. Is this really a 2-level necromancer? Isn't he a 2nd-level martial artist in disguise? They were puzzled. After sending the skeleton warrior to retrieve his throwing knife, Li Mu looked at the 2 big pigs and the 5 little pigs and used the summoning of the dead. But this time, new troops were summoned. Skeleton Stalker, level 0. Strength, 2, Body, 3, Sensitivity, 6. Skill, Stealth. Ding, the SSS-level talent Heart of the God of War has come into play. Your Skeleton Stalker has automatically learned martial arts and can sneak attack from behind. Li Mu, bloody mouth. As a martial arts master, how could I do such a despicable thing? This is slander. Filled with righteous indignation, he continued to search for the gathering of monsters. At the same time, he gave the fang dagger exploded by the tusk pig to the skeleton stalker, so that he could also search for the gathering of monsters. Sister, I've upgraded. After struggling to kill a level 3 monster, Shu Chao ran to Shu Linger's side and said with a smile. Well, not bad. After taking a sip of the blood replenishing potion he bought before setting off, Shu Linger nodded and showed a stiff smile. As the only front rower in the team, she is naturally under much greater pressure. Not only must he take the damage, but he must also work hard to hold on to the hatred, preventing the mage from attracting too much hatred and causing monsters to come to him. Fortunately, my sister's encouragement skill can increase defense and attack, otherwise she might not be able to withstand it. Sighing, wearing simple leather armor and holding an ordinary sword and shield, she looked at Zhao Xingyu. He took the initiative to shoulder the important task of protecting the mage before the battle began, because he said that he was a magic swordsman who could use magic and was considered half a mage. So he felt at ease beside Zhang Shuai, a mage, and temporarily acted as the second mage in the team. However, Shu Linger didn't see how powerful Zhao Xingyu was. His spell is not even 1/5 as powerful as Zhang Shuai's fireball spell. So weak, why not come up front and fight the monsters with her? She looked at Zhao Xingyu's melee equipment, which was much better than hers, and felt dissatisfied. My profession is really powerful. I have 2 skills. I can be a mage and a swordsman. Looking at Shu Linger's eyes that looked over from time to time, Zhao Xingyu twitched the corner of his mouth. Even Linger, who has a cold personality, looks at me with admiration. Now, the 2 sisters are just around the corner. He thought proudly. Next, Lao Zhou, go and see where there are level 3 monsters. Let's take a rest first. Zhao Xingyu calmed down, put away the mouse skin and a few copper coins, and commanded with a sullen face. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he wanted to continue to improve the girl's impression. Okay, brother Zhao. Zhou Wei, who only had stealth skills, nodded, faded away and walked away. A stalker's stealth is not invisibility. It's just a skill that fades one's body shape and reduces the sense of presence. Before the first turn, the rogue had no combat ability and was mostly a profession used for pathfinding. Of course, except for geniuses who create their own skills or understand their own skills. Walking into the forest, Zhou Wei slowly moved forward. In this low-level leveling location, he had confidence in his agility, so he didn't feel scared. As he was walking, looking for a monster suitable for his team, he saw a strange pothole. The career-related aspect of finding treasures that was just added comes into play at this time. What is this? Zhou Wei turned the ordinary dagger in his hand. His 7-point agility made his body seem very dexterous. Some things that were difficult to do before awakening became extremely simple after awakening. Where is the treasure hidden by Warcraft? After thinking about the knowledge in the textbook and the feeling related to his profession, Zhou Wei was slightly happy. After looking around and finding that there were no living creatures, he used his dagger to dig quickly. The rogue profession is very similar to the assassin profession, but the rogue focuses on reconnaissance and treasure hunting, while the assassin focuses on assassination and sneak attacks. These 2 professions also use daggers or short weapons because they both have extremely high agility. After digging for a long time, Zhou Wei found something hard and quickly evacuated the place. Never taking risks is his rule. After running for a while, he passed several waves of professionals and was far away from where he was before. Then he took out the necklace in his pocket and checked it. Gemstone necklace blue. Equipment effect. Intelligence +2. Equipment conditions. None. Hiss, this is a small piece of top-notch equipment. Zhou Wei looked at the necklace in his hand excitedly and was very excited. If this necklace were to be sold, it would cost at least 100,000 yuan. If converted into gold coins, it would cost at least 10. So, keep it for yourself. Anyway, I found it myself, there is no need to share it with them. Zhou Wei thought with a hint of greed in his heart and put the necklace in his pocket again. He breathed a sigh of relief and planned to go back and report the level 3 elk monster he had just seen. Sneaking, he passed through a land of howling wolves and was about to return to the team's location when he suddenly froze. I saw a skeleton holding a dagger in his hand squatting in the dense grass, looking ahead with empty eyes, as if he was worried about something. Brother, are you still so unwilling to accept death? Zhou Wei couldn't help but feel sad when he saw that the corpses of professionals of the same type as himself were only skeletons and no one helped him bury them. Maybe one day, like you, I will die in an unknown place. He sighed and decided to take him away and find a place to bury him. Just as he was about to take action, his eyes caught sight of the white dagger held by the skeleton, and he suddenly froze. Fang dagger, green. Equipment effect. Agility +1. Equipment conditions. Agility specialty occupation. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. What a lucky day. I actually picked up 2 treasures. Zhou Wei was ecstatic in his heart. Thank you, buddy. Zhou Wei stretched out his hand towards the skeleton stalker. I will bury you well. Then, he saw the skeleton turning to look at him and tilting its head at him. What are you going to do? It seemed to say. Ah. The frightened Zhou Wei shouted in fear, directly shocking the wolf habitat next to him. Ah, ah, ah. The wolves were attracted by the hatred and rushed towards Zhou Wei, scaring him so much that he wanted to run away. But the skeleton stalker disappeared in front of Zhou Wei's eyes 1 step faster than him, and its speed also stunned Zhou Wei. Brother, how can you run faster than me with your skeleton? Are you more agile than me? Zhou Wei, who was followed by dozens of wolves, was running wildly, thinking with tears in his eyes. ... Which college do you all want to go to? Zhao Xingyu took the initiative to bring up the topic when several people fell silent. He wanted to show off. Of course it's the law school. Zhang Shuai, who was wearing a mage uniform, took over the conversation. Brother Zhao, have you decided where to go? He knew that Zhao Xingyu wanted to show off in front of the 2 girls, and he was willing to cooperate. After all, he knew Zhao Xingyu. You will never miss an opportunity to show off. Yes, that's right. Zhao Xingyu nodded secretly, glanced at Zhang Shuai with satisfaction and said, oh, not yet. I'm still thinking, should I go to the God of War College or the God of Law College? I'm not like you, so it's really hard to choose. He said with a sigh in his voice. As a magic swordsman, he can go to any academy. But the demon swordsman is a swordsman after all, and he has already identified himself with the God of War Academy. However, he said it at this time just to show off and make the girls look at him with admiration. I'm going to the law school. Shu Chaoer touched her sister's face distressedly and said with a grimace, my sister said she wants to be my mage follower and watch me become the most powerful inspirational teacher. Her sister's heavy love put her under great pressure. The thought of having to study after entering the academy gave her an even bigger headache. After all, what she hates most is studying. Ling do you want to accompany Chaoer to the law school? Zhao Xingyu frowned when he heard this. What he wanted was for the 2 of them to study at the God of War Academy with him, and he could protect them from harm. He thinks that as long as his woman enjoys happiness behind him, men can do the fighting. Yes, our family relies on Chaoer. A soft smile appeared on Shu Ling'er's cold face. Chaoer has a hidden profession, and her future is better than mine. And I also hope that our family will have a professional who can go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. And Chaoe's career is exactly in line with my vision. She will be outstanding. Hearing this, Shu Chaoer lowered his head even lower. So heavy. It would be great if my career as an inspirational teacher was my sister's. In this way, I only need to protect my sister and that's it. She thought innocently. Otherwise, just follow me, I will protect you, believe me. Before Zhao Xingyu could finish speaking, he heard several wolf howls coming from a distance, along with a familiar voice. Run! Zhou Wei shouted sadly. When being chased by wolves, he subconsciously ran towards the team. After running for a while, he regretted it. Isn't this the behavior of a pig teammate? He also knew the level of the people in the team, so he couldn't just rely on a few of them to repel the wolves. The best way now is to lure the wolves to the senior professionals and ask them to take action. However, as the dense mountain forest where low-level monsters are spawned, most of them are low-level professionals, and no one dares to face the wolves directly. Only then did Zhou Wei feel regretful. It's not like my family doesn't have money, so why not find a senior professional to help them upgrade? Why did you form a team with Zhao Xingyu alone after being fooled by Zhao Xingyu for a while? At the critical moment of life and death, he suddenly calmed down, thought through a lot, and deduced Zhao Xingyu's thoughts, which became clear instantly. With the leadership of senior professionals, how can I still show off? He imitated a sentence in his mind according to Zhao Xingyu's way of speaking, and it immediately felt very suitable. That's what he said, but the howling of the wolf was getting closer and closer to him, and he had no time to think about it. He could only speed up and look at his teammates. As expected, they all ran away. The brother Zhao, in his mouth ran very fast, while Zheng Shuai drank a bottle of something, and his speed increased a lot, only falling behind Zhao Xingyu a little. The pair of sisters were quickly left behind because the sister who was a warrior wanted to pull the encouraging sister away. Naturally, they were not as fast as the two people in front of them. No one gave him a second glance. Also, they are really not familiar with each other. And even if they help him, they will die together. With a wry smile, Zhou Wei planned to turn around and run in another direction. Although he would close the distance with the wolves behind him, he did not consider himself to be the kind of person who would harm others without benefiting himself. He doesn't want to hurt his teammates. Ouch! At this moment, a wolf roar suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Not good. It's a stun skill. His thoughts stopped, his feet stopped, and his forward body hit the ground heavily, causing blood to flow out of him. It's over. He was in severe pain all over his body and shed tears from the pain. Regret was like ants, constantly eating away at his heart. He felt that following Zhao Xingyu to practice leveling was the decision he regretted the most in his life, and it was also the last decision. Sorry, Mom and Dad. I shouldn't be so willful. As the wet and smelly breath approached, he tensed up his body, waiting for death. Ouch! Suddenly there was a very close scream, making him shake his body subconsciously. Ouch! Ouch! The screams continued one after another, causing Zhou Wei to regain his senses and open his eyes, raising his head with difficulty to look around. I saw a huge figure standing next to me, looking around warily. And for some reason, his consciousness at this time was very clear, and it didn't look like he was seriously injured. First he looked at the blood all over his body, and then looked at the man dancing among the wolves. Dressed in black, as gorgeous as a butterfly. The blood flowed, but it could not touch his clothes. He wandered among the wolves as if picking flowers in his own garden, easily taking the lives of one wolf after another. At this moment, Zhou Wei regretted that he did not study more. In this situation, he could not say anything suitable to describe this scene. After thinking how terrifying it was in his heart, he turned his gaze and saw several skeletons in the distance fighting with a few wolves. The skeleton holding the shield protected the archery skeleton and killed the gray wolf, which made him suddenly realize. Brother Skeleton, it turns out you are the undead spirit of the Necromancer. Zhou Wei continued to look around until he saw the skeleton of a gray wolf sneaking closer. Seeing the dagger in its hand, Zhou Wei also knew that it was his skeleton brother. Zhou Wei continued to watch and saw the skeleton jumping directly onto the gray wolf's back, using a clean backstab and throat slit. Are skeletons better than me these days? Zhou Wei was stunned when he saw that the gray wolf, which he could never defeat in a single fight, was easily dispatched by the skeleton. You didn't faint. Li Zunil turned around, looked at Zhou Wei who was stunned, and took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. Here you go, drink it. Hey, can you move? Zhou Wei tried to raise his hand, but the hand seemed unconscious and did not obey his command. He looked at Li Zunil and shook his head. Okay. Li Zunil knelt down and slowly fed the blood-restoring potion to Zhou Wei. After drinking, Zhou Wei's blood volume returned to full value and his body regained consciousness. Thank you. Zhou Wei thanked him with a hoarse voice. It's okay. Li Zunil shook his head and continued to watch the scene of Li Emu's battle. After all, Brother Emu's fight was so cool. After a moment of silence, Zhou Wei stood up and looked at the skill he had just learned. Ding, you have understood the skills and are absolutely calm. Absolute calmness. You can calm down, observe and think under any circumstances. It turns out that's the case. No wonder I can still think after being so seriously injured just now. Zhou Wei suddenly realized. And ahead, after Li Mu killed most of the wolves, he also faced off against the Wolf King who could not hide himself. Ouch! The mental attack went straight to Li Mu. But Li Mu rushed to the Wolf King's face and punched him as if nothing was wrong. Ding! The level has been raised to level 6. After killing the Wolf King, the remaining wolves ran away with their tails between their legs because they were not led by the Wolf King. Li Mu did not chase, but began to summon on the corpse. A total of 180 points of magic power directly summoned 18 skeletons. After drinking a bottle of blue returning potion released by the Wolf King to restore his magic power, he summoned again. 18 more skeletons appeared, and adding the skeletons he now had a total of 48 skeletons. Among them, there are 25 skeleton warriors, 13 skeleton archers, 5 skeleton stalkers, 2 skeleton mages, and 3 skeleton assassins. Skeleton Mage Level 0. Strength 1, Body 2, Agility 1, Wisdom 6. Skill Negative Energy Missile. Ding! The SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect. Your Skeleton Mage has automatically learned martial arts and is focused. Skeleton Assassin Level 0. Strength 3, Body 2, Sensitivity 6. Skill Backstab. Ding! The SSS-level talent Heart of the God of War has come into play. Your Skeleton Assassin has automatically learned martial arts and can sneak attack from behind. The new troop types are pretty good. Li Mu was satisfied. He looked at the silver coins and a tooth-like object that the Wolf King exploded, and picked up the wolf tooth. Wolf Fang Material, Blue Forgeable Equipment. It's of no use. Let's go, Lele. Li Mu threw it back and waved his hand, and the big man followed. Wait, Master Li Mu. Seeing that the two of them had no time to talk to him, Zhou Wei was stunned and shouted hurriedly. Ha! Li Mu turned his head, and his skeleton army also turned their heads in unison, giving Zhou Wei a lot of pressure. Well, thank you for saving me. After swallowing, Zhou Wei took out a necklace from his pocket. I have nothing to give you in return, only this necklace. I hope you won't dislike it. He couldn't repay the life-saving grace now. But I heard that the Li family is not allowed to use external force before upgrading. So, can this necklace of mine help Li Mu? He thought nervously. A necklace that increases intelligence. Li Mu looked at the properties of the blue-quality gemstone necklace, raised his eyebrows, and raised a cool smile on his lips. Not bad. Now he just needs the intelligence attribute to summon the undead. Li Mu put on the necklace, and the appearance of 20 points of magic power allowed him to summon 2 more skeleton warriors. But I don't like owing people things. Give it to him, he said to his skeleton stalker. After saying that, Li Mu threw out the bear claw in his hand, and it landed accurately in front of Zhou Wei, who subconsciously caught it. Bear Claw, Blue. Equipment Effect. Increase strength by 1, attack with tearing effect. Equipment Conditions. Strength is greater than 3 points, and Constitution is greater than 5 points. The stalker whom Zhou Wei called his skeleton brother also walked up to him and put the fang dagger in his hand. After giving the bear claw and the green quality fang dagger to Zhou Wei, Li Mu turned around and left. Young Master Li Mu, you saved my life. You don't have to give me these things. Zhou Wei stretched out his hand and made a polite gesture to save him, but Li Mu ignored him and led his cousin and the undead army in a mighty manner. Gone. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, Zhou Wei felt complicated. As expected of the eldest son of the Li family, he is so cool. Looking at several coins and wolf skin materials on the ground, he slowly picked them up. These things that Li Mu looked down upon were a windfall in his eyes. After picking up everything, he heard a familiar voice. Old Zhou, are you okay? Zhao Xingyu appeared out of nowhere. I just went to move reinforcements, what's wrong with you? Although he said caring words, his eyes were focused on Zhou Wei's bulging money bag and the few wolf skins he was holding. Then, after he saw the attributes of the bear claws and fang daggers, his heart became hot. Give me everything, I have a space bag. As he said that, Zhao Xingyu swallowed secretly. When we formed a team, we had an agreement. Team members cannot embezzle equipment and money. As the captain, I will definitely make a fair and just distribution afterwards. But as a captain, I won't be so rigid. You can use this dagger first. After the trial is over, I will give you less money, and you can take the dagger away. After saying that, Zhao Xingyu also felt his own atmosphere. I'm such a good captain, he thought to himself. Okay. Zhou Wei frowned but nodded. They did make an agreement beforehand. However, after experiencing a life and death crisis, he felt that his mentality had changed. Zhao Xingyu, who used to be very righteous in his heart, now looks like a clown. And Li Mu, who he thought was unattainable and extremely arrogant before, is so cool. And he also felt ashamed of himself for speaking ill of Li Mu behind his back because of his hatred for the rich. After giving all the things to Zhao Xingyu, the team members also returned because of the message from Zhao Xingyu in the team. I'm sorry. Shu Ling'er took her sister and bowed down to apologize to Zhou Wei. We abandoned you. But, I really have no choice. She pursed her pretty lips and said very guiltily. There was no other way, in that case she could only run. If you don't run, you die. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to take her sister to death. And when she saw that Zhou Wei was still alive and well even though he was covered in blood, she was relieved. Just stay alive. It's okay. Aren't I living a good life? Zhou Wei smiled lightly and played with the white dagger in his hand. The dagger rotates like a white butterfly flying. But it's not as beautiful as the black butterfly. He thought. Zhou Wei, how did you survive? Shu Chaoer couldn't help but asked curiously. After saying that, she immediately slapped her sister. Oh, she touched the back of her head and screamed miserably. Yeah, how did you survive? Zhang Shuai was also very curious. In that case, even if he was covered with life-saving equipment, it would be difficult for him to survive, let alone the wolf corpse here. As an ordinary stalker, Zhou Wei could only be saved by a senior professional. Zhang Shuai came up with the answer, but was still curious about what happened. I was rescued by Master Li Mu. Zhou Wei nodded, his tone indifferent. And this dagger and the bear claw were also given to me by Master Li Mu. After saying that, he looked in the direction Li Mu had just walked, his eyes calm. Hearing this, Zhao Xingyu, who was playing with the bear's claws, turned pale. He didn't care how Zhou Wei survived, as long as he was still alive. After all, it is still very troublesome to explore the path without a stalker. But after hearing that it was Li Mu who saved him and that the thing in his hand belonged to him, Zhao Xingyu suddenly felt uncomfortable. But he didn't say anything, but remembered in his heart Zhou Wei's good words about others in the team except himself. It's Li Mu. Shu Chaoei's eyes lit up. As a popular figure in the school, she naturally knew him. He's handsome and comes from a good family, so what girl doesn't like him? It turns out it's him. Shu Ling'er nodded. It's no wonder that he is the eldest young master of the Li family. She subconsciously thought that Li Mu had used some powerful prop to kill the wolves. It's just based on family background. Zhao Xingyu said jealously. He felt the same way. Hearing these words, Zhou Wei frowned. But he didn't say anything, he just glanced at Zhao Xingyu and smiled. Just a clown. It turns out it's him. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai became more and more confused. He knows the rules of the Li family. Upgrading before the first turn can only be done by oneself, and the family will not give them any help. So, how did he, who had just woken up in the morning, defeat a pack of wolves led by a level 10 wolf king? He looked at Zhou Wei and saw a sarcastic smile on his face, then he said nothing. Zhao Xingyu just belittled Li Mu, and Zhou Wei was saved by Li Mu. If he asked, if Zhou Wei spoke out to defend Li Mu, Zhao Xingyu's character would inevitably not be emotional. Ask in private another day. He thought. Ling'er, you use this bear claw first, and we will continue to upgrade. Zhao Xingyu said, pretending to be generous. If he occupies this bear claw, then he may be out of the current queue. As a mage, wouldn't it be better to cast spells later? As for this bear claw, it must be yours in the end. Well, just give Ling'er a little more money. We are all a family anyway, so it doesn't matter who has the money. He thought to himself. Yeah, Shu Ling'er took the bear claw and sneered in her heart. How Zhao Xingyu, who had grown up together, had just said that he would protect the two of them, but when danger appeared, he ran as fast as possible without even looking at the two of them. This made her understand what kind of person Zhao Xingyu was. Why didn't I discover his true nature before? Frowning, Shu Ling'er walked in front of the team, thinking not to contact him in the future. A little disgusting. Dense mountain forests. Brother Mew, your smile was so stiff just now. Li Zunil said vaguely as they walked deeper into the forest. You know nothing, that's called coolness. Li Mew punched Li Zunli's chest, angry that he didn't see how cool he was. Okay, Liangbo. Li Zunil scratched his head and asked his question. Brother Mew, it was good enough that you gave him a dagger just now, but why did you also give him the bear claw? Li Zunil asked puzzledly. Aren't you using it well? The situation is too small. Li Mew shook his head and asked, what do you think of the character of the person we just rescued? My character is not bad. Li Zunil nodded. At least he didn't just say thank you, he also gave us a piece of equipment, which should be worth 10 gold coins. Yes, for that person, 10 gold coins is a lot of money. Li Mew began to teach. If we just collected it and gave him a green quality equipment, he would be much less grateful to us. Quote, because this necklace is not very valuable to us, but in his heart, its value is very high. As he spoke, Li Mew shook the gem necklace around his neck with his hand. In that case, the life-saving grace will not be so heavy. Because in his eyes, he feels that he has repaid some kindness, and he is no longer so relieved. Then, over time, he forgets. And what I do is to make his memory more profound and remember this life-saving grace. As he spoke, he paused. What's more, a person who has been so seriously injured but can still observe his surroundings calmly has great potential. Li Mew said meaningfully. While killing the wolf, he felt a sight. When he found the source of his sight, he saw Zhou Wei, whose head was covered with blood, observing his skeleton calmly. Not a bad will. It was his first impression of this person. Therefore, he will take care of it a little bit. And that bear claw is of no use to me. Li Mew shook his head. It's just a low-level piece of equipment that's tasteless and a pity to throw away. It's not a loss to exchange this for a professional friendship with a promising future. He smiled. Brother Mew, you are so despicable. Li Zunli's eyes widened. Shut up if you don't know the words. Li Mu's mouth twitched. What I call thinking about the family, you know nothing. Oh, Li Zunil shut up reluctantly. Okay, let's try to reach level 10 as soon as possible and complete the first mission. Li Mew looked deep into the forest. I don't want to spend the night here. Oh, after that, the two went directly into the depths of the mountain forest. Click, 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 the bones of the undead army crackled, and the cold air kept many wary monsters away from them. But Li Mew didn't pay much attention to this and just rushed in with his head covered. He didn't think there were any monsters in this mountain forest that could pose a threat to him. After all, he has an attribute panel that only a second-turn professional can have. As he walked, a colorful tiger appeared in his eyes. Yellow Spot Tiger King, level 15. There are too many levels, and there are many things that cannot be seen. When Li Mew just wanted to command his undead army, he hesitated. If the lineup that I finally put together is destroyed in this battle, thank you. Oh, forget it, I'll do it myself. Li Mew sighed and rushed forward. Ah! The tiger roared and the forest trembled. Countless monsters fled in fear, leaving the professionals at the foot of the mountain at a loss. What happened? With this kind of momentum, could it be the Tiger King? There are professionals fighting King Tiger. People were talking a lot. Tiger King. Zhao Xingyu's eyes flickered when he heard this. Zhou Wei had been looking in that direction, which should be where Li Mew had just gone, and the roar showed that he was fighting the Tiger King. And as the eldest son of the Li family, he would definitely be able to defeat that Tiger King no matter what. So, what about this Tiger King thing? As the eldest young master, he will definitely look down on him. Maybe he can pick it up. And even if it wasn't Li Mew, he would have nothing to lose. Everyone, let's take a rest. I'm going to use the toilet. Zhao Xingyu waved his hand and left. After he left, the two sisters also began to whisper. Aren't you going to play with Brother Xingyu in the future? Shu Chaoer nodded and said quietly, actually, I have long felt that the way Brother Xingyu looks at me is wrong. It's so scary. Also, aren't I in the same class as him? He doesn't even let me talk to other boys. I didn't want to play with him for a long time, but my parents said we should have a good relationship. Shu Chaoer said nonchalantly, making Shu Linger frown. You didn't tell me earlier. She rubbed her sister's hair and whispered, don't be with him in the future. This person is not good. As for my parents, don't worry about it. We will be separated from him anyway when we go to school. There is no need to maintain a good relationship. Don't even bother with his team leveling next time. She warned. Yes, Shu Chaoer nodded obediently. At the same time, Zheng Shuai also walked up to Zhou Wei and asked about the process of the matter. Zhou Wei also briefly talked to him and said nothing more. No need to say more. I see, you are worthy of being the Li family of the Northern Territory. Hearing that Li Mu crushed the wolves by himself, Zheng Shuai took a slight breath. As one of the three major families in the Northern Territory, the Li family has a sword and shield standard as its family emblem. Most of the people in the family belong to the warrior system. Most of the powerful warriors over the past 100 years came from the Li family. They are spread across the 5 continents and are formidable. Even the Spark Academy has not trained as many powerful martial artists as the Li family. If you look at a leopard in a tube, you can see how terrifying it is. Li Mu is so tyrannical, but it's a pity that he is a necromancer. Zheng Shuai sighed. In the mountain forest, Li Mu killed the Tiger King and reached level 9 with full experience. Do you want to receive the first mission? The panel popped up. Li Mu did not receive it first, but looked at his cousin. You can collect it first, and I'll see if I can help you complete a mission first. He said. Okay, Brother Mu. After receiving the task, Li Zunel scratched his head. My first mission is to kill a monster 10 levels higher than mine alone. Is it a level 19 monster? Li Mu picked up the tiger head armor dropped by the Tiger King and handed it to Li Zunel. Tiger armor, blue. Equipment effect. Physical fitness +1, strength +1. Equipment conditions. Warrior occupation. Let's go, I believe you. After that, Li Mu summoned a skeleton mage, and the two continued walking deeper into the forest. Not long after the two left, a sneaky figure came to the body of the Tiger King. 3 gold coins, tiger skin and tiger whip. Zhao Xingyu twitched the corner of his mouth and his eyes glowed green. The tiger whip allows the alchemist to make aphrodisiacs, don't you want these? Hee, it's easier for me, and it will also be easier for the women in my future. Taking a sip, he quickly picked it up, and then heard a roar. Are you facing a powerful monster again? Haha, that's great, someone is taking it with me to level up. Zhao Xingyu didn't bother to think about it and continued to touch the mountain. As he walked, he saw a man and a bear fighting fiercely. Is that Li Zunel? Zhao Xingyu's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Mu in the distance and the dozens of skeletons following Li Mu. Li Zunel was fighting alone against monsters that were at least level 15. Why didn't Li Mu watch from the side and didn't help? Are they doing job transfer missions? Zhao Xingyu looked at whether his level was still level 3, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. The children of aristocratic families, privileged people. My team and I fought so hard to reach level 3, but you guys rose to level 9 so easily and started the job transfer mission. Zhao Xingyu's heart surged with anger, but he did not dare to make any move. Chongqin, this very good trait, suppressed his anger and allowed him to continue watching, waiting for the battle to end before the two of them left to pick up things. It wasn't until he saw Li Zunel and the huge black bear fighting each other that both were seriously injured and fell to the ground that he thought about it. He also knew that most of the tasks for a melee professional were to fight against a monster of a higher level than himself, so he knew that Li Mu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, would not help Li Zunel. So, Zhao Xingyu felt hot in his heart when he looked at the dying black bear that had been beaten to a pulp. Black Bear King, level 20. The big boss is at level 20. If I can grab this head, how many levels can I get? When he thought about it, he realized that he was one of the protagonists in the novel, always able to pick up missed last hits, level up in wretchedness, and finally become a blockbuster. Thinking of this, he made a decision. However, should we disband the team? It would be a bit of a loss to share the experience equally with them. After thinking about it, he still didn't disband. If it is suddenly disbanded and you return to the team with a high level, it will cause very bad consequences. Sisters will also be angry. Forget it, just regard it as the benefit I gave you, Captain. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but condense a spell in his hand. Flash Sword Technique. This is one of the 2 skills of his demon swordsman profession. It can gather a sword energy and shoot it forward quickly. Although it is not as powerful as Zheng Shuai's fireball technique, it is faster than before. The head is mine, he thought and shot the spell directly. He didn't care about the consequences, because Li Zunil was already seriously injured, and Li Mu was just a mage, so he definitely couldn't catch up with him, a magic swordsman with very high attributes. After all, he is a genius in both magic and martial arts. As for the loot, they definitely won't want it, and I can come back to pick it up later. Haha, I am the son of destiny. He raised the corner of his mouth and stared at the Black Bear King, waiting for it to run away immediately after it died. Then, he saw a skeleton jump out and block his attack. Zhao Xingyu's face was filled with questions. But no matter what, if you are discovered, you still have to run. He ran away immediately. Zhao Xingyu gritted his teeth as he ran down the mountain. Li Mu, why did you stop me from upgrading? I don't agree with you. Swish swish. The sound of arrows piercing the air sounded, and he was startled, and he quickly rolled like a donkey. After struggling to avoid the arrows, a sense of crisis hit him again. He quickly pounced and dodged 3 magic balls. Boom. As the magic ball hit the ground, a cold feeling spread out, making him shiver. Is this a necromancer? Why is it so strong? Zhao Xingyu, who had watched the short video on the internet, couldn't believe it. Looking back on the video, he once mocked the skeleton for its single movement and only knew how to work on the assembly line. He also made a funny comment mocking the necromancer. But now, he couldn't help but feel calm. I don't believe what kind of crisis a little skeleton can bring me. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Xingyu turned around and planned to fight. Then he saw dozens of skeletons holding swords and shields walking slowly and neatly, stunned. His B-level talent for danger detection set off alarm bells in his heart. He had a premonition that if he really rushed in front of the skeletons, he would really die. They are obviously just a group of skeletons with garbage attributes. Zhao Xingyu clenched the sword in his hand, but still did not dare to charge forward. Run, they can't catch me anyway, he thought, and just when he was about to turn around and run, his talent flashed red. Before he could react, a pain hit the back of his head and he lost consciousness. Everyone, let's take a rest. I'm going to the toilet. Zhao Xingyu suddenly covered his head and fell to the ground screaming. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, wondering what Zhao Xingyu was up to. What's wrong? Zheng Shuai was the first to react and stepped forward to check his status. He looked ferocious and screamed. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a small bottle, opened the lid and sprinkled some on Zhao Xingyu's face. Meditation powder can allow the mage to increase concentration after smelling it. A small bottle is worth a gold coin. This is nothing to Zheng Shuai. Zhao Xingyu also calmed down, pain and resentment flashed in his eyes. Zheng Shuai clearly saw the emotions in his eyes. He didn't know who he was expressing his emotions to, but he also felt inexplicably uncomfortable with him in his heart. What's wrong with you? Zheng Shuai asked. Li. Zhao Xingyu's voice was hoarse. Li. Zheng Shuai was confused. It's okay. After touching something hanging on his chest with difficulty, Zhao Xingyu sat up and looked into the forest with an ugly expression. I just want to steal a boss head from Li Zunil, but you want to kill me. He gritted his teeth, recalling the feeling of being killed by someone unknown, and hatred surged in his heart like a tide. Old Zhou. His voice was hoarse. Zhou Wei looked up. Li Mu is still leveling up, isn't he? The sound just now should be that they were fighting monsters. Go and see if you can pick up some of the things he doesn't want. He was scared. The feeling of having just been killed was still vivid in his mind, which made him dare not approach the undead team again. But he couldn't bear to part with those trophies, especially the tiger whip. Yeah, Zhou Wei was silent for a while and nodded. The things that Master Li Mu doesn't want are still very valuable. Once you get them, replace them with things that are helpful to your own strength. Let's become stronger quickly. Maybe I can help young Master Li Mu in the future. After thinking about it, he turned around and his figure slowly dimmed. Seeing Zhou Wei's retreating figure, Zhao Xingyu slowly eased away from the shadow of death. After touching the coldness on his chest again, he sincerely thanked him for the props he had picked up. A legendary item that can reverse the flow of time after death. This was his first time using it, and luckily it worked. He felt happy in his heart. Li Mu, although time has gone backwards and you don't know that I was killed by you once, I still want to seek revenge on you and let you taste death. Just wait for me. With this tool, I will be invincible. Thinking about it, he twisted his mouth and laughed softly, causing the 3 people who stayed here to look at him strangely. Chapter 11. It hurts so much, so tired. Li Zunel fell to the ground, unable to move. He didn't beat the Black Bear King, but he didn't lose either. At least, he managed to hold out for 5 minutes under the Black Bear King, and beat the Black Bear King to the point where his health was reduced. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Brother Mew, if you choose a weak monster for me, I will win. Although he thought so in his heart. After all, he was still a little proud to challenge a level 20 king level boss at a level that had not yet completed a level. After all, he is not that invincible as his cousin. But Li Mu was not very satisfied. Stand up. Li Mu looked at the fallen Li Zunel and said calmly, in this case, if you stand up a second earlier, you will have a little more vitality than the enemy. This glimmer of life will be your hope for survival. I have been training you, but you fell like a dead dog in the hands of such a weak monster. I wonder if I have done nothing for so many years. Hearing this, Li Zunel couldn't believe it. How could my cousin say such a thing? No, that cousin who has always been handsome would not say that. Must be an illusion. Li Mu watched his cousin struggling on the ground with a face full of disbelief and continued. A piece of rotten wood is still rotten wood no matter what its origin. Its essence cannot be changed and it cannot be carved. And you are just a piece of rotten wood after all. Well, it's like mud, it can never hold up the wall. Li Mu's tone was cold. Ah, Li Zunli's eyes were red, and he didn't want to be said like that by his admired cousin again. A strong feeling of unwillingness made him take action. Are you angry? Then stand up. Seeing this, Li Mu pursed his lips slightly. Stand up, don't let me down again. My stupid brother. Aha, Li Zunel gritted his teeth, veins popped up all over his body, and he slowly got up from the ground. Drink. He stepped on the Black Bear King's head and killed the Black Bear King. Ding, the first mission has been completed. You have advanced to the level 1 Dragon Blood Warrior. Your constitution will be increased by 5, your strength will be increased by 5, and your Dragon Blood qualifications will be increased by 10. Skills acquired. Dragon Roar, Dragon Blood Boiling, Strong Body, Dragon Scale Protection. Feeling the excitement of the dragon's blood in his body, Li Zunli's injuries slowly improved. Li Mu also hurriedly stepped forward and fed him a bottle of blood-replenishing potion. Thank you, Brother Mu, he said in a weak voice. Thanks. If it hadn't been for what Li Mu had just said, he would probably have waited for his cousin to kill the Black Bear King, and then find a simpler level 20 monster to carry out the mission. And his heart will probably remember this failure. One day in the future, when he falls there again, it may be difficult for him to stand up again. Just don't hate me. Hearing this, the corners of Li Mu's lips curled up. I'm very happy that you can stand up. He was really happy. Well, Brother Mu, I'm almost done, let's go complete your mission. After a moment of pause, Li Zunel said. Of course he wouldn't hate it, he knew Li Mu was doing it for his own good. Good. Li Mu nodded and received the first round of tasks. 1-turn mission. Control the undead and kill the living creatures 0-100ths. Brother Mu, what is your mission? Li Zunel asked curiously. Control the undead and kill living creatures. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. There are 100 targets behind. That's very simple. Li Zunel nodded. Let's go down the mountain and kill whatever we want. He has also seen Li Mu's undead group killing monsters. They work together like a well-trained team. Have you forgotten what I usually teach you? Li Mu glanced at his cousin. Ah, Li Zunel scratched his head. Only by shaking your fist at the strong can you make better progress. Where's the back? Courage is not stupidity. Sometimes it requires taking a step back. Well, let's head into the mountains and forests. Li Mu nodded. glanced behind him, and walked in with his undead army. They are professionals who come to pick up things they don't want. Well, no matter who is following him, he won't care what he does as long as it doesn't threaten him. After all, the dense mountain forest does not belong to his family. Thinking about it, he threw away a pair of bear paw ingredients in his hand and planned to go back in the evening and let the chef cook them, one for each of him and his cousin. After the two left, Zhou Wei walked out and silently put away the equipment and gold coins they didn't want. Under the setting sun, Li Mu looked at his level and nodded with satisfaction. Ding, the first mission has been completed. You have advanced to the level of Necromancer, which increases your intelligence by 10 and your undead affinity by 10. Your undead summoning skills are strengthened, and the types of summoned undead are increased. Skills acquired: Sensing death, manipulating corpses, negative energy rays. Perception of death: you can easily sense the breath of death. Manipulate the corpse: you can manipulate the corpse. Negative energy ray: emits a negative energy ray. Li Mu: they are all useless skills anyway. Moreover, the erosion of negative energy has also increased. Li Mu felt the coldness in his body and frowned. Oh, that's it. Li Mu waved his hand, and several bodyguards appeared. Huang Yi, he shouted. Young Master Mu. Huang Yi handed a high-level space bag to Li Mu. After repacking the remaining 7 skeleton warriors, 11 skeleton archers, 2 skeleton stalkers, 3 skeleton mages, and 1 skeleton assassin, he put the space bag away. Let's go. He sighed and walked quickly down the mountain against the setting sun. We're eating red beef tonight, so we need to hurry up. Beef doesn't taste good when it's cold. It is difficult to go up the mountain, but easy to go down the mountain. Walking to several off-road vehicles, the two got on the vehicle. After the roar started, they drove towards the city under the eyes of the people around them. After returning home, Li Mu got out of the car and handed the bear paw to the servant, then separated from Li Zunil and walked into his own villa. As soon as he entered the door, Li Mu saw the old housekeeper coming up to him and taking him to dinner. After eating, the old butler handed him a storage ring and 5 skill books. Master, here you go. The white-haired butler watched Li Mu put on the ring and said, Master of the Mage skill book doesn't want you to learn too much, so it will save you the trouble of cleaning it in the future. This is the only thing I can collect from the skill book of a Necromancer. And the exclusive equipment for the first level Necromancer that we bought at the 5 Continents Chamber of Commerce will only be delivered tomorrow. As a large family with many close combat professionals, the Li family has no Necromancer skill books in the family library. These were collected by the Li family in a very short time today after learning that Li Mu's first transformation was completed. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Li Mu nodded, took the skill book, and started reading. There are 2 mage skill books, both of which are very practical spells. Resist Halo. Push away unit targets within half a meter. Learning conditions. First transfer to mage profession. This is a mage's life-saving skill, a skill for dealing with assassins. Energy missile. Launch an energy missile in the specified direction. Learning conditions. First transfer to mage profession. The magic power can be continuously emitted, and the power is not weak. It is the favorite skill of low-level mages. And the rest are the Necromancer's skill books. Bone wall. Gather a wall of bones to block attacks. Learning conditions. First level Necromancer. The defensive skill of the bone spell. Bone gun. Summons a bone gun and projects it forward. Learning conditions. First level Necromancer. The attack skill of the bone spell. Skeleton summoning. Directional summoning of skeletons. When casting a spell with a corpse, the magic power consumption is halved. Learning conditions. First level Necromancer. After the summoning of the undead was upgraded, Li Mu went home without even trying the summons. However, since the number of summons has increased, there will be far fewer instances of skeletons being summoned all the time. Well, in this case, this is a very useful skill. In the storage ring, there are mostly life-saving props, high-end potions, gems and money, etc., which are not worth mentioning. What are your plans for tomorrow? Li Mu learned the skill book, took off the gem necklace and put it into the storage ring, and asked. You are a professional now, and I also know that you don't like banquets, so I asked young Master Yeshan to go. The old housekeeper said slowly, but I also said that you can't do nothing this month. Quote. So my master has arranged for you to have a third-level necromancer, and wants you to study there. Third rank, Li Mu wondered, are there still third-rank necromancers now? That's the one trained by the Empire. The old butler replied. Still alive, Li Mu was a little surprised. Calculating the time, it's probably nearly 1,000 years. Li Mu was a little surprised that a third-level professional could live for so long. Yes, and it is tomorrow afternoon. You will have a month of study time there. The old butler nodded. If the young master does not get the invitation letter from Spark Academy by then, someone will send you directly to France. Practicing in seminary. Well, I understand, Li Mu thought in his mind. How strong would a necromancer who had lived for so long be? And how much history has he witnessed? Li Mu was very curious. After digesting for a while, he performed another set of boxing skills under the moonlight, then took a bath and rested. At noon the next day, Li Mu chewed on the bear's paw and said to his cousin, Lele, the next time we meet will be a long time ago. Don't forget to practice what I give you every day. I understand, Brother Mu. Li Zunil also chewed on the bear's paw, but this bear's paw is so difficult to chew on. Just chew it like a pig's trotters. Li Mu chewed the bones, cracking them. Oh, Li Zunil imitated it and almost chipped his tooth. After eating and resting for a while, the old housekeeper handed over the newly arrived equipment. Master, Li Mu took it and put the equipment on, which made Li Zunli's eyes light up. Putting on the robe, Li Mu concealed his martial aura, and a gentle and elegant aura emanated from him, making him have both a noble aura and a hint of elegance. Black hair, black eyes, gentle and elegant. A typical image of a noble mage. Skeleton staff purple. Equipment effect. Intelligence is increased by 5, bone spell damage is increased by 1, and skeleton summons are slightly strengthened. Equipment conditions. First turn necromancer. On a black staff, there is a black palm-sized crystal ball with a white skull quietly embedded in it, which is eerie and terrifying. Bone ring blue. Equipment effect. Intelligence is increased by 1, and the damage of skeleton summons is increased. Equipment conditions. First turn necromancer. The white ring shines on the slender finger of his left hand. Sapphire ring purple. Equipment effect. Intelligence plus 5, spell power plus 3, spell shield 1 time per day. Equipment conditions. First level mage occupation. The blue gem sparkled on the fingers of his right hand. Fairy heart purple. Equipment effect. Increase charm by 3, increase intelligence by 3, and speed up magic regeneration. Equipment conditions. Charm value is greater than 15 points. A necklace made of heart-shaped stone was worn around Li Mu's neck. Mage boots blue. Equipment effect. Intelligence plus 1, sprint 1 time per day. Equipment conditions. First level mage occupation. The black boots fit me well. Necromantic robe purple. Equipment effect. Intelligence plus 5, consumption of professional skills reduced, cleaning technique 3 times per day. Equipment conditions. First turn necromancer. A mystical robe. After putting on the equipment, Li Mu looked at his attribute panel. Name, Li Mu. Occupation, necromancer 1 turn. Level 10. Health value, 390, magic value, 540. Attributes, intelligence 34, strength 43, constitution 39, agility 30, charm 20, 17, undead affinity 18. The brackets are the original attributes of the self, and the preceding ones are the overall attributes including the equipment bonus. Talent skills. Heart of the God of War SSS talent Weapon Master, Iron Will. Professional skills. Summoning the undead, sensing death, manipulating corpses, negative energy rays. Bone gun, bone wall, skeleton summoning. Mage skills. Resist halo, energy missile. Equipment provided. Mana shield, sprint, cleansing. The damage of bone spells is increased by 1, the skeleton summons are slightly strengthened, the damage of skeleton summons is increased, the spell power is increased by 3, the mana recovery speed is accelerated and the cost of using professional skills is reduced. Well, a very strong 1-turn panel. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Li Mu waved his hand and got on the Li family's helicopter. Goodbye, young master, the butler said and handed Li Mu another ring. Brother Mu, don't forget to send me a message. Li Zunil was very reluctant to give up. I know. Li Mu waved his hand, looked at the two people getting further and further away, and smiled. Although I am reluctant to give up, there is no banquet in the world that cannot be parted. Parting is just for a better reunion. The special plane left the city managed by the Li family and flew towards a mountain. After landing on the mountain, Li Mu got off the helicopter and boarded a giant bird. This is a flying winged bird. It flies very fast and can carry people. It is a bird that many people love. Master Mu, please. Huang Yi has been waiting for a long time. Yes. Li Mu nodded lightly, stepped lightly, and jumped onto the giant bird. When can we arrive? The sun sets and the moon rises. Let's go. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the giant bird and closed his eyes. In front of other people, Li Mu would not reveal his closeness to his family. Pointless. Yes. Huang Yi nodded, glanced at Li Mu dressed as a mage, sighed secretly at the young man's elegance, and began to drive the giant bird. The giant bird took off, and a transparent shield rose to block the strong wind. Surrounding Li Mu is bodyguards, protecting him in the middle. The golden crow falls to the west, and the jade rabbit jumps up from the east. The giant bird landed on a gray mountain, and Li Mu also opened his eyes and frowned. The air of coldness, decay and death filled the air, making this mountain peak filled with an ominous atmosphere. Li Mu's passive skill of sensing death was beating frequently, and the erosion of negative energy seemed to be replenished by something, which began to accelerate the erosion, forcing him to divert his attention and use his energy and blood to block it. After jumping off the giant bird, Li Mu looked at the gray mist around him and remained silent. Mr. Skeleton, our young master has been delivered. Please come out and see him. Huang Yi bowed his hand respectfully. After waiting for a while, a huge figure over 5 meters tall walked out of the fog. Follow me. The giant, wearing an iron mask, his huge body glowing purple, said in a loud voice, the master only lets you pass, others can leave. Your master won't let us follow you. Huang Yi frowned. We are just protecting the young master and will not affect the teaching. No. The giant shook his head. If you don't leave, I won't take him to find his master. Your master doesn't know that we. Okay. Li Mu looked at the giant for a long time and then said to Huang Yi, you guys go back. His ability to sense death and manipulate corpses told him that the powerful creature in front of him was an undead creature, and its level was not low. Most importantly, this undead creature seems to have intelligence. And it also performs the mission of the 3rd level Necromancer, so there is no need to say more. Yes, master. Huang Yi nodded, jumped on the giant bird with the others and flew away. As a bodyguard of the Li family, the most important thing is to be obedient. He understands this. Seeing the bodyguards leaving, the giant turned around and led the way. In the gray fog, Li Mu followed the giant on the gray road. The necromancer's perception told him that the white road was paved with bones. The gray fog also blocked his sight, making it difficult for him to observe. The frequent death threats coming from all around also made him endure the discomfort and continue to follow the giant. Finally, a black manor came into view. The manor was clean, at least at first glance. The door of the manor opened, and Li Mu walked in and looked at the black glowing grass planted inside the manor. He didn't recognize it, but he could see the aura of death emanating from it. But the giant's footsteps continued to move forward, and finally stopped in front of a large house. Please come in. The giant opened the door and said sideways. Yeah. Li Mu walked in and looked around. Bookshelves, books, skeletons, vessels containing corpses, undead creatures walking around and what they are doing. An autopsy of a cadaver. You are Li Mu. A skeleton wearing a mage's robe came over and gave a mage salute. The teacher is in the back room. I will take you to see him. Thank you. Li Mu returned the mage salute. He sighed inwardly that this necromancer was so powerful that he could actually make skeletons speak. He also wants to learn. After thinking about it, he was taken to the back room and saw a skeleton wearing a white robe reading a book there. Teacher, the person has been brought here. The skeleton in the mage robe said. Yes. The skeleton put down the book, waved his hand, and the skeleton in the mage robe retreated. Mr. Skeleton. Li Mu gave a mage salute and said respectfully. He didn't dare to show off as the eldest young master of the Li family on someone else's territory. What to do if you were beaten? Yes, your body is very suitable for being a Death Knight. Mr. Skeleton's voice was cold and hoarse. This is a compliment that belongs exclusively to the Necromancer. Thank you for your compliment. Li Mu showed a smile on his face and took out the ring that the butler gave him before leaving. This is a piece of my heart. Please don't dislike it. Li Mu stretched out his palm and exposed the ring full of high-level alien corpses in front of Mr. Skeleton. Immediately, the ring floated into the skeleton's hand, and it nodded. You are willing. Mr. Skeleton's hoarse voice had a touch of softness. Actually, you have already given me enough, and you don't need to give me any more. But this is your wish, so I have no choice but to accept it. A smile appeared on its skull face. Apparently the gift moved him too. As long as you like it. Li Mu also laughed. Still calling you? Skull asked with a smile. Teacher. Li Mu followed the skeleton's words and agreed. He originally came to recognize the teacher. Well, good. The skeleton raised his hand, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. These are what you can learn now, you see what you want to learn. The paper floated to Li Mu's eyes, and he took it and read it intently. Necromantic spells. Bone Tombstone, Skeleton Sea, Bone Growth, Bone Soul Fire, Corpse Explosion, Death Fog, Resurrection of the Undead, Life Stealing, Space of the Dead. Spells. Damage Amplification, Light Weakening, Group Confusion, Light Dispersion, Fear Aura, Group Poisoning, Poisonous Swamp. Knowledge. Ghoul Making, Vampire Making, Undead Knight Making, Alien Dissection and Transformation, Corpse Suturing, Soul Knowledge. Amazing. Li Mu looked at the magic knowledge and had to admit that his cheap teacher still had something. But he didn't know what to learn either. Teacher, what do you think I should learn? Li Mu asked. You summon an undead, let me take a look. Mr. Skeleton received the gift with a very good attitude. Yes. Li Mu raised his hand and summoned the dead. An undead appeared out of thin air and consumed 35 of Li Mu's magic points. This is because the reduction in mana consumption provided by the equipment has played a role, and the consumption that originally required 40 has become 35. Skeleton Warrior, 1st level. Strength, 10, Body, 6, Sensitivity, 4. Skills, Chopping, Holding On. Ding, the SSS-level talent Heart of the God of War has taken effect. Your skeleton warrior has automatically learned martial arts, sword and shield tactics, and accumulated momentum. Different from the 0-level skeleton warrior, this skeleton warrior with a little blue fire in his eye sockets wears a layer of black armor and helmet, and the knife is obviously much sharper than the 0-level one. Not only did its attributes on the panel double, but it also had one more skill. It was basically an upgraded version of the 0-level skeleton. There is also a black light on its body that is difficult to detect with the naked eye. This black light is provided by the equipments, slightly strengthened skeleton summons, and increased damage of skeleton summons. Mr. Skeleton looked at this obviously different skeleton. This skeleton of yours is obviously conscious. It became interested, reached out and took out the blue fire from the skull's eye socket, and looked at it. This move also made Li Mu's heart skip a beat. Because his skeletal warrior has the fighting instinct provided by his martial god's heart. It was supposed to draw its sword but did not move at this time, and the blue fire in its eyes trembled slightly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy and was unable to move. This scene also made Li Mu understand how powerful the high-level necromancers can suppress low-level undead. You have good martial arts and combat awareness. Mr. Skeleton put the flame back again. Have you, the Li family, started to do some research on souls? Hearing this, Li Mu's pupils dilated slightly and said nothing. The cheap teacher can actually see. Oh, I'm getting old. After shaking his head, Mr. Skeleton had no intention of continuing to explore and spoke. Although I don't know how your Li family integrated combat experience into the undead, it is good. It said slowly. Summons that have their own consciousness are much better than summons that only listen to commands. Quote, I suggest you learn spells about bones. You know, although skeletons are very weak undead creatures, they are the easiest undead that can form an army. This is also the classic way of fighting a necromancer with 1 against 100. It suggested. I listened to the teacher. Li Mu said respectfully. Mr. Skull's newly revealed skills and the knowledge about souls written on the paper made him very attentive. Not bad. Mr. Skull felt very good about the polite student in front of him. Then you go to the east of the manor. There is a cemetery there. You go and get a bone tombstone. Yes. Although he didn't know the teacher's intention, Li Mu still chose to follow the teacher's instructions and walked towards the door with the newly summoned skeleton warrior. That's right, don't die. The teacher reminded again, causing Li Mu to pause. Yes, he replied and walked out of the manor. Don't die, what do you mean? Is it dangerous? He stopped outside the manor, released the 0-level undead from the space bag, and began to cast spells. He did not use the undead summons, but the skeleton summons. Because his equipment has a bonus to skeletons, and summoning skeletons consumes 10 less magic points than summoning the undead. Coupled with the reduction in professional skill consumption, skeleton summoning only requires 25 magic points to summon, and it is the same level as the skeleton summoned by the undead summons. It's a pity that there is no corpse, otherwise it would consume less. Thinking about it, Li Mu began to summon. Skeleton Archer, Level 1. Strength, 6, Body, 4, Sensitivity, 8. Skills, Negative Energy Arrows, Arrow Explosion. Ding, the SSS-level talent Heart of the God of War has taken effect. Your skeleton archer has automatically learned martial arts, spiral arrows, and rapid archery. Skeleton Stalker, Level 1. Strength, 4, Body, 6, Sensitivity, 10. Skills, Stealth, Blending into Shadows. Ding, the SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect. Your skeleton stalker has automatically learned martial arts, sneak attack from behind, and instant step. Skeleton Mage, First Level. Strength, 2, Body, 4, Agility, 2, Wisdom, 12. Skills, Negative Energy Missiles, Rapid Casting. Ding, the SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your skeleton mage has automatically learned martial arts, focusing and precision. Skeleton Assassin, Level 1. Strength, 6, Body, 5, Sensitivity, 12. Skills, Backstab, Throat Cut. Ding, the SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect. Your skeleton assassin has automatically learned martial arts, sneak attack from behind, and instant step. Skeleton Priest, Level 1. Strength, 2, Body, 4, Agility, 2, Wisdom, 10. Skills, Healing the Undead, Negative Energy Shield. Ding, the SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your skeleton priest has automatically learned martial arts, focusing and precision. Skeleton Lancer, Level 1. Strength, 8, Body, 6, Sensitivity, 6. Skills, Stabbing Spear, Throwing Spear. Ding, the SSS-level talent Heart of the God of War has taken effect, and your skeleton gunner has automatically learned martial arts, overlord marksmanship, and riding skills. The addition of 2 more arms, the priest and the lancer, made Li Mu think of more ways to play. And when he saw that the lancer had learned his riding skills, his eyes lit up. The directional summoning of skeletons by the skeleton summoning gave him a goal. Although the summoned skeleton profession is still random, he can choose the shape. Then, come out, Skeleton Horse. A skeleton-shaped horse with a saddle and reins appeared. Skeleton War Horse, Level 1. Strength, 6, Vitality, 8. Agility, 10. Skills, Sprint, Back Kick. Yes, Li Mu nodded with satisfaction and continued to summon. And he did not stop after his magic power was exhausted. After drinking a bottle of high-level mana recovery potion, he continued to summon. After a long time, when he was a little dizzy, he stopped. The mana recovery potion is not unlimited. How much can be used depends on the physical attributes and intelligence of the professional. Li Mu's physical attributes are extremely high, so he can drink so many bottles in a row, and they are all high-level potions. Moreover, his summons have reached the upper limit. The upper limit of the Necromancer is related to intelligence, and Li Mu also learned about it in advance. Looking at the more than 400 skeletons and more than 50 cavalrymen around him, Li Mu rode on the warhorse he prepared for himself and waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. The undead army marched in an orderly manner and headed eastward. A path was also opened in the foggy place by Li Mu. Mr. Skeleton, who was observing Li Mu with a crystal ball in the manor, nodded. After heading east for nearly half an hour, Li Mu saw a cemetery. The cemetery was filled with gray fog, and the moon in the sky was also covered by gray fog at this time, which looked gloomy and terrifying. There were several tombstones made of white bones in the garden, which made Li Mu shake his head. It must not be that simple. Scouts explore the way, Li Mu said, looking at the cemetery that was obviously problematic. Although it was late now, his strong physique was enough to support his sleepless night. The stalker obeyed the order and quietly moved into the cemetery. Until the 3 stalkers came to a tombstone, there was still nothing unusual, so they began to dig the tombstone with daggers. Just when they dug out a tombstone and were walking out, they saw all the tombstones in the cemetery tremble. Rumble. Countless skeletons crawled out from the remaining tombstones densely, and ran towards the 3 stalkers quickly with a click. Because they were not hostile units, Li Mu could not see their attributes, but he could also see that these skeletons were very weak. However, the seemingly endless number of skeletons that came out of the tombstones made him frown and raised his hand. Shoot! Li Mu waved his hand, and nearly 100 skeleton archers raised their bows and shot arrows directly. The arrow formation opened the way, invincible. A round of arrow rain volleys shot hundreds of skeletons to pieces, but the dense skeletons seemed to be really endless, and continued to run wildly over the broken bones. Arrows exploded. Boom! Dozens of arrows fell to the ground, and the arrows trampled by several skeletons exploded, causing a brief gap in the tide of skeletons. Shoot! Li Mu spoke again. Quickly shoot! The archer quickly pulled the bow and shot the arrow again. Fire! The more than 30 mage condensed missiles of the mage group directly cast the spell, negative energy missile, in just 3 seconds by virtue of rapid spell casting. Boom! The explosion sounded, breaking the tide of the skeleton sea, allowing the soldiers who went to respond to successfully capture the 3 stalkers. Taking the tombstone back to the Legion, Li Mu took it back into the storage ring and looked at the sea of skeletons rushing out of the cemetery, knowing that they would not give up. But if I take back the undead army and escape quickly by running away, if I leave the sea of skeletons to the teacher and let the teacher take action, what will the teacher think of me? Although there should be no problem, Li Mu still didn't want to cause even a trace of ill feeling from the teacher. Because there were so many necromancy spells, and he wanted to learn them all. But he only had 1 month to study here, so for the sake of the future, he had to leave a good impression. So, the whole army forms an array. Li Mu used the bone spear spell to condense the bone spear, but instead of shooting it forward, he held the white bone spear in his hand. The 2-meter-long skeleton spear was the color of snow, shining brightly under the subtle moonlight. Nearly 300 warriors also took a step together, with a strong momentum rising, like an army of hundreds of battles, unstoppable. Kill! Li Mu roared, his murderous intent boiling over, and he led a cavalry regiment of more than 50 skeletons to charge. The arrow formation clears the way, the cavalry charges, and the army presses behind. Li Mu, who led the cavalry regiment, rushed into the sea of skeletons. The skeleton spearmen rode horses behind Li Mu. They galloped onto the battlefield as if they were entering an uninhabited land. The army behind them was like a steamroller, suppressing the sea of skeletons directly back to the cemetery. The battle continued, and the moon in the sky seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. It pushed aside the clouds and looked secretly. Slowly, under the urging of its little friend, it reluctantly jumped to the west. At dawn, the disgraced Li Mu returned to the gate of the manor with Shengli and the remaining hundreds of skeletons. Cleansing. He used the magic that came with the robe to clean himself up, put his skeleton back into the space bag, and walked into the manor. After the mage-robed skeleton opened the door, he came to where the teacher was. "Teacher, I'm back." Li Mu took out a tombstone from the storage ring and showed a smile. "Not bad." Mr. Skull nodded with satisfaction. "You didn't let me take action, which is very good." The tombstone was placed on the table with a move of his hand. "Thank you, teacher." Li Mu smiled elegantly, and his aristocratic temperament slowly exuded. "In a lake to the west of the manor, there is a defective product I made before. Kill it and bring the body to me." Mr. Skeleton issued the task again. "By the way, it's very dangerous. You have to be careful not to die." It waved its hand and wrote something on the tombstone. "Yes, teacher." Li Mu's mouth froze, his temperament dropped, and after a moment of silence, he walked out. Although he was a little tired, Li Mu still set off. There is no way, everything is the teacher's task. On the way, the army of the undead was replenished to more than 500 bodies. Li Mu chewed dried meat while riding on his war horse, feeling the increasingly rich smell of death. A defective product. How strong is it? Li Mu looked around vigilantly, looking for the lake. The teacher said it was in the lake, but that thing couldn't always be in the lake. Then, he saw a huge ugly monster lying in a putrid lake and looked towards him. Roar! With a roar, the bloated figure over 3 meters tall stood up, causing Li Mu to hold his breath subconsciously. The figure's body was covered with suture-like stitch wounds, and thick iron chains were interspersed in the wounds. The face on its huge head is extremely ferocious, and one eye exudes a fierce light, as if it wants to choose people to devour. On its belly was a huge mouth, with several yellowed and uneven fangs and drool that was constantly flowing, which made Li Mu very uncomfortable to see. And the iron chains on its body pass through its neck, arms and heart, as if they are part of itself. There is a huge war hammer tied to the end of the chain, which is held in its hand. Invincible. This thought flashed through Li Mu's mind. Invincible, but still an enemy. Fire arrows. Fire. Li Mu waved his hand, and the arrow missiles hit the monster, causing it to roar and charge towards the skeleton army like crazy. Arrows explode. The arrow that pierced his body exploded, and green blood drops splashed to the ground, making a sizzling sound. Corrosive blood. This made Li Mu give up the idea of rushing forward to fight. As a noble mage, I can just cast spells from behind. I'm not a warrior, so why rush forward? As the negative energy missile exploded, the monster got closer and closer. Watching, he asked the archers to fire another round of arrows, and then let the army press on. The cavalry was wandering around the monster, looking for opportunities. He has skills at the back. Negative energy rays. After hitting the monster was not injured, but became more and more ferocious, suppressing his army of skeletons. Negative energy rays are of no use, so replace them. Li Mu raised his hand, and a bone gun appeared and shot straight at the monster. Aha! The bone gun pierced the monster's body, and green blood splashed out. It roared, looked in the direction of Li Mu, swung the warhammer, and threw it at him. Welcome! Li Mu felt certain in his heart, and once again condensed a bone gun and swung it towards the warhammer. Expelliarmus. The chain of the sledgehammer was successfully hooked on the spear. Li Mu jumped off the horse, held the spear with his arm, and began to compete with the monster on the other end of the chain. 1,000 pounds fell. Prince Feudo. Unmoving as a mountain. Lianshan Jin. ... Several martial arts schools were used to keep Li Mu from falling like a mountain. The monster was also restrained because it had no weapons, and was blocked by the skeleton army and attacked desperately. The cavalry also launched a charge, thrusting their spears directly behind the monster, causing the monster to fall forward suddenly, and then was charged up by the army again. The big mouth on his stomach was also pierced by a lance. It no longer bites, leaving only terror. The monster roared, but it was no longer as ferocious as the initial attack. Since the chains on its body were controlled, it was without weapons and could only fight with extremely inefficient hands. And Li Mu was not idle either. He fired continuously with the bone gun, and the monster he stabbed was bleeding. But its vitality was also extremely strong, and it took Li Mu a long time to kill it. Well, it was really half a day. The scorching sun has reached the sky and noon has arrived. Because it was too dirty, he put the monster's body into the space bag and walked towards the manor. On the way, he gnawed on dried meat and drank potions to rest himself. When he arrived at the manor, he used the cleaning procedure and walked in, and saw the skeleton in the wizard's robe speaking to him. Li Mu, give me the hateful corpse. It said. Okay. Li Mu nodded. It turns out to be called hatred. Teacher. After giving the corpse, he came to where Mr. Skeleton was and saluted respectfully. Well, not bad. The skeleton put down the book, took off his glasses, and stared at Li Mu with empty eyes. I have to admit, you are the strongest first-class professional I have ever seen. Ordinary second-level professionals will not be your opponent. Its hoarse voice was full of praise. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. I still have many shortcomings. Li Mu smiled softly, and his deep eyes seemed to hold thousands of stars, making any girl unable to look away. Mr. Skeleton glanced at Li Mu and said, north of the manor. Teacher, I'm tired. Li Mu frowned, couldn't help but say. It wouldn't matter if he just stayed up for a few days. However, He had also experienced 2 battles. Although he could still withstand it, he would not be able to survive the 3rd battle. I know, it said calmly, but are you sure you want to rest? The things in the north are very important. They are the core of the Necromancer. It is also my crowning masterpiece. It was still staring at Li Mu, waiting for his answer. Don't be afraid if you are tired. What I am afraid of is disappointing the teacher. Li Mu's smile appeared again. What is that one in the north? It has nothing to do with the core, he just wants to do the task of being a teacher. It's a book and a story. Books and stories. Li Mu was confused. Well, go ahead. The skeleton turned around and put on his glasses, picked up a pen and started writing in a book. Yes, teacher. Li Mu nodded and walked out. Before leaving, Li Mu watched the skeletons dissecting the abominations, and he also moved closer curiously. Then he was nauseated by the rancid smell, but it also cleared Li Mu's mind. After leaving the manor, he summoned his army again and headed north. To the north of the manor, the scenery is also desolate. Death, silence, gloom, desolation and lifeless atmosphere. It's as if the black grass in the manor is the only life here. Necromancer, Li Mu muttered, will it be like this in the end? He closed his eyes and pondered. Riding his horse, he continued forward until a dilapidated building appeared in front of him. The Black Castle is in dilapidated condition because it has not been repaired for many years. It should be here. He directed the stalkers to explore the way, while he waited here. After a while, the stalker came out and brought out a book. So simple. Li Mu looked around, a little surprised. This is not like the formation that the core of a necromancer should have. He looked around warily, then reached out to pick up the book and wanted to put it into the ring. But suddenly, there was a suction force coming from the book, and Li Mu was sucked in while cursing. The book fell to the ground, and the skeleton army instantly formed an array, with countless weapons pointing at the book on the ground. But they didn't take action, but waited for something. After a while, a dozen skeleton mages in the army came out, picked up the book, opened the pages, and started reading. Gone. Li Mu landed on his feet, looked at the prosperous town in front of him, and couldn't help but cursed. That book turned out to be the travels of a planeswalker. Li Mu looked around and frowned. Planeswalkers are a very special profession. They do not rely on killing monsters to level up, but rely on records. Their abilities are to travel in record. Each record can be turned into a book, in which the quality of the story will be automatically rated, and they will also upgrade by recording the story. This would be nothing, but more than 900 years ago, a planeswalker recorded the victory of countless alien battles between humans and orcs, abyss demons, 5-color evil dragons, creatures from the Underdark, and other alien races. She also recorded the peaceful and prosperous era after mankind re-established order and regained its glory after victory, hoping to let everyone know about this epic that uniquely belongs to mankind. But when she turned the records into books, a colorful light instantly rushed into the sky, and she instantly rose to level 100 and became a god. I have witnessed it, where are you? After saying that, she flew away and left this world. After that, humans never had another planeswalker. The Travels of the Planeswalkers, which was rated as mythical, is still placed in Spark Academy and is taken out every year for new students to read. This is everything Li Mu knows about planeswalkers. And this is actually a story world. Although I don't know what the story is, it should be a story from nearly 1,000 years ago. Because there will be no planeswalker profession after that. Nearly 1,000 years ago. Li Mu looked at the various races and humans enjoying themselves, and couldn't help but be a little curious about them at this time. Hey, beauty, do you want to go to my house and have a glass of fine wine from the gallery? A dwarf staggered on the road, looking at Li Mu in the middle of the road, his eyes lit up. Such beautiful human beauties, if they have a good drinking capacity, let's become brothers. It's okay to go to bed after drinking. After thinking about it, he continued. Do you want to drink? Li Mu was stunned, looked down at the dwarf, and pointed at himself, you can see me. Although he knew something about planeswalkers, that was all he knew. He only knew that he could watch the content of the story, but he didn't know that he could also enter the book and interact with the creatures inside. See, the dwarf rubbed his eyes, are you my imagination? Let me just say, there are very few human beauties, but they are not as beautiful as the beautiful dwarves of my race. He muttered and left. Hiss. You can really see me. Because he calls me beautiful, and there is no human here with a higher charm value than me. If we were to call other races, they would be beautiful elves and beautiful orcs. Li Mu looked around and found that many people were secretly sizing him up, and he also had some new understanding of the planeswalker's travels. But how to get out? He looked around, looking at the neat streets, the various races chatting happily, and the various things, and he became wary. This is the core of the Necromancer, and it will not be so harmonious. Call of the Dead. Without thinking much, Li Mu directly used the spell. The breeze blew, but no undead appeared. Li Mu. Negative energy rays, energy missiles, bone guns, and bone walls. Useless. Forget it, let's make peace with what we have come. Li Mu followed the crowd and watched the grand scene of 1,000 years ago, and also felt that different races could have friendly exchanges, drink together, and chat. Beauty, what's your name? Do you have a partner? Do you want to join our Church of God of Love? We will find a very beautiful partner for you. A woman in red clothes looked at Li Mu with bright eyes, secretly flirting, said. God of Love. Li Mu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he heard a name that only appeared in history. God of Love, one of the first gods of mankind. He was the most active among the gods who actively rebuilt human civilization after the war. Especially getting married. So, in this story, is the war over? Is the war over? He asked. Well, it's been over for 5 years. After blinking, the woman in the red dress nodded. Our God of Love is a very good God. As long as there is love, you can even marry multiple partners. By the way, my name is Li Xiaoyi. I am a second-level professional dancer. My dance is very beautiful. Would you like to come to my house tonight and I will dance for you? She hinted again. I will consider it. He continued walking after rejecting the Church of Arrows, which would only be able to handle marriages at the marriage registration office after 1,000 years. People frequently approached him to chat with him on the road, but he refused. As we were walking, it suddenly became dark. Skip to the next part of the story. Li Mu frowned and looked around. Fires were burning, corpses were strewn across the fields, and countless giant red beasts with horns on their heads were killing to their heart's content in this place that was just full of harmony. He saw demons driven back into the abyss by humans hundreds of years ago. Seeking death. When Li Mu saw that they were slaughtering humans, he took action boldly. Angry as thunder and swift as wind. But, this is a story after all. Li Mu passed through the demon's body, clenching his fists and watching their slaughter, his eyes cold to the bone. When I reach a higher level, I will go to the abyss to kill you and level up, just wait for me. Li Mu said through gritted teeth. Li Mu didn't have the slightest fondness for creatures like demons. As a lawful good necromancer, he felt that he was born to be a natural enemy of this kind of chaotic evil creature. Slowly, the sky suddenly brightened. Countless demons had fallen to the ground, and human armies in armor were cleaning the battlefield. Li Mu watched silently. Then he saw a man covered in black robes with a skull mask on his face appear, and when he began to use spells to manipulate the demon's body, he also learned the identity of this man. Teacher. Li Mu took a deep breath. At first he thought it was nothing, but now he realized that his teacher was a man who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and his wealth must be extremely rich. Be sure to fawn over and learn more necromancy spells from there. After seeing the teacher's operation, the demon turned into its undead spirit. Li Mu felt envious in his heart. I really want to learn. Afterwards, the demons built tombstones and arranged a residence for each buried person. The man in armor also posted the photo and silently engraved the name. And Li Mu also saw his teacher slowly walking to a tombstone. With his withered hand, he took out a piece of black grass and placed it in front of the tombstone. He discovered that this was the black grass grown in the teacher's manner, and also saw the person in the photo. It's the woman from the Church of Love. My name is Li Xiaoyi. Is she the teacher's lover? Li Mu pursed his lips and stared at his teacher quietly. After a long time, the teacher got up and left, but the story continued. The scene changed to a large and prosperous city, and here he also saw the buildings rebuilt after the victory of mankind. Temple of Man. The temple, Li Mu murmured, wanting to go in and take a look. But I can't get in. Didn't this planeswalker record the temple? Or does it mean that gods cannot record? He didn't understand, so Li Mu wandered around elsewhere. Fortunately, the story did not jump around this time, so Li Mu also slowly appreciated the grand scene of mankind thousands of years ago. Although there is no money, good-looking people will have convenience wherever they are. Especially Li Mu, whose charm value is as high as 20. He was warmly entertained by many members of the Appearance Association and had a good rest after eating and drinking. It can actually fill your stomach. This surprised Li Mu, and he also marveled at the profession of planeswalker. During these 3 days, he also danced with the elves, drank wine and chatted with the dwarves, chatted with the druids about the community relationship between nature and mankind, and talked freely about the technological fantasy of steampunk with the goblins. He drank the wine of the dwarves and ate the fruits of the elves. He sat on the druid's transformed white wolf and swam in the forest. He sat in the goblin's mecha and praised the future of mecha technology, which will be the stars and the sea. Although he knew this was a false record in the book, he still enjoyed it. Then, the story ends. Opening his eyes, he saw a skull with blue fire in its eye sockets. He knew it was his own soul. How long? The sun in the sky was shining freely. Li Mu touched the hard ground on the ground and asked the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage made a 5 with his skeleton hand. 5 days already. Li Mu licked his lips. The taste of strong liquor and fruit still lingered on his lips, and his body was almost rested. Let's go. He stood up, put the book on his body back into the storage ring, and set off to the manor. When he returned to the manor, he looked at the dissected skeleton of the abomination and was stunned. For such a big monster, the skeleton is surprisingly small after removing the flesh. And the chains and stuff are actually connected to the bones. Shaking his head, he came to the back room, saw Mr. Skeleton, and handed the book to him. Teacher. Li Mu didn't know what to say. Yes. The skeleton took the book and rubbed the book with his bony fingers for a long time without saying a word. Li Mu guessed that it was remembering, so he didn't dare to disturb it. There are 5 very good undead creatures in the south of the manor. They are the most convenient works I have ever used. Go and get their bodies. After Mr. Skeleton finished speaking, he picked up the pen and started drawing on the table. Yes. Li Mu glanced at a skill book on the table, then turned around and set off. He felt that it should be the skill book of Bone Tombstone. Seeing the skill book, his fighting spirit became high again. After walking out of the manor, he set off south with his army of skeletons. After walking for a long time, he didn't see anything, but this didn't make him relax his vigilance. He frowned as he felt the increasingly obvious reminder of death. Aha! An extremely fast thing suddenly rushed out from the side and rushed into the Legion in the blink of an eye, heading straight for Li Mu. When the stench hit, Li Mu instantly swung his big gun and shot the undead to the ground. The army also stepped forward and started to hit it. Only then did he see what it looked like. With gray skin, sharp teeth and sharp claws, they are humanoid undead and ghouls. He knows. Roar! The ghoul roared and wanted to jump up. Li Mu directly broke its legs with a gun, making it angrier. But after a while, it stopped struggling under the last hits of the skeletons. This is the teacher's previous work. It's not bad. Li Mu looked at this one and felt that its agility attribute was at least 30 points, which was about the same as him. This is already considered strong among second-level professionals. But in his eyes, it's not enough. After putting away the body and continuing to walk, he heard the sound of rapid horse hooves. It's the knight's charge. After realizing it, he raised his hand directly. Fire the arrow. The archer drew his bow and knocked the arrow, and the arrow shot out towards the sound of the horse's hooves, but did not hinder the sound of the horse's hooves. Arrows explode. Boom. The sound of horse hooves still sounded. Seeing that the arrows were ineffective, Li Mu continued, fire. The missiles flew out and roared, causing the terrain in front of them to be destroyed. Let's see how you charge. Li Mu narrowed his eyes until a knight wearing black armor and an undead horse with the same black armor on his crotch appeared in front of him, charging towards him with a knight's spear raised. But the horse was not affected by the terrain. A burst of black light surged under the horse's hooves, and it continued to charge as if it were stepping on the ground. Line up to meet the enemy. Li Mu was not confident enough to catch the charging knight, so he retreated to the Legion. Click, click, click. After consuming hundreds of skeleton warriors, the knight still stopped charging and was entangled by Li Mu. Ba ba ba. On the war horse, Li Mu wielded his spear and fought with the knights. The army of warriors beat their shields with their knives and cheered for Li Mu. The horses ran very fast, and the spears came out like dragons. After 10 rounds of fighting, Li Mu found the weak point and launched the bone spear, directly sending the knight flying and landing on the ground. Then the army presses forward, finishing the attack. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, Li Mu casually stabbed the knight's horse to death, put the 2 corpses into the space bag, and focused on the knight's lance. Gear of the Necromancer Knight purple. Equipment effect. Armor breaking +10, hit +5, hit with weakness curse. Equipment conditions. Exclusively for Necromancer Knight. Ding! The talent weapon master takes effect, you can use this weapon. Very good attributes, better than the skeleton spear in your hand. Fortunately he wasn't hit, otherwise he would have been weak. Thinking about it, Li Mu changed his weapon and continued to move forward. After another moment, a burly figure appeared, causing the army to stop and form a formation to meet the enemy. Li Mu took a closer look and found that it was an undead orc. It has a huge body like a bear, with fierce fangs, and a thick arm holding a big sword, standing quietly somewhere. Fire the arrow. Fire. After 2 rounds of arrows and 1 missile, the orc was still standing there, but its movements had changed. It assumed a sword-wielding stance, making Li Mu slightly stunned. He felt the smell of woo. The whole army attacks. Li Mu looked again, waved his hand, and the army came forward. The orc set up his sword and attacked with the oncoming army. The sword is so fierce that when it is opened and closed, it looks like one person is fighting an army. The big sword was swung, and countless skeletons fell to the ground, forcing Li Mu to get up. Back off! Li Mu shouted, raised his spear and started to charge. The army retreated, but the orc swordsmen advanced instead of retreating, and their swords became more fierce. But when Li Mu's war horse launched a sprint, he still moved his sword to his chest and blocked the charging spear. Li Mu also jumped off his horse and fought with the orc swordsmen. Spears and swords danced together, the sound of ping-pong was heard endlessly, and dust rose from the ground, cheering for the battle between the two. The overlord dances with his spear and is extremely domineering. The orcs waved their swords, and their sword energy was everywhere. The overlap of swords and spears is a collision between martial arts wills, and the loser will only end up with hatred. At the 54th round of the fight, Li Mu still found a chance of victory. The final move of the overlord spear. Overlord. With full strength, the overbearing spear could not be avoided, and it pierced the orc swordsman with an unstoppable force. The big sword also slashed at Li Mu's neck, but he dodged it. After 55 rounds of fighting, Li Mu finally won. Boom! The orc fell, dust rose and fell, as if he was satisfied after watching a wonderful battle and stopped making trouble. You are very strong. Li Mu put the orc undead into the space bag with complicated thoughts. If I met you when you were alive, I would definitely study martial arts with you. Sighing, he picked up the sword and was stunned when he looked at its properties. Orc King Sword Gold. Equipment effect. Add 20 points to physical fitness, add 20 points to strength, add 10 points to agility, and add 5 points to charm. Strength +5, sharpness +5, momentum +5, shock +5. The Majesty of the King passive skill. Leadership hollow skill. Beast Blood Boils exclusive skill of the Orc Royal Family. Equipment conditions. Possessing the blood of the Orc Royal Family. Ding! The talent weapon master takes effect, you can use this weapon. It's actually a legendary weapon. Li Mu took a breath of cold air and inhaled a lot of ash. After sighing twice, Li Mu touched the sword and felt the sound of the sword. As the eldest young master of the Li family, he has only seen legendary equipment twice and never touched it. But this time, he actually touched it directly. This was the first time he touched a legendary weapon. It feels okay. But when he thought that the sword was not his, but the teacher's, Li Mu sighed again. The Majesty of a King. You are a born king, and your intimidation power increases. Leadership Halo. Improve the morale and cohesion of your subordinates. Beast Blood Boiling. Burn the beast's blood, and obtain the effect of doubling all attributes except intelligence and charm, until the skill is actively terminated or death. Okay, what a sword. Too bad it's not mine. Li Mu put the spear into the storage ring, mounted the horse with the sword and continued walking. As for what weapon he is best at, it is the sword. No matter it is a sharp and powerful sword, it is indestructible. It is still a strange, tricky and unpredictable soft sword. Or maybe it's a heavy sword without an edge, a heavy sword that's ingenious but not very workmanlike. There are also ordinary wooden swords made of wood. Well, forget about wooden swords, he hasn't reached that level yet. Especially against the rough-skinned and fleshy beast army in the previous life, a wooden sword would break if it went up to it, which was simply not possible. Wu Jian who doesn't hold a sword will die faster. Therefore, when he uses the sword well, and it is easy to use the sword, and he uses the sword well. Therefore, it is also a particularly good choice to use a two-handed sword as an épée. I'll see if I can exchange it with the teacher for something. It's useless if I leave it with the teacher. The sword is covered in dust. Li Mu thought, suddenly raised his sword and blocked a fatal attack. The smell of blood emerged, causing Li Mu to hold his breath subconsciously, and he raised his sword to cut off the figure. Jia Jia Jia, the figure laughed strangely, turned into several bats, and rushed towards Li Mu again. Vampire. Li Mu's eyes narrowed, he jumped up from his horse, swung his big sword, and used the physical strength added by Wang Jian and his own physical strength to create a huge sonic boom, smashing several bats. The rotten bat fell to the ground and turned into a handsome male vampire with a pale face, fangs exposed, and a black tuxedo. It lay on the ground, struggled to get up and looked at Li Mu. Charm humans. Exclusive skills of evil creatures, special attack on humans. Ding, you are subject to the mental attack, charming human, and an immunity determination will be made for you. Ding, the talent skill iron will takes effect, the immunity determination is successful, and you are immune to this mental attack. Li Mu regained consciousness instantly, raised his sword and swung it again, cutting off the vampire's head. Boom, the vampire turned into several bats again and fled in all directions. If anyone escapes, the vampire can be resurrected again. Therefore, Li Mu would not let any bat escape. Fire arrows, fire cannons. Countless arrows and missiles shot down the bats, and one of the bats helplessly turned into a human form and rushed towards Li Mu again. Li Mu drew his sword and beheaded him. The head flew up and the vampire's body squirmed, as if it was about to turn into a bat again. Li Mu swung his sword again and chopped off its limbs. The vampire stopped moving and was received into the space bag by Li Mu. Transforming into a bat is a vampire's signature skill, and it's very useful whether you're escaping or showing off. If it encounters an ordinary professional, it will run away. But what he met was Li Mu, a necromancer with an army of undead. So, it didn't run away. Ha, we're finally the last one. Li Mu exhaled, mounted his horse and set off again. I don't know what the last one is. The army moved forward and set off again. After walking for another long time, he finally saw the last work. It was a skeleton warrior more than 5 meters tall, with ferocious bone spurs all over his body transformed into armor. He was holding a bone shield and a bone sword, and the dark fire in his eyes was intimidating. Ding, you are subject to the mental attack, fear technique, and an immunity determination will be made for you. Ding, the talent skill iron will takes effect, the immunity determination is successful, and you are immune to this mental attack. What came up was a judgment, which made Li Mu frown. He just fired a round of arrows and cannons, but after they were all blocked by the bone shield, he directly led the knights to charge. With the blessing of the Beast King's greatsword, his physical fitness improved sharply by several levels, which also gave him peace of mind. After all, some powerful moves require a strong physique to be used. Kill. The cavalry regiment charged, directly facing the skeleton warrior. And this skeleton warrior did not have the martial arts skills given by Li Mu's talent, so it just raised its shield to try to block the charge of the knights, and at the same time raised its sword to prepare for a counterattack. But if the charge of the knights is so easy to block, then why do all the forces scramble to spend countless money to train the cavalry? As a result, the huge bone shield was shattered, and the skeleton warrior who was knocked back took a step and swung his sword, but it only hit Li Mu's sword without cutting any of the cavalry. Because the chance of summoning a spearman was very small, Li Mu was reluctant to sacrifice any of his cavalry regiment, otherwise he would have to spend time summoning them. So he fought the skeleton warrior himself. As a necromancer, I also have to protect the undead under my command. Li Mu complained in his heart while fighting. It's so miserable. The big sword slashed. Li Mu stepped on Bagua, easily dodged and then swung his sword to fight back. But the defensive power of the skull bones was far beyond his expectation, but the wounds left by each sword attack healed instantly in the next moment. Although the Orc King's sword has a sharp effect, it has no function of preventing wound healing, so he is still inevitably trapped in a long battle. I, Li Mu, only have one sword. Li Mu slashed for a long time, and saw that the gap opened by the sword was healed in the next moment, and he said with joy, I can move mountains and overturn seas. Well, I forgot about that later. Quote. But, here comes the sword. The next moment, Li Mu put the sword on the left side of his waist and then drew the sword. A flash of sword light flashed, and the skeleton was cut in half at the waist. It fell to the ground and was treated as a living target, and was killed by the army's concentrated fire. Phew, that's still too much. Li Mu wiped the sweat from his head and exhaled. The sword drawing technique was his most commonly used sword move in his previous life. But I don't know why. My physique in this life is obviously much better than in the previous life, but every time I use it, I get weak. Li Mu guessed that the problem was that the world was different, so he used martial arts that were average in his previous life and other martial arts that consumed a lot of money as his trump card. This time he also obtained the Orc King sword, so he was confident that he would not collapse after using it. Mission accomplished. After drinking a bottle of energy potion, Li Mu was resurrected with full blood. After putting away the big skeleton, he set off for the manor. I don't know what skills the teacher will give me with these 5 works. Li Mu was looking forward to it. Gray fog filled the air, and it was already dark when we returned. After handing the 5 works to the mage-robed skeleton, Li Mu came to the back room and met Mr. Skeleton. Teacher. Looking at the 2 skill books on the table out of the corner of his eye, Li Mu became more and more full of fighting spirit. Where to go next? We have been to the southeast, northwest and northwest of the manor, so where is next? Heaven. Underground. Li Mu couldn't wait to do the task. Next, you stay here. Mr. Skeleton looked at Li Mu and said. Huh, teacher, are there no tasks left? Li Mu was stunned and asked. He wants to receive the task and get the reward from the teacher. Do you want to do a mission? Black fire flashed in Mr. Skull's empty eyes, and his voice became a little complicated. No, I'm just not used to it all of a sudden. Li Mu coughed awkwardly. Then what should I do next? He was a little unaccustomed to the sudden absence of tasks. I will teach you some things in the coming time. How much you can learn before school starts depends on your own understanding. Mr. Skeleton stood up and led Li Mu towards the door. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu glanced at the 2 skill books on the table and followed the teacher out. That's right, teacher. I want to exchange something with you. He spoke. What? Orc King sword. After Li Mu finished speaking, he took out the big sword and looked at Mr. Skeleton's expression. But unfortunately, it is difficult to see the expression of the skeleton. That's your trophy. You can take it. It's useless for me to keep it. With that said, it led Li Mu to the abominable skeleton. On the side, 5 corpses were placed there. Vampires, orcs, ghouls, death knights and their horses. The skeleton warrior who was cut in half was missing. The skeleton in the mage's robe stood in the distance, bowing to Mr. Skeleton in a student salute. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu nodded, but there was no joy in his heart. He had originally planned to prepare for a massive bloodletting, but the teacher didn't ask for anything, which made him doubtful. After all, it is a legendary piece of equipment, and it is also a symbol of the Orc King, but now it is gathering dust in the hands of the teacher. If the group of orcs who were driven to the extremely cold place by humans knew about it, they would definitely go crazy. Li Mu, who knew that free products were the most expensive, became wary. He didn't know what his father gave to the teacher, but it was definitely not as valuable as the legendary weapon. Although the Orc King sword can only be used by the Orc royal family, even if you don't use it, you can still get a lot of benefits by handing it over to the Empire. But it actually gave him the precious legendary weapon, which made him suspicious. Next, I will demonstrate the sewing process of the ghoul. You should watch carefully, if you haven't learned it yet. Mr. Skeleton pondered. Teacher, I know, I can definitely learn it. Li Mu put aside his distracting thoughts and carefully looked at the corpse in front of him. He knew that if he didn't learn it, he didn't have the talent. If you haven't learned it yet, I will teach you a few more times until you do, it said. Quote. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Li Mu became more alert. Just like that, Mr. Skeleton began his operation. At the bottom of the abominable skeleton, Mr. Skeleton opened a hole in the vampire's heart and took out a bright red heart. This is a necessary condition to condense the ghoul's blood-sucking skill. Then, it took a knife and dissected the body of the orc swordsman completely, then peeled off the orc's skin and covered the skeleton. After putting the heart in, it used magic power to make several tiny blood vessels extend directly from the skin and connect it to the heart. And the heart started beating under the stimulation of magic power. The 5 internal organs of the Necromancer Knight are stained with dark elements, which can greatly improve the attributes of the ghoul. It said, taking out the rest of the internal organs except the heart, and placed them in the bones, and then connected the internal organs with the heart. The blood vessels were clearly squirming. The most important thing about my ghoul is speed, so I removed the chains and replaced them with the claws of the ghoul. After taking off the ghoul claw on one side and attaching it to the orc ghoul, reach out and squeeze. A black needle and black thread condensed with magical power appeared in its hand. It began to sew up the body, and Li Mu also looked at it seriously. After the suturing was completed, it said, the next important step is now. You keep an eye on it. With that said, it stretched out its hand to summon. In an instant, a terrifying abomination appeared, attracting Li Mu's eyes. It was uglier, scarier, and more powerful than the one he fought. Mr. Skeleton pointed, and it pulled the mouth off its belly. The belly and mouth floated over, slowly became smaller, and covered the orc skin's belly, fitting perfectly. The last step is to add a little soul. It asked smoothly, what do you think the undead are? A corpse driven by death energy. After thinking for a while, Li Mu answered. Yes, that's not right either. It shook its head and pointed its bones. The orc opened his eyes suddenly and sat up. The undead also have souls. They are the natural enemies of the living, perfect warriors without fear, and tireless killing machines. And all you have to do is understand them, embrace them, and finally, become them. That way, you can become an excellent necromancer. At the end, Mr. Skeleton in the white mage robe opened his arms as if to embrace death. Quote. I understand, teacher. Li Mu nodded. Although I don't want to become an undead, what the teacher said is right. Have you learned it? It asked. I already know how to sew. Li Mu nodded. He had memorized every step of the teacher's stitches. Not bad. It nodded, not doubting the authenticity of Li Mu's words. The next thing you have to learn is the most important thing in making a ghoul. The resurrection of the dead, the compatibility between soul knowledge and the corpses of various races. Hearing this, Li Mu took a breath. The big head is still here. What do you want to learn first? It asked. Resurrection of the dead. Li Mu did not hesitate. When he saw the resurrection of the dead, he really liked this skill. Just imagine, after his undead army was annihilated with difficulty, those enemies showed happy smiles and planned to kill him, the necromancer, but suddenly the undead army stood up again. What would the expressions on their faces look like? Li Mu is looking forward to seeing it. Of course, he also wanted to learn how to explode corpses, but he still had to look to the teacher. Okay. It took Li Mu back to the back room. With a move of its finger, several heavy books fell from the bookshelf to Li Mu's feet. These are my research materials on the undead. You should understand them first. Yes. Li Mu followed the trend, sat on the ground, opened the book, and started reading. Mr. Skeleton returned to the table, took out the huge skeleton warrior, and slowly wrote and drew on it with a pen. For a while, the two of them didn't disturb each other, and there was a strange sense of harmony. Time flies, more than 20 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and the first day of school is approaching. Li Mu sat on the ground, his messy hair was scratched into a chicken nest by him, and several bottles of energy potions were placed randomly around him. He has not rested for more than 20 days, but has been studying the magic of resurrection of the dead. Resurrection, resurrection, he muttered while holding the book, just a little bit, just a little bit. He was just a few steps away from learning this skill. Mr. Skeleton was watching from the side, pointing at the 3 skill books on the table with his left hand, holding a golden envelope in his right hand, and the black fire in his eyes was beating slowly. Although the skill of resurrecting the dead can be directly made into a skill book and taught to Li Mu, if he wants to learn it by himself, there is a chance that he will understand the true meaning of the soul. So it didn't care. It just looked at the Li family's bodyguards who had been here for 2 days, and planned to wake Li Mu up when the time came and let him take a rest before going to school. After all, the invitation letters from Spark Academy were sent to my mage tower. It's really. Thinking about it, the black fire in its eyes suddenly jumped, and it heard Li Mumu's voice. Teacher, I understand, I understand. Li Mu suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes showing joy. He finally understood the relationship between soul, undead and resurrection. I stayed awake for more than 20 days, eating dried meat when I was hungry and drinking energy potions when I was thirsty. Coupled with his extremely high physical fitness in this life, he survived. Also learned how to resurrect the dead. Resurrection of the undead. Resurrection of the undead under your command. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief after the simple and crude skill introduction, and drank another bottle of energy potion. Teacher, thank you. After calming down, Li Mu used the cleaning technique. After becoming tidy, he came to Mr. Skeleton and expressed his gratitude. No matter what, he was very grateful for the skill it gave him. You deserve this. Mr. Skull nodded and gave him the 3 skill books and the invitation letter from Spark Academy. Congratulations, you have the qualifications for admission to Spark Academy. Xingwo Academy. After taking the things, he looked at the invitation letter with some doubts. It was circulating outside my mage tower for a long time, and then I brought it in. Mr. Skeleton answered, it belongs to you. Yeah, he didn't pay attention to the invitation letter from Spark Academy. The first thing he heard was the word mage tower. Teacher, is this your mage tower? Li Mu opened his eyes wide. The mage tower is a powerful building that mage professionals will start building after the 4th turn. After 4 turns, all professionals will become extremely powerful and all kinds of weird skills will appear. Whether it is to study spells, to protect yourself, or to fight with a mage tower, building a mage tower is the best choice for a mage. And his teacher actually had his own mage tower at the 3rd level. Although he had accumulated thousands of years of experience, this also surprised Li Mu. There is a huge difference between a mage with a mage tower and a mage without a mage tower. The two are not people of the same dimension at all. Yes, Mr. Skeleton nodded lightly. When you want to build a mage tower in the future, you can come to me. I have a good batch of ores and metals here, enough to build a good mage tower for you. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu bowed slightly and gave a disciple salute. The mage tower also has its advantages and disadvantages. If you don't have enough financial resources, you can only build a mediocre tower. But as the eldest son of the Li family, he is still rich. But the teacher offered to help him build it, and he had to accept the offer. But he was still confused, wondering why the teacher would do this. Not only did he give him legendary weapons, but he also said that he would help him build a mage tower. But he didn't ask directly. Instead, he calmly looked at the 3 skill books in his hand. Bone Tombstone. Use magic power to build a bone tombstone, which can continuously create skeletons. Skeleton quality is related to undead affinity. Learning conditions. 1st level Necromancer. Same style as the cemetery. Space of the undead. After use, a space filled with undead energy is generated. The undead placed in it will be strengthened by the undead energy as time goes by. Space size is related to intelligence. Learning conditions. 1st level Necromancer. It can actually strengthen the undead. Bone hyperplasia. Make the white bones summoned by oneself grow a layer of bone on the body surface. Bone resistance is related to intelligence. Learning conditions. 1st level Necromancer. He thought of the skeleton's outer frame, the same style as the skeleton warrior. Li Mu couldn't help but clap his hands and learn the 3 professional skills. Only now did he feel like he had the appearance of a necromancer. With these skills, he no longer has to go out in person to protect his undead. Put the bone tombstone there. What is a necromancer? Tactical fallback.jpg. By the way, your bodyguards are waiting for you outside. Go and talk to them. Mr. Skeleton said. Is teacher. Li Mu nodded and walked out of the door. After taking out the army of undead from the space bag and placing it in the space of the undead, he came to the place where he came here. Huang Yi has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Li Mu, he came up to him. Young Master Mu, I received the invitation letter from Spark Academy. Li Mu said without any nonsense, you go back, I will go to school when the time comes. The invitation letter from Spark Academy was forged by a 5th level legendary archmage. It is spread across the 5 continents. If one has to travel tens of thousands of miles to go to school in Zhongzhou after receiving the invitation letter, then naturally not many people will go. Therefore, the invitation letters are engraved with a super long-distance teleportation spell, allowing students from all over the country to ignore the distance and reach Spark Academy across space in a few seconds. This method naturally allows students from all over the country to enroll without any doubts. Congratulations, young master. Huang Yi nodded. Then young master, your mage followers. No need. Li Mu refused directly. The rules of the invitation letter are that if you are a mage, you can bring a melee professional as a follower, so that he and the mage can develop a tacit understanding of combat together on their way to school. Of course, there are also some people who have not received the invitation letter from Spark Academy but want to enroll. Some of them also take this opportunity to act as followers and sneak into the academy. As for what happened behind them, Li Mu didn't know. But he didn't want to bring any mage followers. Because the follower level cannot exceed 10 levels of the student, which is level 20. A level 20 follower is of little use to him. With an army of the undead, what more followers do you need? And with his hand-to-hand combat ability, is he afraid of being exposed in close combat? So he refused. Yes. Huang Yi nodded. Then I wish the young master to stand like a snow bamboo and be as eternal as a spark. Snow bamboo is a unique plant in the northern region. Northern people like to use snow bamboo to praise others. Yes. Li Mu nodded and watched Huang Yi and his bodyguards ride on the giant bird and fly away before returning to the manor. Entering the door, he saw the teacher standing next to the ghoul, looking at him with empty eyes. Teacher. Li Mu stepped forward. This ghoul is for you. Mr. Skeleton pointed at the ghoul. I deliberately suppressed it to the level of the 2nd level undead. Enough for you. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu was silent for a moment, and nodded without being pretentious. We'll talk about it later. If you don't take the benefits now, you're a fool. Well, it raised its hand and touched the ghoul's eyebrows, and took out a touch of black fire. Take it and use the undead summon. It said. Yes. After taking a slight breath, Li Mu took the black fire. The black fire did not make him feel burning, but made him feel a cold air. Undead summon. The black fire disappeared, and Li Mu's magic value dropped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he consumed 400 magic points, and the lying ghoul disappeared. The next moment, the ghoul appeared in front of Li Mu and became his summon. Ghoul, level 2. Strength, 38, Vitality, 35, Agility, 28. Skills, Ghoul, Blood Feast, Charge, Strong Body. Ding, SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart takes effect. Your ghoul has automatically learned martial arts, Dragon Claw Hand, Heart-Picking Hand, Free and Easy Step. The Orc Ghoul with sharp claws is not as agile as ordinary ghouls, but has extremely high strength and physique like abominations. But its physique is also not weak. However, the big mouth on its belly does not look like a ghoul, but like an abomination. Li Mu thought about it and heard Mr. Skeleton's words again. You will go to the academy this time, and you will have a holiday until the new year. It looked at the ghoul that had changed a lot, and asked Li Mu to put the ghoul in the undead space, and continued, you can come to me to study after the new year after you go home. You still have a lot to learn. But it doesn't matter, there is still a lot of time. It said slowly. Teacher, why are you so good to me? Li Mu finally asked his question. He also saw that his cheap teacher really regarded him as a successor. Otherwise, he would not say such words. So he decided to open the topic and get straight to the point. Mr. Skeleton's eyes were slowly burning with black fire. Do you know why I am still a 3rd level master? Is it because the 4th level task has stuck you? Li Mu replied. He found that the teacher who abandoned his body and turned into a skeleton state would not be affected by negative energy at all, so the reason why the teacher was still a 3rd level master was obvious. That was the 4th level task. Yes, the task requires me to have a complete dragon corpse to make a dragon undead. Mr. Skeleton did not hide it. Complete dragon corpse. Li Mu took a breath. Dragons are born with the physical attributes of third-level warriors. They are born with the ability to cast spells and powerful bodies, and their spells are all dragon spells, which are very powerful. The overall attributes of the adult dragon have the dual attributes of a 5th-level combat professional and a mage professional, which is extremely terrifying. In this era, dragons no longer often appear on the mainland. Among them, the 5-color evil dragons do not dare to appear because they are afraid of human god-level powerhouses. However, other dragon species have never had any ill intentions towards humans, and they are in war. He always helps humans and maintains a good relationship with them. After the war, they maintained close ties with the imperial family. As for what kind of ties? Dragon Knight is an exclusive profession that only appears among royal family members. So, I understand everything. The last record of dragon slaying that appeared in the mainland was the red dragon among the 5 evil dragons that was slaughtered by the ancestors of the Li family 800 years ago. It was also the ancestor who bathed in dragon blood, so that the descendants of the Li family had dragon blood in their blood, and opened the door to the Li family. The glorious last dragon slain. However, his teacher's job transfer mission turned out to be related to dragons, which made Li Mu couldn't help but worry about his 4th job transfer mission. So, I hope that you can bring me a complete dragon corpse in the future, and I will seriously train you as my disciple and pass on all my knowledge to you. It finally said its own purpose. A complete dragon corpse. Teacher, this is too. Li Mu wanted to refuse. I also have a method that can completely resist the erosion of negative energy. If you don't want to be forced to transform into a skeleton like me, you don't have to care about my request. It spoke again. Of course, I will still tell you this method. Why? Li Mu was confused. Slaying the dragon was too far away, and the teacher's attitude made him feel unreal. Because I believe in your future. It said, and I can still wait. I will wait for you for 100 years or 1,000 years. Wait until you become powerful. Wait until you have the power to slay dragons. How? It looked at Li Mu intently. I try my best. After a moment of silence, Li Mu did not make a promise. After all, it was still a faraway thing for him. That's slaying a dragon. After all, there can't be an intact dragon corpse waiting for you to pick it up. He thought, but he kind of made a promise because he didn't refuse. Yeah, Mr. Skull's voice contained a hint of smile. You can only learn the method of resisting the erosion of negative energy after your 2nd turn. I will teach you then. I will tell you about the soul part of ghoul making in the next time. Please listen carefully and prepare for your future ghoul army. Yes, Li Mu started listening to the class seriously. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the light from the invitation reminded Li Mu that it was time to report in. Mr. Skeleton took Li Mu out of his mage tower. Because the counter space spell is engraved in its tower. Except for its own space spell, no other space spell can be deployed inside. Goodbye, teacher. Li Mu bowed respectfully as a disciple. Go. Mr. Skeleton nodded and watched as Li Mu summoned a golden portal, majestic and majestic. Gigi, handsome boy, where is your mage's entourage? A bird's head appeared on the closed door. It looked at Li Mu and his surroundings and asked doubtfully. It cannot exceed level 10. It could tell that the skeleton next to Li Mu was a 3rd-level professional and did not meet the standards, so it did not think Mr. Skeleton was a follower. I didn't bring any followers. Li Mu shook his head. The portal is actually conscious. Should he be called a legendary mage? Hey, the academy has a duel competition. If you, a mage, don't bring a follower, you will always lose. Birdhead said with a worried expression. If you lose too much, you risk dropping out of school. Thank you, it's okay. Li Mu shook his head gently. Gee, okay. Birdhead said helplessly. The door opened, Li Mu stepped in, and the portal disappeared. Starfire, fire fire. Mr. Skeleton watched Li Mu enter the portal that the invitation turned into. With a clear smile on its skull-like face, I'm looking forward to your performance. Balin City Hotel. The corners of Zhao Xingyu's mouth curled up, and he looked with disdain at the relatives in front of him who came to curry favor with him knowing that he had received an invitation letter from Spark Academy. Xingyu, I am your eldest aunt. I hugged you when you were a child. Brother Xingyu, I am Xiaowei. We have been playing together since we were little. Xingzi, I am. Zhao Xingyu nodded perfunctorily and looked around the banquet, but didn't see the person he wanted to see. Since Zhou Wei brought back a lot of things that day, he endured a strong reluctance to share the things with several people and then practiced leveling until the evening. So, they went back. The next day, the school started organizing leveling exercises, and he got the invitation at that time. After getting it, he, accidentally, revealed it, pretending to be cool, and attracted several people's attention. It was a pity that he could not take care of his two sisters. However, there were more beauties waiting for him in Spark Academy, which gave him a lot of comfort. When you become stronger, come back to pick up the two sisters. By the way, I wanted to avenge that person who was killed. Zhao Xingyu thought angrily. Then after a month of upgrading, he also turned around. After completing the mission, he gained extremely powerful skills, which made him envision himself showing off at Spark Academy. He can't wait to get ready for school to start. After noon, the invitation in his hand started to light up, making the people around him excited. Zhao Xingyu threw the invitation away and it turned into a portal, glowing brightly. Ah, I hope my child will also be admitted to Spark Academy. Starfire Academy has a lot of cards. The spark stays forever. Amid the discussion among the people around him, Zhao Xingyu took the top quality sword he got that day and stepped in confidently. Sister Schulinger's home. Mom, don't tell others in the future. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. We just need to celebrate as a family. Father Shu brought a plate of braised pork to the table and smiled at his daughters. Don't be like Brother Zhao, promoted in a big way. Linger, do you think what I did was right? Shu's father asked. Yes, this way we don't have to deal with those annoying relatives. After giving his sister a piece of meat, Schulinger smiled softly and touched Shu Chao's little head. During the upgrade of the school organization, Schulinger was extremely excited when her sister suddenly told her secretly that she had received an invitation letter from the legendary Spark Academy. That's Spark University. A sense of pride made it difficult for her to say anything in words, so she had to hold her sister in tears, which made the teacher at the time think that the encouragement teacher had been injured and hurriedly came to ask. Don't talk about your relatives like that. Shu's mother knocked on Schulinger's head, making Shu Chao snicker at the side. She usually gets beaten by her mother, but now she finally sees her sister being beaten, which makes her eat more deliciously. Mom and Dad, let's go. After eating, the two of them took the space bags, put on the very good equipment they bought with the coins they got that day, and walked into the portal under the pleased eyes of Shu's father and mother. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. Zhou Wei, who was wearing professional equipment, packed up his things and put them in the space bag, and said to the two of them. Well, you have to study hard and don't lose the reputation of Spark Academy. Zhou's father put on his face, but the happy look still lingered on his eyebrows for a long time. Ever since he heard his son say that the invitation letter from Spark Academy fell into his hands a few days ago, he was so excited that his face was glowing red for several days, causing others to ask him if he was up to something good. But he didn't show off too much, he just invited a few of his best buddies to have a drink. Zhou's mother also went to the mall with a few friends to show off how quickly her son was leveling up and how promising he was. But the two of them did not mention the matter of Spark Academy. There will always be people who can't stand how well you're doing. The two of them knew this truth well, so they didn't show off. Yeah, Zhou Wei nodded. Master Li Mu, I have entered Spark Academy, what about you? He couldn't help but think of Li Mu, and the corpses of monsters, gold coins and many top-quality equipment all over the ground that day. You are so strong, you must have received an invitation. With inexplicable expectations, he entered the portal. Zheng family banquet. Zheng Shuai was talking to Li Yeshan. You mean Brother Mu? Li Yeshan was a little surprised as to why Zheng Shuai asked Li Mu. He was sent to study somewhere by his uncle. If you have anything to say, you can tell me and I will convey it to you. He came to congratulate him because he knew that Zheng Shuai, the legitimate son of the Zheng family who had some business dealings with the Li family, had received an invitation letter from Spark Academy. The two of them were not familiar with each other either. It's okay. Zheng Shuai shook his head. He just wanted to thank Li Mu for killing many monsters and giving him a top-grade ring with very good attributes. But since Li Mu is not here, it would be nice to thank him in person the next time we meet. It wasn't until noon that he, wearing a red mage robe, entered the portal where the invitation turned into with a mage attendant selected by his family under the gaze of everyone. Thus, the journey of Spark began. Chapter 21. Walking into the portal, Li Mu's eyes lit up, and he felt like he was going from extremely dark to extremely bright. Spark Academy is located in Spark City in Zhongzhou. The entire city is occupied by the academy. This city is also completely closed in normal times. The transparent shield prevents outsiders from entering and exiting at will, and students cannot enter or exit at will. This also makes all the facilities within the college very complete. Not only food and accommodation, but also places for leveling or fighting are all included in one city. The sun was shining warmly on the academy, and portals appeared from time to time. Countless high-spirited teenagers walked out of it, excitedly looking at the splendid Spark Academy, and looking for any familiar faces. Noisy, but surprisingly energetic. This made him feel a little strange after spending several days studying spells in a dark and boring place. After looking around, Li Mu was about to take a step forward when he saw his portal turned into a card and stopped in front of him. Holding the card in his hand, he looked at the information on it. Li Mu, first turn Necromancer. First grade of Xingyuan, dormitory 302. College points, 100. It's a student card. It has countless bright stars as the background color. It's very beautiful. Li Mu looked at the instructions on the back of the card and placed it on the chest in front of the mage's robe. Student cards are not allowed to be placed in storage rings, because student cards are required in various places in the school, and putting them in storage rings will not add points. After pasting the card, Li Mu looked at the person coming towards him and waited quietly. This junior fellow student, senior sister will take you to get your bedding. Xiao Ziying straightened her messy hair and showed a nice smile. She had just fought with those little fool for the opportunity to welcome Li Mu, leaving her disgraced, but luckily she got it. Okay, Li Mu nodded. Junior, what's your name, and which college are you from? Xiao Ziying asked while walking on the road. This junior is good-looking and has that aristocratic temperament. He should be from Chenyuan. She thought in her mind and asked subconsciously. Li Mu, Xingyuan. Li Mu replied. Sun, Moon and Stars are the names of the 4 courtyards of Spark Academy. Among them, the Japanese academy is mainly based on courage, unyielding, and fearless spirit of fighting, and only recruits warrior professionals. Yueyuan is based on the spirit of wisdom, concentration, and thirst for knowledge, and only recruits mage professionals. Chenyuan is based on potential, striving for excellence, and a positive spirit, and it recruits some students with great potential. The Star Academy, on the other hand, is mainly based on bloodline and only recruits children of nobles. It is also called the Academy of Nobles. Li Mu was naturally assigned to the Star Courtyard. Li Mu. Xiao Ziying blinked. Is it Li Mu from the Li family in the Northern Territory? As a native of the Northern Territory, she naturally knew Li Mu. After all, he was so different among the many nobles. She had heard everything about him. Yes, Li Mu nodded lightly. Hello, Junior Li Mu. Xiao Ziying pushed her hair behind her ears and suddenly didn't dare to speak. As an ordinary student of Chenyuan, she knew that those who joined Xingyuan were all nobles of the empire. They will not integrate students from other 3 colleges into their social circle, and those who want to curry favor with them will end up being treated like a joke. Moreover, this is the eldest young master of the Li family. She was a little timid. Therefore, she regretted welcoming this junior and did not dare to talk to him anymore. She just silently led the way and occasionally explained the buildings in the college. And Li Mu didn't pay attention, just listened quietly and looked at this legendary academy. Thank you, senior. Li Mu followed the senior to receive the bedding, put in the storage ring, and then led the senior to his residence. The dormitory building of Xingyuan is different from the 3 ordinary dormitory buildings next to it. Luxurious, generous and majestic is Li Mu's first impression. Junior, I've delivered it. Xiao Ziying breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll leave first. Along the way, Li Mu's gentle temperament made her subconsciously think that he was from Yueyuan, and she was a little nervous because he almost sent him to the wrong place. Senior, what are the points for? Li Mu tilted his head and asked. Under the sun, the young man's eyes were indifferent and gentle, which made Xiao Ziying's heart beat twice. Ah, she was stunned by her beauty. What are the points for? Li Mu had to ask again. Oh, you can understand points as money that can only be used in the college. Xiao Ziying hurriedly explained. In order to allow students to move forward, the college has specially set up points to replace coins. As long as you have enough points, you can enjoy the convenience anywhere in the academy. For example, you can use points to redeem many of the best equipment in the academy commercial street. However, students cannot be forced to transfer their points. Once found, they will be expelled directly. You can also earn money in the dueling arena that is open on weekends. Xiao Ziying immediately explained the uses of points, regardless of whether they were useful or not. After she finished speaking, her face suddenly turned red. Ah, why are you so nervous? She mentally scolded herself for being captured by beauty. Thank you, senior sister. Li Mu got what he wanted to know, nodded, and walked into the dormitory building. Junior, don't forget the welcome party tonight. Seeing this, Xiao Ziying reminded loudly. Yes. Li Mu turned around, nodded slightly, and set off to the stairs on the left. Seeing Li Mu's elegant back in black robe slowly disappear, Xiao Ziying couldn't help but sigh. I haven't added any friends. Although she knew she had to stay away from the nobles, she still couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Arriving at the third floor of a building facing the boys, Li Mu used his student card to open the door of 302 and saw the whole dormitory. Small garden-like balcony, indoor swimming pool, large bed and indoor training room, etc. He also knew that the other three houses certainly did not have such treatment. After sighing about the life of the nobles, Li Mu called out a few skeletons and started cleaning. After cleaning, he made the bed. After the big bed was perfectly covered, he took off his mage robe and lay on it. Ah, what a soft bed. Li Mu took out his cell phone and set the alarm. After placing several of his skeletons beside the bed for protection, he slowly fell asleep. He had been studying it for so many days without sleep, and he was tired. As night fell, countless freshmen gathered together. Wearing professional equipment, they each formed their own small circles and gathered together to excitedly wait for the orientation party. Hey, do you know? I was eating in the cafeteria just now, and I saw a mage eating a lot of food. It was really delicious. Several people started to communicate. Mage, can a mage outsmart a warrior? Shish, shut up. Do you know who that is? How dare you talk behind your back? Who? The Li family of the Northern Territory, Li Mu. Hey, the moon is beautiful tonight. Yeah. Everyone changed the topic, but their exchange was also heard by some people. Li Mu, he's here too. Zheng Shuai, who was also assigned to the Star Academy, felt slightly happy when he heard this. He sat in the front row of the Star Court and began to look around, looking for that person. Chenyuan, Master Li Mu is here. Zhou Wei's face lit up with joy after listening to the words of the two sisters. Yes, you can eat better than me. Xu Chaoer was a little surprised. She just started eating with Li Mu in the cafeteria, and when she was full and about to leave, Li Mu was still eating there. Don't talk about others anymore. After careful observation, Schulinger realized the meaning of the four courtyards of the sun, moon and stars. Among them, the Star Court is the House of Nobles. With countless nobles, he is the last person to be messed with. In the Japanese academy, there are some melee students with hidden professions. They have powerful hidden professions like Zhao Xingyu, and they have a bright future. Sukiwan is a student of the hidden profession mage class, which is a powerful hidden profession mage profession. As for the Chenyuan that my sister was assigned to, it was no surprise that it was the courtyard where talented civilian children lived. In other words, students in Chenyuan are at the lowest level. If her sister can't see it, she will naturally remind her. If one day my sister was talking about aristocrats behind their back and was overheard, their school life would probably be unsettled. Oh, Xu Chaoer nodded confusedly. Although I don't understand why my sister said this, I just listen to her and won't say anything else. She thought to herself. Li Mu, who had just finished eating in the school cafeteria, slowly walked out of the cafeteria. It's so delicious. Li Mu, who was 70% full, was moved. After eating dried meat for a month, he couldn't help but feel excited when he ate a normal meal again. Of course, he also restrained himself from eating too much, otherwise it would affect his condition if he encountered a battle. In this way, he walked to the venue of the welcome party and found a seat. The seating at the venue is divided into 4 areas. The first area is located in the front row and is exclusive to the Star Academy. The second and third areas are in the middle, located on the left and right sides respectively, with no distinction between front and back. Don't we divide the 2 houses of the sun and the moon into front and back? Li Mu thought lightly and walked past the first row of Chenyuan statues in the last row. And he didn't notice the glances looking at him. Because when he walked in, many people's eyes stayed on him, and he was used to it, and he would not distract others. So he ignored them too. The place where the Japanese courtyard is located. Brother Zhao, what's wrong with you? Several people surrounded Zhao Xingyu in the seats in the Japanese courtyard. One person looked at Zhao Xingyu's strange look and asked. It's nothing. Zhao Xingyu suppressed his murderous intent and curled his lips. I'm just happy that my childhood sweetheart and I have come to Spark Academy. Childhood sweetheart, which one is it? Everyone was curious. The twin sisters at the back. Zhao Xingyu looked doting on his face. Really, they didn't even tell me. He thought the 2 just wanted to surprise him. Wow, Brother Zhao is amazing. Everyone looked at him and immediately said with envy, I have such a beautiful childhood sweetheart. Haha, they are just childhood sweethearts. Zhao Xingyu looked at the girls with long breasts and thighs in the courtyard who were all looking at Li Mu, and clenched his fists. Apart from your good family background and appearance, what else can you compare to me? Wait for me and I will trample you under my feet. His mind was racing. Yueyuan, so handsome. Who is he? Why isn't he from our Yueyuan? Some young girls in magic robes looked at Li Mu in black magician robes, and their eyes lit up. That's Li Mu from the Li family in the Northern Territory, said a person from the Northern Territory. Wow, he's handsome and noble. I love him. The girl's eyes became brighter and brighter. He used equipment with a charm bonus. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Lang Xiaoyu couldn't bear that her classmates were deceived, so she spoke. As a warlock known for her charm, she could naturally tell that Li Mu had equipment to increase his charm. That Xiaoyu, can you see his original charm? A girl asked curiously. Yes, probably 17. Lang Xiaoyu looked at it seriously and said. Wow, he's still so handsome. When everyone heard this, they became infatuated again. Lang Xiaoyu reacted and was silent for a moment. As a warlock, her charm was 2 points less than that of Li Mu, which she couldn't accept. Star Court. Li Mu found a seat and sat down, and not long after, the welcome party began. The person on stage was an old man. He is the Dean of Spark Academy and a legendary 5th-level mage. Hello, little classmates, I am. But no matter how powerful he was, his boring and long words made everyone drowsy. After finally finishing speaking, he invited the deputy dean, an old woman. The old woman was also talking nonchalantly, which made Li Mu turn some of his attention to the surroundings and saw some familiar faces. Then the next step is to watch how our human race survived that war-torn millennium ago. The old woman said, and someone pushed a book up. Li Mu recovered from his retreat. The mythical Planeswalker's travel notes made him extremely curious. The Planeswalker's travel notes of an unknown level, which were made into the space of the dead skill book, could take him into the world in the book, but what about this mythical one? Are you going to send them to that story 1,000 years ago? Then he was disappointed. The lights in the entire venue went dark, and a ray of light was projected from the book onto the projector, and it started like a movie. That's it, he thought, and started looking. Thousands of years ago, our Kanglan continent was not called this name, but was called Blue Star. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Mu's eyes widened when he heard this familiar name. This is something he doesn't know. At that time, there were no professionals, there were just a group of ordinary people. Several photos appeared, recording cars, buildings, high-rise buildings and some human beings. Li Mu clenched his fists and watched. Until one day, the cracks in the abyss appeared, and the evil breath demonized all the ordinary animals on Blue Star. They almost destroyed us, the old woman said slowly, but the students present did not want to know much. Instead, they whispered to each other. The old woman didn't say anything, she just continued talking. At this time, some people who focused on physical training before the disaster stepped forward, taught what is called martial arts, and led the people to resist countless beasts. Several more photos were released, and Li Mu saw familiar people and stared at the screen. That was him and his comrades. Later, although another kind of ability called supernatural power was obtained by humans, it could not sustain it for long in the face of endless monsters. Fortunately, when human beings finally couldn't hold on anymore, our world will finally awaken, and it also opened the beginning of the profession. At this time, the photos turned into images, and they began to slowly describe how humans fumbled for things they did not understand and fought against the monsters, and how they survived the invasion of so many alien races with the integration of the world. As the scene played, Li Mu watched in silence. Until the picture ends on the glorious buildings rebuilt by the human race after the disaster and the countless smiling faces. This planeswalker's name is Ning Cheng. Everyone should remember it. After the old lady finished speaking, the light turned back on. When Li Mu came back to his senses, he realized that he had shed tears at some point. We won, humanity won. Li Mu took a deep breath, wiped his tears, and showed a smile. I've witnessed it too, thank you, little Changji. Uncle, have you ever thought about what you will do after you eliminate the beast tide? In his memory, the 8-year-old daughter of his fallen comrade asked him. Opening a martial arts gym. It's not interesting at all. Come travel with me. I have a high-end camera from before the collapse of civilization. Let's take pictures together. At a young age, she already knew how to hide her emotions, but he still saw the sadness she was trying to hide. I'm so tired, uncle. At the age of 10, she began to practice martial arts with him. Although she often complained that she was tired, she still persisted. But for some reason, she changed her name to him. Wow, uncle, you fought so well. I will definitely record it for you. The 12-year-old girl greeted him who had just won, jumping up and down and tinkering with the luxurious camera in her hand, as if this camera was her new world. Humph, uncle, even though my nickname is this, I don't necessarily like eating oranges. On her 13th birthday, he handed her an orange. She smiled happily and told him that she would also eat oranges on her next birthday, and then gave him half of the very sour orange. He said it was sour, but she said it was sweet. Uncle, let's leave quickly. These people are not worth your life to protect. When she was 14 years old, on her birthday, a wave of beasts attacked. Witness the victory of mankind for you. But uncle, I want to witness it with you. Without you, what is the meaning of the rest of my life? There was horror and confusion on her face. Uncle, promise me you will come to me alive. For the first time in my memory, the little girl's always smiling face showed an extremely sad expression. Then she was forcibly taken away by her comrades. And he failed to fulfill his promise and died in the beast wave. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Li Mu closed his eyes in pain, and tears flowed down uncontrollably again. I'm sorry, are you okay? Little Orange, however, you have become a god, so you must be living a good life. Only then did he understand the meaning of her words before she left this world. I have witnessed it, where are you? This is what she said when she left. She is looking for him. Li Mu clenched his fists, hoping in his heart that instead of looking for him all the time, she would live a happy life somewhere, the life she wanted. But, is this really the case? Li Mu stayed in his seat quietly in a daze. His sad look made many people around him look at him. This classmate, give you a tissue. A gentle voice sounded, making Li Mu couldn't help but look up. As a teacher during the internship period, Yun Feifei was arranged to be here to take charge of the exit order of the welcome party. It was nothing at first, but suddenly a student from the Star Academy cried, causing the students from the Star Academy not to move. The people watching the Star Academy did not move, and the Sun and Moon Academy also subconsciously did not move. Ryu Yuan didn't move, so naturally Chen Yuan, who was in the last row, didn't dare to move. So, after the old lady finished speaking, all the freshmen did not move, making the scene extremely silent and making Yun Feifei shed tears in her heart. This is the 12th week of my internship, and it's the last week before I become a full-time employee. Don't let any surprises happen. So, After discovering the culprit behind the immobility of the Star Academy students, she stepped forward to ask. Then she saw a sad young man, and suddenly, her heart softened. After turning over, she took out a tissue and handed it to him. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu took the tissue, looked at the teacher's ID card on Yun Feifei's chest, and nodded in thanks. It's okay. If you have anything, you can tell the teacher. Yun Feifei's voice was soft, afraid of hurting the boy again. It's nothing. Li Mu wiped his tears and shook his head. He looked around and found that no one was leaving. He couldn't help but be startled. Why are you looking at me? Can we go now? The welcome party is over. Yun Feifei flipped her hair. There must be a lot of sadness in his heart. Maybe I could listen and comfort him. As a teacher. Okay. Li Mu, who didn't know what was going on, stood up and walked out first. After he left, the people in Xingyuan slowly moved. Then came the Sun and Moon courts, and finally the Chen courtyard. Although the students didn't know why they were able to leave again, they still had to leave. On the road, Li Mu faced the warm summer wind and walked on the road. It's been 1,000 years, little Chengji. Li Mu sighed sadly. Where are you? The gods are immortal. Although he doesn't know what she will become after 1,000 years, he still wants to see her. Perhaps, she is the only person in the world who still remembers herself. That past life self. Thinking about it, Li Mu looked at the bright moon and stars in the sky and made a decision in his heart. Become a god. Gods have the ability to shatter the void and travel through the star world. Although he didn't know whether Xiao Chengji had given up, he still wanted to find her. This is his promise, a promise that is thousands of years late. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were already very calm. And his steps became more determined. Back in the dormitory, tomorrow's class schedule and optional subjects were sent to my student card. Li Mu took a quick look, took a hot bath, put on his pajamas, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. The distracting thoughts in his heart will be absorbed by him this night. When the sun rises tomorrow, his distracting thoughts will turn into nourishment for his heart, making him work harder and move forward. Morning. Following the guidance of the student card, Li Mu stepped into the classroom, recalling the meat buns he had just eaten, and nodded with satisfaction. The free meals at the college are really good. It is indeed a college with a history of nearly 1,000 years. He expressed satisfaction. Entering the classroom, he looked at several students sitting together and chatting, and then found a seat by the window and sat down. The classroom was large, and the class he was going to take was called Spellcasting Theory. The next class is called Spellcasting Teaching. All in all, there are 2 mage classes. So Li Mu waited quietly, and slowly, the students began to arrive one after another. Those who came were the spellcasters from the Star Academy, all the students from the Moon Academy, and the spellcasters from the Chen Academy. People from the Japanese Academy will not come here. Xu Chaoer walked into the classroom with a straight face, lowered her head and found a seat to sit casually, breathing a sigh of relief. Without her sister to accompany her, she was a little afraid to come to class, especially with people she didn't know. When her sister is with her, she still doesn't feel anxious, because she feels at ease when her sister is there. But my sister was going to take the class taught by the mage's attendant, so the social fear she had hidden for many years suddenly burst out. So, she kept her head down. After sitting down, she breathed a sigh of relief and raised her head to look around. Then she saw Li Mu behind her. Xu Chaoer was startled and quickly turned around. Why is he here? Oh, and he's a mage too. It's over. My sister asked me not to get close to the nobles, what should I do? She was thinking wildly. Jingle bell. The class bell rang, and an old man walked into the classroom. My name is Ji Yuku, and I am your spellcasting theory teacher. His voice was cold. I'm too lazy to name you, and I'm not interested in knowing your names. Before class, let me tell you my rules. I will ask people to stand up and answer questions in class, and I will deduct points for wrong answers and score for right answers. It's that simple. Classes begin. After he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and the spellcasting theory textbook appeared on each student's desk. These textbooks will be taken back after class. Because they are worried that students will take them away and copy them and spread them randomly, which will cause some serious consequences, so they are not distributed to students. Spellcasting is the most basic ability of every mage. What is the first thing you need to know? You answer that inspiring girl wearing a light blue robe by the window. Instead of starting a lecture, he started with questions. Shu Chao stood up in confusion. She was immersed in her own thoughts and had not yet reacted. 5 points for sitting down. The necromancer behind you, you answer. Ji Yu Ku neatly deducted 5 points from Shu Chao and called Li Mu again. Know your own magic. Li Mu stood up. How to know? Be proficient in casting spells first. How to become proficient? Continuously, over time. Li Mu replied simply. Not bad, 5 points added. Ji Yu Ku nodded with satisfaction. Open the first page of the book. Let's first understand the concept of spell casting. He began his lecture. Shu Chao looked at the 95 points on her student card and felt like crying. I know how to solve this question. Woohoo! She learned a lot and quickly got into a learning state, listening to the lessons carefully. How to maximize the benefits of your spells in battle. Encourage girls. After Ji Yu Ku finished talking about a topic, he asked Shu Chao an unrelated question. Good cooperation, teacher. With whom to cooperate? How to cooperate? Cooperate with the chain reaction between spells, and cooperate with teammates. Then what if we can't cooperate? Then try to maximize the results. Added 5 points. Ji Yu Ku nodded lightly. What do the undead boys think differently? Let each spell appear where it should appear. Li Mu stood up and answered briefly. Yeah, 5 points added. Ji Yu Ku smiled and nodded. As time passed, the teacher's frequent roll call also made other people look at Li Mu. Among them, Lang Xiaoyu clenched her fingers. She wanted the teacher to call her so she could get some points to read in the library. Zhang Shuai wanted to thank Li Mu after class. Shu Chao was thankful that she had regained her lost points. After teaching a class, Ji Yu Ku picked up his book and looked at the students in the class. From now on, you can come to my classes if you want to. If you don't want to, don't come. I won't say anything. But what I hate the most is perfunctory. Well, this class focuses on praising the undead boy and the ice girl. You are very good. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the classroom. After hearing this, Lang Xiaoyu clenched her fists happily. She is the ice girl. Look, I got praise from the teacher too. Thinking about it, she looked at Li Mu. I saw his eyes outside the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Between classes. ... So, thank you. After Zhang Shuai finished speaking, he looked at Li Mu. It's okay. Li Mu waved his hand nonchalantly after hearing that Zhang Shuai's team picked up something that belonged to him after he finished fighting World of Warcraft that day. I don't care about that. Thank you anyway. Zhang Shuai touched the ring on his hand. If you have any questions about spellcasting classes in the future, can we communicate together? He extended the invitation. Of course. Li Mu nodded. Li Mu will not be arrogant and look down on others because of his status, nor will he rest on his own laurels. He likes to make friends with the strong, but he won't look down on the weak because of it. Because he also climbed up from the weak, he also respects everyone who works hard to climb up. And Zhang Shuai is not a weakling, he can see the confidence in Zhang Shuai's eyes. That is confidence in one's own strength. It was in his eyes too. Yeah, Zhang Shuai nodded, and after chatting with Li Mu for a while, he returned to his seat when the class bell rang. A lady with a soft aura walked into the classroom and looked at the little mages in front of her with a smile. Hello, classmates, I am the teacher of your magic teaching class and the dean of Yueyuan. My name is Wu Shusho. You can call me Teacher Wu or Teacher Shusho. She wrote her name, listened to the sudden agitation, smiled, and did not speak to stop it. It's our dean. So beautiful, so gentle. I don't know who the deans of other houses are. The students talked for a while and then became quiet. Then let's start class. Wu Shusho glanced at her students, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, there is a necromancer, come up here. Wu Shusho waved. Li Mu nodded and walked to the podium. Next, I will go around this little classmate and explain the casting speed. Is there any other classmate who wants to come up and cooperate? She looked at the classmates while holding Li Mu's shoulders, with a soft smile on her lips. Me. Lang Xiaoyu quickly raised her hand. Okay, fellow ice warlock. Teacher Wu nodded with satisfaction. Next, let me explain to you the magic casting speed of the mage. You all know how to do long-distance spells, right? She asked in a positive tone. Yes. The two nodded. Then let's go against each other once and see who is faster. Teacher Wu said the words in the gentlest tone that made Lang Xiaoyu's heart tighten. It's okay, I will protect you. She said again. Come, stand over there, go over there. After seeing the two of them standing, she started counting. 3, 2, 1, start. Li Mu raised his hand and threw an energy missile at the ice girl opposite. Lang Xiaoyu raised his hand in panic. An ice spike was hit by a missile as soon as it formed. An explosion sounded, but nothing was destroyed. Li Mu, 5 points added. Wu Shusho nodded with satisfaction. I cast the spell decisively and chose the fastest spell, which is good. But classmate Lang Xiaoyu, I feel that you have a faster spell, why don't you use it? She asked. Because I am most familiar with the ice cone spell. Although Lang Xiaoyu was not hurt, his face was still pale. Just now she thought she was going to die. This is not advisable. The mage must think calmly at all times. I just said the word casting speed. Didn't you hear it? Or you are too nervous? But whatever it is, it shouldn't be like this. Go back. The soft words fell, and she threw a calming spell on Lang Xiaoyu and let the two of them go back. Let's start the class. I'm teaching about spell casting. It will be good for you to listen carefully. After she finished speaking, she started the lecture. Next, open the 30th page of the book. Let me first tell you about the fine control of magic power. Lang Xiaoyu also calmed down under the influence of the calming technique. After shaking his head and rejecting his friend's comfort, he listened to the class seriously. But she also planted a seed in her heart, called the seed of not admitting defeat. As the morning class ended, Li Mu followed the flow of people and walked to the cafeteria. Zhang Shuai originally wanted to join him, but he still had friends he met yesterday. After thinking about it for a moment, he still didn't come forward. Li Mu is a top noble in the Northern Territory, but the people around him are not that kind of top nobles, so it is difficult to play with him. So Zhang Shuai gave up, and Li Mu still ate alone. There are no major classes in the afternoon, but electives. There are a variety of elective courses designed for various professions, and Li Mu also found courses that interest him. The first class he took in the afternoon was the Summoning Objects class. The second period elective is Potions. Master Li, I am Su Huang from the Su family in Zhongzhou Tiancheng. Can you join our flower language club? Su Huang waited until Li Mu finished his meal and had some snacks before he came over and said. Tiancheng Su family. Li Mu glanced at Su Huang's student ID card. He was a second-year student in Xingyuan. Where are the benefits and contributions? Li Mu had no scruples about the Su family who almost had an engagement. That's something a father should consider. The Flower Club was founded by the eldest prince, and the members who join are all from the eldest prince's party. If you join, you can make a modest request to the eldest prince, and it will be valid forever. Su Huang did not hide it. The circle they are in has always been you can find it by checking. Can a complete dragon corpse do it? Li Mu asked. No. Su Huang wiped his cold sweat. How dare you mention it? Then there's no need to talk. Li Mu shrugged. I understand, but I'm still a little regretful that you didn't get married to my family. My sister is a great beauty. Su Huang smiled nonchalantly. By the way, Mr. Li, you have to be careful about the fifth princess and don't accidentally join her influence. Quote. Business cannot be done without righteousness, so Su Huang wants to have a good relationship. Fifth princess. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. He didn't know that the fifth princess was also enrolled in school. The fifth princess is different from other princes. She is his favorite daughter, but she has just entered school and has no power. Su Huang finished. Well, thank you. Li Mu nodded. No matter what, it is a piece of information. Then I won't disturb you. Su Huang left, as if the two of them just had a simple conversation and reminisced about old times. This conversation did not affect Li Mu. After eating, he returned to the dormitory to sort out what he had learned in the morning, and then went to the classroom for the afternoon summons class. The summoning class is the main course for summoner-type professions, and Li Mu believes that as a necromancer, he can also be regarded as a summoning-type profession. I am your summoning class teacher, Yu Shan. I believe everyone recognizes me. During class, a burly man stood on the podium and introduced himself. King of Beasts. One person defeated the famous Loess sand bandits in the western desert with the help of the legion of 10,000 beasts. I want a legion too. Listening to the student's praise, Yushan nodded and looked at Li Mu, who stood out among the crowd. Necromancer. I haven't seen this profession for a long time. Before class, I would like to invite 2 students to come up and have a battle with summoned objects. Who wants to come up? He asked. Me, Your Excellency, King of Beasts, I am a summoner with the talent of beast affinity just like you. My fire wolf is very strong. After 2 classes, the students who understood the importance of points rushed to perform in front of the King of Beasts and gain points. If you win, 5 points will be added. If you lose, 10 points will be deducted. Does anyone else want to come up? Seeing this, Yushan spoke again. Hearing this, everyone lowered their hands, except Li Mu who was still holding it up. When the risks are not proportional to the benefits, few people will continue to persist. Except for people who are confident in themselves. Li Mu, come up. After Yushan finished speaking, he looked at the others, is anyone else coming up? If not, Li Mu will get extra points. After seeing Li Mu, a necromancer, take the stage, many students raised their hands again. Li Mu's name began to appear in their ears since yesterday. What history makes me cry is that he is a pretentious man, but his super talent is the most rubbish profession, the most rubbish young head of the Li family, and so on. There are slanders and facts. But no one dared to mock Li Mu in person. Only people without brains would do this. However, a necromancer came to the podium and gave them confidence. Who hasn't seen the video of skeletons working on an assembly line? That video has been played for 3 billion times. Even if they haven't seen it, they have heard the topic. The destination of the necromancer is to enter the factory. So they scrambled to raise their hands. Just you, Lang Zheng. Yushan looked at the student card and called his name. Yes, teacher. Lang Zheng walked up to the podium happily, nodded to Li Mu, and waited for the teacher to explain the rules. After all, in his opinion, these are points earned in vain. You each summon a summoned object, and then have a fight, it's that simple. Yushan said, and let the 2 of them start the summoning. Come out, Fire Wolf. Lang Zheng took out a wolf-headed staff that had a bonus on wolf summons and started summoning. Li Mu also took out the skeleton staff and began to summon. Call of the Dead. 2 rays of light flashed, and the summoned object appeared in front of everyone at the same time. A wolf stepped on flames, and the red hair on its head burned like flames. When it came out, it roared to the sky. Fortunately, Yushan had arranged a silencing spell in advance so that the wolf's howling did not disturb other classrooms. The other is an undead body that is rotten and smelly. Li Mu looked at the creature in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. There are new undead. Rotten zombie, level 1. Strength, 19, body, 17, sensitivity, 10. Skills, corpse poison, strong body. Ding, the SSS-level talent martial god's heart has taken effect, and your rotten zombie has automatically learned martial arts, through arm fist, and bagwazong. Good guy, these 2 things you learned are fine. Li Mu opened his eyes wide and began to look forward to it. Yushan frowned at the rotten smell and called out a beautiful white bird. The bird flapped its wings and the stench dissipated instantly. Let's begin. The bird landed on Yushan's shoulder, and he teased the bird and said, Fire Wolf, use pounce. Lang Zheng looked at the zombies and didn't want to use this move, but Fire Wolf only had 2 skills, and the other was the passive skill Flame Possession. Ouch, the Flame Wolf pounced fiercely and went straight to kill the zombies. Be merciful and avoid using corpse poison. Li Mu thought for a while and said, once the summoner's summons is summoned, it is connected with the summoner and can be received in the contract space. Once the summoned object dies, it will have an impact on the summoner himself. We are all classmates, not enemies. So Li Mu restrained the zombies. The zombie calmly got into a boxing stance, and when the wolf was about to pounce on his face, he straightened his arm and punched the flame wolf's neck. Ouch, this arm hit the flame fire wolf and flew out, hitting the barrier and falling down. Stand up, Yanwo Lang. Lang Zheng looked at Yanwo Lang who was knocked down, in disbelief. The flame wolf was knocked dizzy, but he still followed the summoner's order and stood up with difficulty. Hold on, Flame Wolf. A sense of reluctance filled Lang Zheng's heart. He also heard Li Emu's words, but those words that he thought were humiliating made him lose his mood after the zombie's punch. If Li Mu hadn't been merciful, he might have lost a fire wolf. But Yanwo Lang only took 2 steps and collapsed. I give up, Lang Zheng said helplessly. Lang Zheng, 10 points deducted. Yu Shan glanced at the zombie again. Li Mu plus 5 points, is anyone else coming up? He looked at the classmates and asked. After Lang Zheng tested the waters, the summoners all knew that Li Mu was a tough opponent, and those who were unsure did not dare to raise their hands for fear of being deducted 10 points. But there was a girl whose eyes lit up when she looked at the zombies. Her summon is a creature called a small light beast, which has a light attribute and is designed to restrain Li Emu's undead. Thinking about the Holy Sea's propaganda about the light, Lu Xiaoxiao gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. After all, it was only 5 points. Light must defeat darkness. With this idea in mind, she raised her hands. Lu Xiaoxiao. Yu Shan looked at a fat girl raising her hand and asked her to come up. Are you ready? He asked Lu Xiaoxiao. Yeah, she looked at the zombie and nodded. Then you summon it. Yu Shan also wanted to see this zombie continue to fight. After all, he was also curious about zombies that knew martial arts. Come out, little light beast. She summoned a round golden creature with bean-dot-sized eyes blinking in confusion, and its light yellow fur made Li Mu feel a little cute. Start, Yu Shan shouted. Little light beast, use the little light technique. Lu Xiaoxiao said. Restrain your attributes, pay attention to dodge, and fight until you lose your combat effectiveness. Li Mu said at the same time. A ray of light shot towards the zombie. The zombie moved its steps and stepped on Bagua. After easily dodging it, it stepped quickly. In the blink of an eye, it came to the little light beast and gave it a punch. Ah! The little light beast instantly flew out and hit the wall with a cry, which made the girls present feel extremely distressed. It also made Lu Xiaoxiao feel distressed and quickly shouted to admit defeat. Lu Xiaoxiao deducts 10 points, and Li Mu adds 5 points. Yu Shan was calm on the surface, but he was extremely surprised in his heart. Such a highly intelligent summoned object actually appeared in the first professional turn. And it's also the summon of the Necromancer. Could it be that the Empire's original plan has started again? After much deliberation, Yu Shan thought it was none of his business and asked Li Mu to return to his seat and start class. Summoner is a profession that relies on summoned objects. A powerful summoner is a team that works well together. What I want to teach you is how to improve the bond with the summoned objects and how to increase the combat power of the summoned objects under your command. Next, open the first page of the textbook. Let's first learn the special bond between the summoned object and the summoner. Yushin's lectures were quite satisfactory, but because of his reputation, no one dared to desert for fear that they would not learn anything. After class, Li Mu went straight to the potions classroom. On the way, he listened to the students laughing and discussing the topic of whether they should spend points to engage in simulated battles together since there were not many classes to choose from in the second period in the afternoon. Simulated battles are similar to dueling arenas open on weekends, but simulated battles allow you to entertain each other with friends, and dueling arenas involve a lot of points. Without stopping, Li Mu entered the potions classroom, found a seat and waited. He didn't notice Lang Xiaoyu's gaze behind him. But even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. Pointless. The class bell rang, and the potions teacher was an old man wearing a gray mage robe. He walked up and smiled kindly. I am your potions teacher, you can just call me Yao Lao. Yao Lao pinched his beard, looked at the seats less than half full in the classroom and spoke. Potions is a knowledge course. It allows you to develop the most suitable potion for yourself. Next, I will give you a step-by-step analysis of the essence of potions based on the properties of herbal medicines and the process of making them. The course will be boring, but if you stick with it, it will also add to your knowledge. Open the textbook and turn to the first chapter, Identification of Medicinal Materials. His old voice slowly became analytical, and while Li Mu listened, he thought about the things hidden in many teachers' words. The future will be beneficial. Study hard, and words such as foundation flashed through Li Mu's mind, and he understood something. That is the expertise of each profession. Expertise is very important before being promoted to a legendary powerhouse. It can determine the outcome of a battle. For example, if a mage with the expertise of spell promptness fights with a mage who does not have this expertise, then the final winner will most likely be the mage with the expertise. In warrior professional combat, if one has the professional weapon proficiency expertise and the other does not, he will definitely be at a disadvantage. This is the combat power that expertise can bring to professionals. Thinking of this, Li Mu immediately concentrated and listened to the lesson seriously. The bell rang, and the teacher ended the class without asking any questions. Li Mu also stood up, planning to take a rest after dinner and then go to the alchemy class in the evening. Knowledge is power, learn as much as you can. With this in mind, he rushed to the canteen. Leng Xiaoyu behind him looked at Li Mu in a hurry, pursed his lips, and had complicated eyes. Those people in Zhongzhou are really irritating. After eating, a West Desert noble wiped his mouth, his light brown face full of anger. Because of the long sunshine hours and strong wind and sand, most people in the Western Desert have brown skin, even the nobles are no exception. Forget it, Zhongzhou people have looked down on outsiders for a day or two. Just get used to it. A southern wasteland nobleman said nonchalantly while eating roast beef. You see, the strong man from the northern territory didn't say anything. He looked at Zhang Shuai and spoke calmly. I told you not to have stereotypes. Zhang Shuai sighed helplessly. Not all people from the northern territory are bold and rugged. Look at me, the rough guy, and the fishing guy. They all fit the image of each place perfectly. You are the only one who is ignorant and pretends to be elegant. Feng Yu sighed. Come on, show your muscles. You are the rough guy, and your whole family is rough. The Western Desert noble Tu Fengwo said in displeasure. I am pure wheat thiophene, you know nothing. Spit, although I'm quite happy when you call me a fisherman, we in the East China Sea don't just have the profession of fisherman, we also have many things related to the land. Zhang Chen, a nobleman of the East China Sea, spat out the fish bone in his mouth, he rolled his eyes and said. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Feng Yu. Okay, let's talk about this topic next time. Let's first solve the problem of regional discrimination that Zhongzhou people hate so much. Brother Macho, what's your suggestion? He asked. My suggestion is that in the duel field on the weekend, let the people from the 4 regions unite to suppress the Zhongzhou people, so that they will not have the face to discriminate against us anymore. Zhang Shuai said seriously. It is well known that Hoshiwan looks down on the other 3 academies. But there is also discrimination within the Star Academy. Among them, Zhongzhou people are the most xenophobic. This has been a problem for years. The dual field, yes, it's a good suggestion, I accepted it. Feng Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll leave it to you, unite the 4 regions, and give those Zhongzhou people a good look at the weekend duel field. Of course, don't let the other 3 houses take advantage of us while we are fighting internally. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ridiculed by others. Are you teaching me how to do something? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. Feng Yu, you are a fool. Tu Fenghuo said dirty words. Well, in fact, everyone should rely on their abilities. Our Star Academy should not lose the big because of internal fighting. Zhang Shuai finally concluded and ended the farce. In the evening, alchemy classroom. The alchemy class is a huge ladder classroom. Most of the students have signed up, making the classroom full. Some students were standing in the aisle, waiting for class. You are blocking my way. A person from the Star Academy walked into the classroom, frowned and said to the person blocking the way. When he turned around and saw that the student card was Hoshiwan, the man quickly bowed his head, said sorry and moved out of the way. As an ordinary person in Chenyuan, he did not dare to offend the nobles. Our Xingyuan's reputation has been ruined by these Zhongzhou people. Feng Yu sat in the back row and said unhappily as he watched this scene. Shish, keep your voice down, don't let others know about the discord within our Star Academy. Zhang Shuai patted Feng Yu. If you are really angry, just beat them up in the duel field. I know. Feng Yu frowned and nodded. I'm really unhappy, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who made me a noble from Zhongzhou? By the way, when the duel field is open, how about we compete to see who can defeat more people? Upon seeing this, Zhang Chen opened his mouth to calm down the atmosphere. That must be me. Although Tu Fenghuo looks rough, he is a delicate person. My invincible wind and earth magic can definitely be called that Huaki. Lu Feng and others will never come back. He also eased Feng Yu's mood. But we alone are not sure that we can severely dampen their spirit. Feng Yu breathed out. After all, besides Hua Lu and the others, there are many people in Zhongzhou who cannot be underestimated. Not to mention that Her Royal Highness the Princess is also here. There is nothing they can do about the royal family's unique professional dragon knight. Hiss, that's true. Tu Fengwo scratched his head. Macho Man, do you have any plan that we can use to make us overpower Zhongzhou? My name is not Macho Man, my name is Zhang Shuai. Well, actually there is a person in our northern territory, and I feel he can crush the students at his level. Zhang Shuai thought of a person and hesitated before speaking out. The corpses of wolves all over the ground that day were still fresh in his memory. You're not talking about the pretender, are you? Tu Fengwo frowned. Although he defeated a Zhongzhou noble in a simulated battle, it was just the noble's carelessness. And losing will still bring shame to our Star Academy. He hates pretentious people the most. It's not him. Zhang Shuai shook his head. Do you know Li Mu? That nobleman with a trick in his mind. Feng Yu raised his eyebrows and expressed everyone's impression of Li Mu. Don't say that again. Zhang Shuai frowned. Okay, Brother Macho has spoken. Feng Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Then what's so strong about him? He's just a necromancer. His impression of the necromancer was still in the video of the skeleton entering the factory, and he also laughed while watching it. Don't underestimate any profession. What's more, it's the people who are strong, not the profession. Have you forgotten this sentence? Zhang Shuai corrected him seriously. Okay, he's a human being. Feng Yu nodded perfunctorily and looked at Li Mu, who had just come in. So, what's so special about him? He can't even sit in a seat. Li Mu walked into the classroom with 70% full and found that the classroom was full of people. After thinking for a moment, he thought about the micro-manipulation of spells taught by Teacher Wu in class, and began to use magic power. Bone gun, bone wall. The white bones extended in his hand and turned into 2 small guns the length of his hands. He made 4 stool legs, and he had the ability to control the bone wall, which slowly grew in size and turned into bone plates. Then the 5 white bones were condensed together with magic power, and a bone stool was completed. Sitting against the back wall, he waited for class. And what Li Mu did just now silenced many people. Can you do what he did? Zhang Shuai looked at Feng Yu and asked with a smile. He likes to watch other people get slapped in the face. You, him, okay, the teacher is here, let's go to class. After Feng Yu turned his words around in his mouth for a few times, he sat upright. He couldn't do it, but he didn't want to be slapped in the face and made excuses. Fortunately, the teacher came and rescued him at this time. Alas, Zhang Shuai shook his head helplessly. You must face up to the strength of others, only then can you find your own shortcomings. He thought, do you know how to use subtle spells now? Lang Xiaoyu pursed her lips and felt the gap. I'll catch up to you. Single quote. She thought silently. Do you know this thing? Shu Ling'er listened to the people around her talking about some subtle spells, turned her head and looked at Shu Chaoer, and asked. No, Shu Chaoer lowered his head. Then you have to study hard, got it? My sister said seriously. Study more, think more, don't be lazy like before, go back tonight and see if you can learn this subtle spell. Oh, listening to her nagging, the younger sister nodded aggrievedly. Top student, what to show off? What's the reb to show off? She cried inwardly. Hello, classmates, I am your alchemy teacher. My surname is Huo. You can just call me Teacher Huo. A middle-aged intellectual man wearing glasses introduced himself. It seems that everyone is very interested in my class. Ah. He looked at the many people standing and smiled. Students who don't have seats, remember to prepare a bench in the storage equipment before class next time, so that you don't have to stand. He looked at Li Mu again and nodded when he found that he was the only one sitting among the students who had no seats. Not stupid. Before class, I would like to ask if any of my classmates have the profession of alchemist. 5 Chenyuan students raised their hands. They were all recruited because of their profession. Very good, they are all from Chenyuan. Teacher Huo nodded with satisfaction. By the way, I am the dean of Chenyuan, please remember. After saying this, the students belonging to Chenyuan became excited. Their dean turned out to be the teacher of the alchemy class, which they didn't expect. The dean can answer questions for the students in his own college, which means they can all ask him for alchemy questions. This is the convenience of being a Chenyuan student. Why hasn't the dean of our Star Academy shown up yet? Feng Yu couldn't help but say. The dean of Yueyuan showed up in the morning. The dean of Japanese Academy heard that the first class was taught by their dean. Now the dean of Chenyuan also has one. What about theirs? It's not time yet. Zhang Chen, who had been silent until now, spoke up. As far as I know, the class on Wednesday morning is a combat instruction course. I heard from the gossip that the combat class teacher is our dean. He said slowly. Really? That's good. I can still ask for advice on fighting. Feng Yu suddenly felt more balanced. Let's start class. After the students were calm, Teacher Huo smiled and started teaching. Alchemist is not a warlock profession. They prefer auxiliary professions and are famous for making various things. They can make puppets, golems, machines or magic potions. Among them, potion science was split from alchemy. And students who are alchemists by profession have mastered a magic circle ritual called refining, and can understand the mystery of alchemy more easily than people who are not in this profession. There is a saying, if you learn alchemy, you will be able to travel around the world without fear. This means that the practicality and functionality of alchemy can be used anywhere, which is why there are so many people in the alchemy class. Fortunately, the teacher got a textbook for all the students, otherwise Li Mu wouldn't know who to borrow the book from. He has no acquaintances at school. In the alchemy class, after the teacher taught some basic things, he announced that the get out of class was over. After class, the 5 alchemists from Chenyuan gathered together, and the other students from Chenyuan gathered around him regardless of whether they had something to do or not. Teacher Huo adjusted his glasses and smiled wryly. Li Mu looked at the textbook disappearing from his hand and sighed. It was gone before I even turned a few pages, which was a pity. After walking out of the classroom, Li Mu faced the evening breeze and walked towards the dormitory. Li Mu, wait a minute. A female voice called to him as he walked out of the teaching building. Your Highness the Princess. Li Mu turned to look at the girl in front of him and gave him a royal salute. The 5th princess of the empire, Yi Shuangyan, is a first-year student in the Star Academy and a professional dragon knight. The beautiful princess with a ponytail looked heroic, and the armor on her body was shining brightly. Li Mu could tell at a glance that it was a purple piece of equipment, which was of the same level as the robe he was wearing. Li Mu, are you interested in joining my club? Yi Shuangyan's voice was cold and gentle. I won't let you down. This is an indirect invitation to take sides. Benefit, pay, Li Mu said calmly. As the young master of the Li family, Li Mu is not afraid of any prince. Even if he is in that position in the future, he has the confidence not to be afraid. The princess took out a prop, and after using it, a light soundproof shield appeared around the two of them. I can promise to give you a legendary staff when you turn 5 and become a legend. I will also pay for the construction of the Mage Tower when you turn 4. The 5th princess said, walking side by side with Li Mu towards the dormitory. Not only in this way, I can reduce the Li family's annual taxes by 30%. And what I want is for your Li family to stand by my side. Believe me, I won't let you down. She painted the pie seriously. It's too far away, Your Highness Princess. Li Mu shook his head. You are so broke now, how can I trust you? False, big, empty. This was the first impression the 5th princess gave Li Mu. Actually, I'm not poor. Yi Shuangyan shook his head. I have the confidence to fight against Big Brother. If you join me, I am confident that I can defeat Big Brother in the future. I can make a contract to prove that I am telling the truth. As for what confidence I have, I can't tell you until you join. Yi Shuang spoke sincerely. Confidence. Li Mu glanced at Yi Shuangyan. Is it Zhaoyan? Yi Shuangyan's expression froze for a moment, then regained his composure instantly. But Li Mu still caught it, and then shook his head. Her Royal Highness the Princess is still too young. Well, that's right. Yi Shuangyan clenched his fists, but besides that, I still have cards. Knights of the Round Table. Li Mu asked again. Where did you get the information? Yi Shuangyan finally showed shock on his cold face. It's impossible to leak it, it's obviously so secret. She turned pale. If even Li Mu knew this news, wouldn't the elder brother have known about it a long time ago? I got it from you. Li Mu looked at the dormitory not far away. The eldest prince holds in his hands the Su family of Tiancheng in Zhongzhou, the Chu family of the northern region, the Qian family of the southern wilderness, the Lu family of the western desert, the Bai family of the East China Sea, and many small and medium-sized forces. He worked for him, and the Earth-Fire Dragons donated by the Lu family over the years also formed the Earth-Fire Dragon army that is said to be invincible on land. Quote, if Her Royal Highness the Princess wants to fight the eldest prince with so many cards, only Zhaoyan will give you the confidence to fight him. As for the cards you mentioned, the only ones that suddenly appeared in Zhongzhou 10 years ago were the 12 knights of the Round Table and their 12 knights. Your mother must have spent countless efforts to establish this force for you. Li Mu walked to the dormitory building and stopped. In the future, it is better not to tell others that you are confident in person without meeting each other. It will expose a lot of things. I'm leaving first, Your Highness Princess, I wish you a good dream tonight. After Li Mu finished speaking, he walked into the door on the left, leaving only Yi Shuangyan, who was stunned at the door of the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Li Mu took out a pen and paper, recorded what he had learned in the day, and then reflected on himself. After finishing, he did a set of boxing, took a shower and then lay on the bed. I wonder what kind of surprise the princess's hush money will give me. Li Mu thought, releasing a few skeletons beside the bed and closing his eyes. Tuesday's mage class is an introduction to the mage genre and a wonderful introduction to spell combinations. Li Mu came to the classroom early after eating. After finding a seat and sitting down, he quietly waited for class. Master Li, a female voice sounded. Li Mu turned around and saw a girl handing him a storage ring. After handing it over, she left. Li Mu took the ring and looked at the contents inside. A bracelet, 2 skill books, and a cyan horseshoe. Although I don't know what it is, the princess's handwriting cannot be too bad. Don't worry, let's go to class first. Li Mu thought to himself as he watched the teacher come in. I am Yu Ming, and this is the teaching assistant teacher Yun Feifei. We are all mage professionals. We must stay calm at all times. I will use a spell to attack you in the 5th second after I finish speaking. You must use your defensive spells. Use them all and let me see whose defensive spell is the best. An old woman spoke quickly with a straight face and fell silent. Bone Wall, Bone Hyperplasia, Spell Shield. Without hesitation, Li Mu instantly started casting spells to form a huge bone wall for protection in front of him. At the same time, the once-a-day spell shield attached to the equipment unfolded and covered his body. The students who had just finished breakfast and were sleepy from yesterday were stunned for 2 seconds before starting to cast spells. But it was too late. There was a flash of light, and their condensed shield instantly shattered. But Li Mu's shield persisted a little longer before it was broken. Li Mu, Hua Qi, Zhang Shuai, Lang Xiaoyu, Earth Wind Fire plus 5 points, and the others deduct 5 points. Yu Ming said lightly, no matter what the reason is, if you don't have a good magic shield, you are irresponsible for your own life. Classes begin. As soon as Yu Ming came into class, he deducted 5 points from his classmates, which made them feel nervous. They took their textbooks and listened to the class carefully. The cooperation between each spell may have miraculous effects in critical situations. Yu Ming said lightly, for example, the most classic spell is Greasy. It greases the soles of the feet and adds fuel to the fire. It has been used in many battles. It played a big role. And what I want to teach you is the restraint and relationship between various spells. As for how much you can understand, it's up to you. Yu Ming had something to say and began to teach. And Li Mu heard something in it. Could it be that the teacher is teaching that spell countermeasures skill? His eyes twinkled. Both magic classes were taught by Yu Ming, and Yun Feifei sometimes helped Yu Ming demonstrate some things. Return to normal, correct. She only had one thought in her mind. After finishing his morning class, Li Mu rushed to the cafeteria. At 3 points and 1 line, he felt that he was living a fulfilling life. He also likes this kind of quiet life without being disturbed. But someone still came to trouble him. Li Mu, I heard that the men of your Li family are unparalleled in their bravery, but I don't believe it. After Li Mu finished his meal slowly, several people came over and asked, do you dare to have a mock battle with me? The speaker was Su Shangchen, a member of the Su family in Zhongzhou. No one would provoke others while they are eating. It is very rude. Especially for nobles, face is very important. So he watched Li Mu eat a lot, and when he finally stopped wiping his mouth, he rushed over. But he also sighed in his heart that Li Mu ate so much. Benefits. Li Mu said bluntly. He didn't care if he came by himself or was instructed by others. He only cares about what he can get. Of course it's points. Su Shangchen clicked his student card. 50 points, do you dare? He will not be aggressive or abusive. They are all top nobles, and don't let those country bumpkins laugh at the affairs between nobles. Okay, Li Mu nodded. There is still some time between lunchtime and afternoon class, enough time for the two of them to have a fight. Su Shangchen walked in front with a calm expression. Since the last time a small noble in their central province was almost teased by that country bumpkin from the northern territory, he not only lost 30 points, but also let many people see that Xingyuan lost to Riwan. What a shame. This made him feel angry. Want to fight. But that Zhao Xingyu couldn't avoid the fight and threatened to meet at the duel field on the weekend. He couldn't force others to simulate a fight under the school rules, so he had to target Li Mu. But in Xingyuan, people from the 4 continents except Zhongzhou all hugged the group and kept a distance from the people of Zhongzhou. This is nothing, just some rural nobles. But they rejected his invitations to simulate battles one after another, which made him very angry. So, when he learned that Li Mu from the Northern Territory did not stay in a group, but lived alone, he came to give it a try. Unexpectedly, Li Mu really agreed. Don't he know I'm a berserker? Su Shangchen thought to himself, or should we say that the nobles of the Northern Territory really move forward and never back down? Single quote. But no matter what, he never thought of showing mercy. When they arrived at the place, Su Shangchen looked at Li Mu and waited silently. Not coming. Li Mu was confused. Why not start a mock war? Didn't the challenger spend 5 points to initiate the challenge? Your entourage hasn't arrived yet. Su Shangchen frowned. A mage without the protection of his entourage would be at a disadvantage when facing off against other professions. I came to the academy without any entourage. Li Mu shook his head. Okay. Su Shangchen, who was a little surprised, didn't think much and directly voted for 5 points. The simulated battle arena was opened, and the students who were watching the battle at the edge of the simulated battle arena all came over. As an entertainment place on campus, mock battles are still very attractive. So every day some students are here simulating or watching simulations. Of course, the senior class won't be here. With a place as exciting as a duel field, simulated battles are no longer that novel to them. Only students who have just entered school will ask each other for advice fight in the mock battle every year. Those are Su Shangchen and Li Mu from Xingyuan. Why are they here? Wow, Li Mu is really handsome. Don't think about it, no matter how good-looking you are not worthy of him. Hurry up and record the video. This is a battle between nobles. It must be exciting. Just when they were about to take the video with their mobile phones, the people Su Shangchen led came into play. You can watch it, but you can't record it. They were all students of the Star Academy, which naturally put a lot of pressure on the students. They looked at each other and put down their phones angrily as they didn't dare to offend Xingyuan. Please. Su Shangchen stretched out his hand. Please. Li Mu nodded and took out the skeleton staff. Entering the ring, a ray of light fell from the sky and covered the two of them. This is a protective measure for the students to prevent them from being seriously injured in battle and affecting their studies. The higher level dueling arena will only protect students from death. Only the duel arena is more like a battle, but it's only open on weekends. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A soft female voice on the ring began to count the seconds, and the two of them stood at the two corners of the ring and began to prepare. 3, 2, 1, start. When the battle started, Su Shangchen roared angrily, activated the berserker skill Berserk, raised the attributes of his whole body, and then rushed towards Li Mu. Skeleton summons. Li Mu did not directly summon the army in the space of the dead, as that would be too bullying. They are both nobles, so they have to save face for each other. A skeleton warrior appeared, and Li Mu began to use spells. Bone hyperplasia. In an instant, the skeleton warrior began to slowly grow in size, and the bone shield and bone knife in his hand also began to change. 2 seconds later, a skeleton warrior more than 2 meters tall appeared and rushed towards Su Shangchen. A skeleton. It's so disrespectful. Su Shangchen, who was in a frantic fighting state, was angry in his heart. Everyone knows that necromancers and summoners are different. The summoner cultivates the creatures he summons and makes them stronger to enhance his combat effectiveness. Necromancers use many weak undead to form legions to fight. There are two professions. One is to take the elite route, and the other is to take the mass route. But Li Mu only summoned one undead spirit, which was obviously looking down upon him. Drink. Su Shangchen raised his fist and roared, going straight to hit the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior calmly sank his body, stabilized his center of gravity and raised his shield to block. Stick to it. Get ready. The big shield and iron fist made a crisp sound, and everyone under the ring heard a huge sound of bone cracking. Wow, Mr. Su is so handsome. He cracked the bone shield with just one punch. As expected of a berserker, he is fierce. Come on, Mr. Li, summon a few more skeleton warriors. Where is the necromancer's army? Mr. Li, move quickly. The students under the stage shouted fiercely. On the stage, Su Shangchen listened to the discussion in the audience with colorful expressions on his face. In fact, it wasn't the bone shield that was cracked, but the bones in his hand were cracked. It really hurts, but I can't be embarrassed. Drink. Su Shangchen activated the frenzy skill to reduce the pain and continued to swing his fists and slam into the bone shield. However, the skeleton warrior who was holding on did not make any extra moves, but silently gathered momentum. Boom, 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 boom. Su Shangchen kept punching, and the shadow of his fist was like the wind, violently attacking the skeleton warrior's shield. He also forgot about the common sense of giving priority to attacking the mage's body. Now he just wanted to smash the turtle shell and punch the skull's face hard. This is also the debuff that comes with the berserker when fighting, and his IQ will be temporarily reduced. Li Mu waited, and suddenly became bored. Looking at the time, he saw that there were still 20 minutes before class, so he spoke. Chop! A flash of sword light flashed, and Su Shangchen was sent out of the ring. In the first session of the afternoon, Li Mu chose the study of enchantment. He thought about enchantment and found it to be quite useful. After you learn it, whether it is temporary enchantment or permanent enchantment, it will increase the power of your weapon. In classrooms, Li Mu. Zhao Xingyu was sitting in the back row, looking at Li Mu in the front row, his eyes narrowed. I heard that he was challenged by Su Shangchen in a mock battle at noon. He asked about the few younger brothers he had accepted after enrolling. Yes, Su Shangchen lost. A younger brother replied. Before leaving, he even told Li Mu to keep the skeleton warrior that defeated him so that he can challenge him next time. It turns out that Su Shangchen is just like that. I thought the berserker was so strong. Zhao Xingyu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. After laughing, he looked at the two figures by the window and frowned. Ever since Shu Linger saw him flirting with a girl from Chenyuan during class on the first day of school, and she looked at him with an incomprehensible look, the two sisters never took the initiative to talk to him again. And when he came closer, he only saw two indifferent people talking to him in a cold tone. Oh, I must be angry. It's no wonder, after all, they all like me, and they always feel uncomfortable when they see me flirting with other girls. Zhao Xingyu shook his head. But I will have a harem in the future, so you must accept it as soon as possible. He thought. The school bell rang, and an old man in purple robe walked into the classroom. He glanced at the students first, then handed out textbooks and started class. Enchanting can improve the effectiveness of your equipment. A good enchantment can increase a professional's combat power a lot. But a poor enchantment can also turn a piece of equipment into dust. I will teach you all kinds of enchantments, and I will also tell you what kind of equipment is enchanted with what kind of magic. You can learn it slowly. After he finished speaking, he asked the students to open the textbooks and started teaching. After the enchantment class ended, Li Mu rushed to the next classroom. He won't take a break. Xu Chaoer showed a complicated expression when he heard that a classmate from Chenyuan said that Li Mu had not missed a class in the past 2 days. Because, you see, as a young master, I have never missed a class. The sister of the twins found an opportunity and began her teaching. What about you? If I didn't choose the elective courses for you, would you just want to be lazy? No more classes. I'm telling you, Xu Chaoer, you. Shu Linger began her daily preaching. Because my sister will teach me a lesson once she sees other good children. Single quote. With a sad face, the younger sister was led by her elder sister to the classroom for the next class. In the second class, Li Mu chose the non-human biology research class. He signed up for this course because of the many studies on corpse suturing taught by his teacher. After all, he would have to develop his own ghoul army and abomination army himself in the future. Ah, I didn't expect that there would be so many people in my class. The female teacher Fengyun came in and blinked her big beautiful eyes. My name is Fu Lin, just call me Teacher Fu. Can I ask, why did you choose my class? She looked at the students who had occupied nearly half of the seats. My glasses students in the first row, you answer. I took this course because I wanted to use alchemy with non-human creatures. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and replied. Oh, you are an alchemist. After looking at the student card, Fu Lin suddenly realized. Please sit down, how about you? She asked the girl sitting next to the man with glasses. I want to keep a pet, but I don't know what to keep, so I signed up to take a class to see which creature is the cutest and get one. The girl from the one-star academy said. As for pets, I suggest you keep a spotted cat or a small colorful sparrow. Teacher Fu said, these two pets are easy to keep and beautiful. They are the best choices for pets. She waved her hand, and two pictures appeared suspended. Above were pictures of two pets. Thank you, teacher, where can I buy it? The girl from Xingyuan's eyes lit up when she saw the photo. So cute. Then you ask the right person. The commercial street will be temporarily open every Wednesday afternoon. Shop number 39 there sells this. If you go there and sign my name, you will get a big discount. Teacher Fu said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. The girl nodded and made plans to buy a pet tomorrow. After all, the dormitory was too big, and it was a bit lonely for her to live alone. What about you? Fu Lin looked at Li Mu with her beautiful eyes, and then she realized that there was another such a charming person among the students. Study their physical characteristics. Li Mu thought for a while and said. After all, it would be a bit uncomfortable to talk about anatomy directly. Characteristics. Fu Lin became interested when she heard this word. She thought that Li Mu really wanted to learn her class, so she continued to ask, what are the specific characteristics? Special parts and fit of non-human creatures. If Li Mu asked further, he could only say that they were used for dissection. But we rarely learn this in our first-year courses. Teacher Fu pursed his lips and smiled. However, if you are very interested, you can come to the fourth office and I can explain it to you specifically. But it's charged. She blinked her left eye, and her beautiful face made it difficult for many male students to look away. Okay, Li Mu nodded. Then let's start the class. As she said that, she called out the textbook and started the class. After class, Li Mu walked on the familiar road, listening to his classmates talking about tomorrow's combat class. Not caring much, he ran to the classroom of the course he chose tonight after dinner. Astronomy class. It is said that the content of astronomy is about the legendary knowledge of the star world. And for Li Mu who wants to become a god and travel in the star world in the future, it is very important. When he came to the classroom, there were not many people in the classroom, so Li Mu found a seat and sat down. Lang Xiaoyu in the back row also looked at Li Mu for a while and tightened the paper and pen in his hand. I am your astronomy teacher, just call me astronomy teacher. A long-haired man in a blue diamond-studded robe stood on the podium and looked at the students and said, everyone knows a little bit about the star world, and what I want to teach is some revelations that can be obtained from stargazing in the various worlds in the star world. You can call this revelation astrology. Open the textbook for the third section, the relationship between stars and the world. Li Mu opened the textbook and listened to the class carefully. After class, Li Mu walked towards the dormitory in the evening breeze. Li Mu. A pleasant female voice called him and made him turn his head to look. It was a long-legged beauty. Although she was very beautiful, there was a sharpness between her eyebrows and eyes. Li Mu also knew her. It was the little princess of the Chu family, Chu Yunyu, who belonged to the top family in the Northern Territory like his Li family. She was a sophomore in the Star Academy. What's wrong? Li Mu asked. Although they knew each other, they were really not familiar with each other. I heard that you had a good chat with the fifth princess yesterday. She walked to Li Mu and asked lightly. Her family stood on the side of the eldest prince. Although she didn't want to pay attention to such things, as a member of the Chu family, she also had to do some superficial work. Almost. Li Mu nodded. Anyway, I'm quite happy. Really? Chu Yunyu glanced at Li Mu and nodded, I know. After that, she left. Li Mu didn't care about the students who were watching and looked like they wanted to eat melons, so he went back to the dormitory. Li Mu also knew her personality and thoughts, so it wouldn't hurt to cooperate with her. They all knew each other. Back in the dormitory, Li Mu took out the things the princess gave him and checked them out. Fanatical bracelet purple. Equipment effect. Summoned creatures morale +1, fanaticism aura 1 time per day. Equipment conditions. Summoning professions. Fanatical aura. Makes summoned creatures fall into fanaticism and fearless of pain. At the same time, it gains temporary attributes of strength +3 and agility +3. A top quality equipment for a low-level summoner, which is also very useful to him. Blue scale horseshoe purple. Equipment effect. Summon a blue scale horse. Equipment conditions. None. It turned out to be a rare pet type equipment. And it's the blue scale horse with the second turn attribute. I'll ride this horse when I lead the team to charge in the future. Li Mu was very satisfied. Bone armor. Condensing a layer of bone armor on the body. Learning conditions. First turn Necromancer. I can wear armor too. Dark Warrior summoning. Directed summoning of the Dark Warrior. When casting with a corpse, the magic power consumption is halved. Learning conditions. First turn Necromancer. Dark Warrior, a strong undead creature. Rumor has it that they are the undead who stood up again after the death of a powerful warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. Both skill books are skill books of the Necromancer, which should be specially found by the princess for him. Unfortunately, not only did she fail to let Li Mu join, but he also knew her true strength, so she had to give these things away for free. Thank you, princess, I will definitely not tell anyone. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction, tried their effects and rested. Early on Wednesday morning, all first-year students gathered in the duel field that was not open to the public. They were divided into 5 teams. They stand according to the 4 houses of the sun, moon and stars, and the extra teams are the followers of each house. In front of them was a burly man. I am Yi Lianshan, your combat class teacher and the dean of the Star Academy. After the big man finished speaking, he watched the Star Academy become noisy for a few seconds and then fell silent again, nodding with satisfaction. As a member of the royal family, he naturally has a good impression of the nobles. Glancing at Yi Shuangyan, who was standing at the front of the Star Academy, he spoke again, fighting is the main theme of the world. A world without fighting is boring, but a world with fighting is exciting. My class is also very simple, that is fighting. I won't teach you any fighting skills or a calm mind. What I want is for you to understand it yourself, to understand it between life and death. My class only requires fighting. After he said this, he waved his hand and the duel platform opened directly. The winner gets 100 points, and the runner-up gets 50 points. 10 points for 3 to 10. 20 points will be deducted for everything else. Come on, let me see your strength. Yi Lianshan laughed. His smile made the students in the 4th courtyard feel a little cruel. There are nearly 200 students in the 4 colleges in total, of which Chen College has the largest number of students. So cruel. It's over. If 20 points are deducted, how can I go to the library to read? Oops, I should have answered 2 more questions in class. That's not fair. The people in Chenyuan muttered the most, while those in Xingyuan remained silent. The people in the sun and moon houses were eager to try and looked at each other. The followers looked at their mage, some worried, some irritable. How can it be fair? Yi Lianshan smiled with a mocking tone, and waved his hand, everyone, come in. 10 points will be deducted for the first 10 who were beaten. No matter what, they were settled in the duel field. By the way, the 4 houses are randomly matched. Don't be merciful when you meet someone you know. Yi Lianshan looked at the students entering the teleportation array and said something meaningful. You must treat the opponent as a life and death enemy and fight, otherwise, your points will be deducted in vain. After he finished speaking, Li Mu's eyes flashed brightly as he stood on the preparation stage of the duel arena, and his figure disappeared from the spot. We are matching you with an equally matched opponent. The match was successful. The next moment, he had reached a wide mountain forest. You have entered the duel arena. I wish you a happy duel. Is this the duel ground? It feels so real. Li Mu smelled the fresh air of the mountain forest and tried on various equipment on his body. No surprise, the storage ring was sealed, and the Orc King sword and other props could not be taken out. This is the rule of the duel field. You cannot use equipment other than the equipment belonging to your own profession. It's very reasonable. After all, there are always a few super powerful props that affect the balance of the duel. Fortunately, the teacher taught him that space of the dead skill, otherwise the army of the undead would not be able to be taken out of the space bag, which would be very embarrassing. Thinking about it, Li Mu looked down at a faint yellow light on his body and touched it. This should be the final protection mechanism in the duel arena. The mechanism that only guarantees immortality, of course, can also surrender. Toot toot. 2 yellow rays of light rose into the sky, allowing both Li Mu and his opponent to see this conspicuous light. This is a positioning device. It was specially made for fear of professionals hiding. It will fix the position every 10 minutes. What? You are an assassin and you want to sneak. Looking for the best assassination opportunity. Do you have to squat for several days before fighting? Sorry, no. It doesn't matter what profession you are in the duel stage, as long as you enter, you have to fight. Looking at his opponent who was not too close, Li Mu started to cast spells. Bone Tombstone. The starting point is the Skeleton C tactic, which is the latest style of play that Li Mu has tried. A Bone Tombstone gradually took shape. Li Mu looked at his consumption and found that it was 220 magic points, which was acceptable. Gulu gulu gulu. Several crisp sounds were heard, and ordinary skeletons crawled out of the tombstones without holding anything. Skeleton, level 0. Strength, 3. Body, 3. Sensitivity, 5. Skill, rapid. Ding, the SSS-level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your skeleton has automatically learned the martial arts, Wang Ba Fist. Not bad. Seeing the skeletons emerging from the tombstones one after another, Li Mu did not let them move immediately. Instead, he waited in place and was not in a hurry. He calculated that if the students from the 4th house competed in a normal 2x2 match, they would only need 7 games to decide the champion. But this is Teacher Yi's combat lesson, and there will always be someone who wins first. Who will win the next game? Or should we wait until everyone's first game is over before continuing? That must be done immediately. In this case, if you go out later, you will definitely miss 2 games. After all, his goal is to win the championship, not to fight. Therefore, he was not in a hurry, just watching the speed of his troops and leisurely picking leaves around him. He no longer needs to experience the realization between life and death, because his Taoist heart had been completely perfected and achieved immortality when he died in battle 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, he had no regrets, no shame and no regrets. I am not ashamed of my master. The master who raised him had no worries for the rest of his life and passed away. According to his last wish, Li Mu buried him in the wind. No shame for my comrades. The families of his comrades were well protected by him. They were among the countless people he protected at that time. He also kept his promise and would not let them die in front of him, and he did it. No shame for the country. When disaster struck, he spent 3 months leading tens of thousands of people to fight out countless monsters. Then he was ordered to fight for 3 days and 3 nights in the endless tide of beasts, just for the mutation factor that the Beast King might have in his body. Alien man, corruption land, human eating wall, 3-headed shark. He has gone through countless tasks, and the task completion rate is 100%. Because he cannot fail and does not dare to fail. In the end, in order to protect everyone from evacuating, he defended the empty city alone with 1 sword. Fighting until the last moment, he detonated the magic core bomb on his body and died together with the 3 Beast Kings. He has no regrets about what he did. It was also at that time that he completely understood what his master said about the unsullied Taoist mind. Li Mu lifted the leaf and looked at its lines against the light. No regrets, with no shame. Become a pure heart. This heart will move forward courageously and never back down. When the wind comes, he lets go. The leaves flew up and drifted into the distance. Just like his heart, it flies towards the vague future with the wind. 10 minutes later, the light reappeared, farther away from him. Li Mu frowned and waved his hand, sending more than 600 skeletons in that direction. Go, he ordered. Click, 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 the white ocean began to fill with green. Rumble, rumble, several voices sounded, and the lurking assassin frowned in confusion. What's going on? He must be a mage using a large-scale clearing spell. Otherwise, what profession can make such a big noise? But I am an assassin with perfect stealth talent. You will never be able to find me. Thinking, he continued to ambush. But the next moment, he saw countless skeletons emerging from the mountain forest, destroying the terrain of the mountain forest with their fists, and when they ran towards him quickly, he knew who his opponent was. Li Mu. The assassin's heart tightened. You must know that there is a necromancer on the opposite side, so he will not hide, giving him time to summon the skeleton. But I still have a chance, the necromancer's skeleton is weak. The assassin who had seen the video comforted himself. The next moment, several skeletons walked under the tree and started punching. Ignorant of pain, tirelessness, and emotion, they hit the tree and the tree shook. Within a few seconds, the hand bones of several skeletons were cracked, but they just stepped back, and other skeletons filled in and continued to punch. This made the assassin on the tree stunned. If these skeletons used axes to chop down trees, it would be very efficient. Single quote. This was his last thought before he was besieged and killed by skeletons as the trees fell. Ding, you have won, and you are being matched with an equally matched opponent. The match is successful, you will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds, please be prepared. 30 seconds. Li Mu thought for a moment, summoned a bone gun when the match was about to be successful, and then put a leaf into the storage ring. The next moment, a desert scene appeared, and the bone gun in his hand disappeared, but the magic value was consumed. As expected, those 30 seconds were for them to recover. I see. Li Mu touched the fairy heart on his chest, sighed, and continued to summon the bone tombstone. Skeleton C tactics, continue. A tombstone rose in the desert, and the skeleton crawling out of it was stained with a lot of sand, which made Li Mu smile. Shaw, long time no see. Thinking about it, he squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. Love without material things is like a plate of loose sand. Well, what's behind it? Li Mu clenched the sand in his hand and thought seriously. But at this time, in the distance of the sand sea, there was a man holding a bow and arrow, watching Li Mu playing with the sand. Li Mu, Lu Feng murmured, drew the long bow, activated the eagle eye skill, and aimed the arrow at Li Mu. Just when he was about to shoot, he saw a white wall blocking his field of vision. Before he could frown, the wall suddenly thickened and widened, blocking the tombstone. The perception is quite high. Lu Feng thought to himself, felt the wind speed, and then aimed the arrow upward. The eagle eye skill gives him a red track in his eyes, and he can use this skill to perform many operations. Just like the current high-throwing arrows. Burning arrow. 3 consecutive shots. Swish swish. 3 arrows were fired in unison, and the arrows, which were difficult for ordinary people to see under the scorching sun in the desert, fell towards the place where Li Mu was. Li Mu put down the sandcastle he had just made, looked at the speed of his troops, and felt that it was still too slow. Raising his hand, he used the bone wall skill to block the top of his head and connect it to the first bone wall. After using bone hyperplasia to reinforce it, he summoned another bone tombstone. Wow, there was a burning sound, and a few sparks fell around the bone wall, slowly igniting the sand, but not hurting Li Mu at all. But at this moment, the 2 bone tombstones made more and more skeletons appear in Lu Feng's sight as time went by. Come on, go to where the archer is. After Li Mu finished speaking, he continued to build the castle. Countless skeletons began to move toward Lu Feng, and the dense sea of skeletons made him feel a little numb. The Necromancer's skeleton sea tactic. Nothing more than that. For archers, as long as the distance is enough, no amount of low-level skeletons is of any use. Explosive arrows, burning arrows, frozen arrows, greasy arrows. The combination of several arrows formed a good effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, crushing countless skeletons in the sea of skeletons. However, Lu Feng also knew that in order to win, his main target must be the Necromancer himself behind the solid bone wall. But the distance is not only far away, but skeletons are still being produced endlessly from behind that wall. However, can your tombstone really summon skeletons endlessly? Lu Feng showed a smile, full of confidence. Impossible. You should be waiting behind the wall for Blue to return now, right? He had already thought of Li Mu looking at his magic power behind that wall, summoning the skeleton bit by bit. When your magic power is exhausted, I will win. Lu Feng thought and shot the arrow again. Isn't it over yet? 10 minutes later, the light reported its position again. Li Mu, who had finished building 10 castles, patted the sand on his hands, looked at the light rising from his body through the wall, and stuck his head out. I saw the archer in the sea of skeletons being surrounded by many skeletons using their fists, and he was in a very embarrassed state. But he still used the scimitar in his hand to continue to resist the attacks of many skeletons. The profession of archer is not a profession that only uses bows and arrows in the literal sense. Most of them are men who can run horses on their shoulders and have very thick arms. Only in this way can the bow drawn be extremely powerful. And when there are no arrows, their second weapon usually comes into play to protect themselves. Or a dagger, or a scimitar, or other agile short weapons. And this is why the archer profession has melee capabilities. Impossible, how can he have so much magic power? Lu Feng was surprised and used his scimitar to block the fist hitting his lower body with difficulty. Could the tombstone really be able to summon endlessly? He had a maximum of 500 arrows in his quiver. He thought he could solve the problem by using at most half of it, but he didn't expect that the skeleton seemed to be endless, so he used up only the last 20 arrows. This is the comeback hope he keeps for himself. As long as I can rush there and defeat him with arrows, I can still win. Looking at the wall, he gritted his teeth and took out an arrow. He also has that move, the archer's final skill. His final trick. Blooming arrow. The burning health points will cause your arrows to be attached with 4 random effects including explosion, penetration, burning, armor breaking, corrosion, freezing, bleeding, and demon breaking at the next moment. At the same time, there are 2 effects, rapid fire, which provide acceleration effects for arrows. This is the archer's last resort and his final bloom. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. Success or failure depends only on this arrow. Lu Feng shouted in his heart, and the arrow suddenly flew out. Li Mu, who was inside the bone wall, suddenly felt a slight sense of danger. Hearing the sound of arrows, he tilted his head and raised his hand. The bone wall appeared again, adding an extra layer of defense for him. After Lu Feng shot the arrow, he was secretly happy as he watched several skeletons turn into debris in the trajectory of the arrow. The next moment, the arrow hit the bone wall and made a roar. However, after the bone wall was hit, it still stood in the sea of sand. The white wall reflected the sun and looked like snow in the yellow sand, which reminded Lu Feng of a unique plant in the northern region. This white wall feels a bit like snow bamboo. He thought before being overwhelmed by the sea of skeletons. He failed to break through the wall after all. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.